hot. Very hot. Quit. 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 Okay. Phone. Okay. Okay. Um, put that down. Okay. Alright, and I think I'm gonna delete this because I don't need it anymore. I think I have a clear understanding of what it looks like already, and that part right there doesn't need to be. Wait. Oh, okay. That part doesn't need to be visible. Wait, what? Oh, I took it off. May, how's it going? How's it going, May? How's life and stuff? Alright, okay. Alright, oh, yeah, this is what I wanted. But I'll save it for the
Being a
late.
manga
Wait, no,
author
no,
is
no, no,
not
no,
for the
no,
faint of
sir,
heart.
sir, 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 sir. Not watching this right now. But yeah, how's it going, man? Wait, before this, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real fast. Alright, I'm back. I've been out all day, man. I've been out all day. I'm starving. I am like mentally just like it's just a whole bunch of stuff, bro. But guess what? We don't care about that stuff right now. We don't care about that stuff right now. Same old, same old. Just from school to start. Hopefully, I finally get a career. I understand. I understand, me. Boss's music in in a video game. I've heard it before. And you start tearing up. Like you mean like intense, like boss music. Like when I think about it, it's kind of like gets the heart pumping, you know. but I don't know exactly what music you're talking about. Ooh, mistakes. Mistakes were made. Let's cut this out. Cut it, and then let's paste it. Let's actually extend it. No, no, it's fine at that length. Flatten it. Yeah. What else was I going to do? Oh yeah, the gloves. Um, let's do that, 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 that. Boom. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Okay. And yeah. You sent it to me. All right. Let's see. Listen till. Oh, this is obviously Bloodborne. She no. Okay, he said until 1:10. I'm gonna mute it on the PC on the stream though. Okay. I mean, this doesn't give me typical boss music. It's I can see like you can get tearing up depending on the like maybe like the dialogue or like what's happening in the game at the time. I can see it happening, but it doesn't give me traditional boss music. I like it. I like it. I think it's cool. Yeah, that's 1/3. That was all of it. That was it. I actually went to 117. Yeah. Let me see. I wanted to do something like. Oh, should I do her two? No, no. Let me do one more of her. Maybe. Hold up. Before this, and like I said, I was all day, so I wasn't able to set anything up. I just jumped in the stream while I could. I'm actually heating up something because, like I said, I'm starving. But hold up, let me go see if it's done. 1 second. Typical. Yeah, I heated up some leftover rice and um chicken. I don't even like eating on stream like that, to be honest. Okay. My contact says the boss was trapped in nightmare and only was he refused to delete him. Dang. If you delete him. What kind of game is Bloodborne? Like, can you give me like in comparison to a different game? Yeah, it was bad. I was like fading in and out, kind of, and it was like raining hard, so I was just like, yo, Dark Souls. All right, try to compare it to a game that you think that I've played. I've been eating with chopsticks lately, right? But because of the fact that where's my glove? Oh, because of the fact that I'm streaming, I had to pull out a fork. I mean, I should have pulled out a spoon, but I couldn't find one, and I was rushing. Only game I know you played Jump Force. I played Shadow of Mordor. I don't know if you know what that is. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what that is. It's like an action RPG. Not. Let me look that up. See some gameplay. Yeah, I read the context, the whole context. Wait. Yeah, delete. And whether you trapped in nightmare, you would be trapped. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I read it. Housing. HE double hockey sticks. It's a show? Oh yeah. The guy with the hat, right? The guy with the hat. What is his name? Start with an A or something like that, right? Yeah. What's the game that Bryce said? Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Man, all these things are about demons. There's an anime too? What the gameplay? Dark Souls 3. I don't know if that's the latest one or what. Dark Souls 3. Is Dark Souls 3 worth it after Elden Ring? Alright, let's see. I'm just trying to find. Oh, Jacksepticeye. Dang. Full game? 8 hours? Did he dye his hair? This man got some red highlights. Now, I don't want to watch him play because he's going to be very, I don't know if you guys know who Rad Brad is, but he's like a walkthrougher. I don't know if he plays games like this though. Back then when I used to watch like walkthroughs, mainly when I had time. Why don't I just look up freaking what am I doing going Dark Souls for? What's the game called? Bloodborne? Why don't I just do that? What the heck am I doing? Bloodborne. I'm pretty sure. Yes, spell that like Jason Bourne. Full game thing. Jacksepticeye again. Gosh, man, chill out, man. You playing everything. Um, I guess I'm just gonna have to watch Jacksepticeye. I used to watch Rabbit when I was a kid. Dang. Alucard, yes. I never played it. I only played Elden Ring. So is it like Elden Ring too? Let's see. Oh, this is full gameplay walkthrough. Hopefully, there's no speaking. Just want to see what the game looks like. It's the game that Titan spends 24 hours playing. I'm playing. I'm joking. Let's see. Where is it? Is it this one? Elden Ring is nothing like Bloodborne? Dang, what the heck is going on? Is this the highest quality? What the? Let me just do this one because I don't need a freaking. Is it really that? I'm trying to see some type of stuff, some type of thing. Oh, dang. So it's one of these games. So this is what Titan be playing, huh? Oh my goodness. This what you be playing, Titan? Oh, I thought he was dragging the thing. Alright, now it's just glitching for some reason. Is that me or is it him? Let me see. Oh, that's me. Why is the thing not connected? Oh my goodness. Hopefully the stream's not doing that. Let me share some of the game. Oh, okay. This looks like a pretty big world to explore. So where is he? Is he in like hell or something? Oh my gosh. Oh, this man's cheesing. He hitting it through the wall. That's some cheating, man. Unless that weapon has the ability to go through walls. It's a phantom axe. So he can hit through walls and other material. Yeah, this is a walkthrough or a watch. That guy had a hat on, and that's like a dog. Which is based off Victoria. Yeah, that's why Victorian style London, because that guy looked like he had like a Victorian style fit on. Yeah, but how long like do you play? Cause it looks like everybody's beating. I mean, you're probably just exploring a lot more. Cause this says full game, 7 hours. Jacksepticeye did it 8 hours. Probably he was just talking in between. But you're still playing the game. So is it like a game that goes on forever? Graphics look pretty good. New Game Plus. Oh, you can lock on too. That's good. Some like games like this sometimes don't have lock on. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna check to see if this video I'm watching. I mean, I doubt it, but let me just make sure. Is it age restricted? I mean, it doesn't look like it, so I should be fine. I think that's about it. But I think I have a good idea of what the game's like. So there's no, I mean there might be in different scenes like cutscenes, but the character doesn't talk. There's no voice lines. Like the whole time there, he didn't say nothing. Dang. Oh my gosh, you guys couldn't hear anything the whole time? Oh, that's crazy.
Because his back pain had made it impossible for him to wipe himself after taking a dump. Meanwhile, you have Ichiro Oda who tells his editors die for One Piece. This isn't as a motivational statement, but as a literal expectation. Then you have Tite Kubo who discovers through a MRI test towards the end of Bleach's serialization that after years of drawing manga, he had actually
There's no voice lines. Oh, okay. I mean, I meant voice lines, but okay.
tore one of his tendons in his shoulder and he didn't even know about it. Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, revealed that he had sweated so profusely from anxiety while he was creating the series that he could literally wring out his shirt like a wet towel. These dystopian horror stories describe the toll that it takes for somebody to become a successful manga artist. Behind every chapter and manga panel of series like Dragon Ball and One Piece lies a human being who is slowly destroying themselves for our enjoyment. Weekly Shonen Jump, the most successful manga magazine in history, has actually built its empire on a foundation of systematic creator abuse that would make the conditions of the Amazon warehouse workers who are peeing in bottles look humane. Now the major question which nobody wants to ask is, what does it really cost to create the stories that we love? The answer is going to definitely shock you, so definitely stick around until the very end of the video so that you know everything that there is to know about how Shonen Jump abuses its manga
I'm gonna
authors.
mute the mic
In
now,
1994, Akira Toriyama's hit
problem.
gag manga series Dr. Slump had been running for 4 years, and Toriyama was burned out at this point. The comedy manga required him to invent new gags every single week, and he was running on fumes after consistently releasing one chapter per week for 4 years. He had begged his editor to let him end Dr. Slump, but he got hit with an ultimatum that would define Jump's toxic culture for decades. His editor at the time, Kazuhiko Torishima, had told him, if you can create a manga that is more interesting than Dr. Slump, then you can quit it. It is through this ultimatum which the Dragon Ball series was created. But it also gave birth to something far more sinister. It was proof that Shonen Jump could extract infinite content from its authors by holding their artistic freedom hostage. Akira Toriyama's documented work schedule during Dragon Ball's peak reads like a medical case study in sleep deprivation. We're talking about sleeping 20 minutes across 6 consecutive days. This isn't 20 minutes per day, this is 20 minutes total during some of the worst weeks of Toriyama's serialization of Dragon Ball. His editor Kazuhiko Torishima later revealed that Toriyama sometimes worked on just 6 to 7 hours of sleep per week. There was one time when he was submitting manga manuscripts and he had to drive to the post office himself, and he was unable to distinguish traffic light colors because Toriyama had been working so hard on his manga that his brain was fried. It's pretty crazy how Toriyama's editor Torishima now laughs about all of this in interviews that he does, and in a 2018 retrospective, he casually mentioned forcing Toriyama to complete 2 chapters of manga
That's
in
wild,
1 week,
especially because
joking about how the
this is what Oshinoko made me really realize is like the weekly and the monthly thing. Excuse me. So it's live. Say it ain't so. Oh, okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, because in Oshinoko, one of the manga, like in season 2, one of the girls was doing monthly, and the other girl had weekly, and the weekly girl was stressing. the weekly girl was stressing. I was like, yeah.
complained about inflamed tendons in his hands
She was
during
like,
the time.
at
When
least you have
Toriyama
time
said
to break, or you have a time to wait. But me, I have to. I was like, dang, yeah, that's how it be.
that he could barely move his hands, Torishima made him write his name as a test, then declared if you can write your name, then you can draw manga. This is pretty insane, with Toriyama suffering tendinitis and his editor having no sympathy with his medical condition. He was literally forcing him to draw manga while he was in pain. This abusive editor and author relationship did end up becoming a template for future weekly Shonen Jump authors. Medical conditions weren't treated as warning signs for authors to slow down, they were instead treated as challenges for them to overcome. Decades later, when Toriyama attempted to return to his old schedule in the early 2010s,
I think
when
I
he
heard of
released
that,
his
but I don't think
11th
I've seen it.
chapter, Jacko the Galactic Patrolman series, the 58-year-old body couldn't handle the strain of manga
Oh yes, I never watched it, but I know what it is.
serialization. He straight up said that releasing
Like, is
those
it really good?
chapters
Okay,
of
this thing
Jacko
is
had
glitching now.
actually wrecked his body, and he stated that this was going to be his final serialized
see if
manga.
I can-
Toriyama's astronomical success had
Because I don't want to have to turn off the stream. Because it looks like it started the stream on like the wrong way, if that makes sense. I hope it keeps glitching.
to overcome.
Yeah, it's really
Decades
good.
later, when Toriyama attempted to return to his old schedule in the early 2010s, when he released his 11th chapter, Jacko the Galactic Patrolman series, the 58-year-old's body couldn't handle the strain of manga serialization.
Yeah, I think crap. I don't want to restart the stream.
He straight up said that releasing those few chapters of Jacko had actually wrecked
If it
his
keeps
body,
happening, I
and
might
he
have to
stated that this was going to be his
sadly.
final serialized manga. Toriyama's astronomical success had convinced Jump that this level of exploitation wasn't just acceptable, it was necessary for successes like Dragon Ball to be birthed. They had their proof of concept, and it was written in sleep deprivation. If Toriyama was the blueprint, then Yoshihiro Togashi ended up becoming its most devastating victim. His story isn't just about creating abuse, it's about watching a genius slowly cannibalize himself. Togashi exploded onto the manga scene with Yu Yu Hakusho in the 1990s as he delivered one of Jump's most beloved supernatural action series, which subverted a lot of readers' expectations. But even then, cracks were showing, as his author comments from the final years
Still haven't
of Yu
finished
Yu
the show,
Hakusho
though.
serialization reveal an artist who was already battling
Isn't that so crazy,
stress-induced
though?
chest pain
Because obviously, like mangakas, I mean, especially like certain mangakas, really just love the fact that their series or their manga gets an anime adaptation, right? But it's kind of like we're not really. I mean, we're still getting the story that they created if it was that, but like all the stress of drawing every single panel and all these things, and you know how many of them, like die from that, right? I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, sure. Right? But when we watch the anime, we don't really understand. You know what I mean? Because we're just watching anime and we get gone. Like when I was watching Dragon Ball, I was like, what? Like the movie? I mean, the anime. I was just like, okay. But then when I start hearing about his like how his life was when he was working, I was like, dang, for real, that's how it was. But we never got that because of the fact that it's an anime, and he wasn't really working on the anime. He was working on the manga. Just came out of a hiatus, really, bro. It's dangerous out here, man, for these mangakas.
and irregular sleep patterns. Togashi at the time was only 28 years old and he was already breaking down. Togashi's next work, Hunter x Hunter, was serialized in 1998 and it immediately showed off Togashi's evolution as a storyteller. The York New City arc and the Chimera Untaka are regarded as some of the greatest story arcs within all of shonen anime and manga. But Togashi's perfectionism, with his storytelling and his drawing ability, combined with the weekly deadlines, had put so much pressure on him that Hunter x Hunter had started to suffer from its iconic hiatuses, which had
Yo. Okay, so 2025. Hold up. Can we like? Nah, I might go try. Actually, yeah, these are just days. No, no, this can't be days. What are these? Cause these are the years. Hold up, I can't see, huh? So this right here is the years. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't.
Started in 2000.
All right, so this right here is the years. But like, what is each box? I mean, each box represents the hiatus, but how long is this hiatus? Like, is each box? No, it can't be a month because there's too many. Uh, yeah. What does a box represent? Days of the year? Oh no, weeks. I'm tripping. Weeks because it's weekly Shonen Jump. So, um, each week. So in 2024, hiatus the whole way through, and then appeared in six, 7, no, 8 weeks. 2023. Okay, but think. Okay, so 2021. Wait, 2022, 2021, 2020, and 2019. Nothing. Dang. But down here, he was hitting them like, ha, ha, ha. And then he was like, "Yeah, I can't move no more." Maybe weeks. Yeah, I think. Yeah. But wow, bro. Wow. That's crazy. It's kind of like, to an extent, if I was a mangaka, I kind of wouldn't want my stuff to go like to
2006.
go
The
viral
fans
or
did
start
initially
hitting.
joke about Togashi
You know
being
what I mean?
lazy or he was too busy playing the latest Dragon Quest, but the reality of the situation was far more brutal than what most would have expected. Togashi's author comments within the pages of Weekly Shonen Jump and the volumes of Hunter x Hunter revealed a terrifying medical condition that he was suffering from. Togashi states, "I can't move my body for even 1 centimeter when the pain hits level 10. I had to crawl on all fours to move around." The pain that Togashi is referring to stems from his back after he had been hunched over a desk drawing manga for years. Then in 2022, we had further statements from Togashi, and these were some of the most honest confessions of the abuse that he had suffered. In 2022, we had some new statements from Togashi which revealed the extent of his medical condition. He revealed that he hadn't even been able to sit in a chair for 2 years. The man who had created some of manga's most intricate battle systems and some of the most amazing shonen story
Man.
arcs was unable to even perform basic bodily functions without severe agony. He drew a self-portrait of himself drawing while laying flat on his back with a pillow propped under his head like he was reading a bedtime story. This is Togashi revealing that this is the only comfortable position that he is able to draw manga in. Then came Togashi's infamous bathroom confession, which hit the hardest, as he reveals that up until 2 weeks before writing this message, "I couldn't get into position to wipe my own butt, and he had to take a shower every time that he pooped, and it took him 3 to 5 times longer for him to do everyday movements because of his back pain." Togashi represents the ultimate cost of a creator who has reached the peak of his medium, but in the process has lost his physical ability to create. The saddest part about Togashi's story is that he is still trying to finish Hunter x Hunter, desperately trying to find a comfortable position so that he can continue drawing because he refuses to let his story remain incomplete, and he has too much pride to let another author draw his series while he does the story for it. Then you have Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, who exposed the psychological hell that is hiding behind some of the biggest successes of Shonen Jump. His 2015 interview with the creator of My Hero Academia, Kohei Horikoshi, didn't just reveal Naruto's creation process, it pulled back the curtain on the mental health crisis which is plaguing some mangaka. Kishimoto confessed that he had sweated so much because of the anxiety of drawing Naruto weekly. He states, "I was nervously sweating so much while working, I could squeeze my shirt
I
and
guess,
sweat
like-
would come out."
I guess like they just feel like they can't say no. Cause I'm just like, man, I'm taking a break, bro. Pause it. Y'all need me. Pause it. And I'm just gonna walk out. Yeah, I mean, they're like, "Oh no, we got the rights to it, so we can do whatever we want." Hey. And then when it fail, That's gonna be on y'all. Y'all want to make some bread? Y'all gotta wait for me then. But I don't know, man. I don't know. In like East Asian culture, it's already known also that they don't really like to get like they don't really like confrontation, and they're always like they have like a high level of respect um for their leadership and everything. So I can understand to an extent, but like nah, you ain't gonna do me like that, bro. Nah, bro. Like my back hurt, bro. I'm taking a break, bro. I'm gonna be over there in Malibu or something. But never mind, I ain't going to Malibu. I'm gonna be over there, like in Italy, just sitting back. You know, when I get back, we go get back to it. Do some studies. I saw everything that you posted, Zero. Everything that you posted over there. Tony's doing some interesting stuff over here.
And the crazier thing is that Kishimoto even considered self-harm just to get a break from drawing
Bro,
manga. He
nah,
revealed that
bro.
he once contemplated kicking a bookshelf in
Oh
order
yeah.
to injure his.
By the way, bro, she can't be a mangaka, right? Especially a weekly one. Whew.
Foot, hoping that the injury would give him some time off. He was quick to add, but I didn't want to hurt my hand, because damaging his drawing hand would end his career entirely. This is a manga creator who is earning millions from one of the most beloved series in manga history, yet he's fantasizing about breaking his own bones just to get a break from work. Kishimoto's interview with Horikoshi also revealed that this wasn't just unique to him. He casually mentioned that he and Oda had discussed how mangaka are always in a bad mental state, always on the edge, feeling scared of the pressure to make something popular. Kishimoto also revealed that his work was so intense that sometimes he worked until 1 am, 3 am, and even until dawn, as he was chasing deadlines that reset every 7 days, and this was a merciless schedule that he had to follow.
Okay.
He states, you'd be working on a draft and it'd be 1 am, and then you'd
They
work
have
a
your
little
character
more
on the
and
side of the
suddenly
car or
it'd be
something?
3 am. Time ended up becoming meaningless to these mangaka who were working to maintain Jump's publishing schedule. It's also been revealed that after 15 years of working on Naruto, Kishimoto was finally able to go on his honeymoon, which he had delayed for all of that time because he was working on the series. Then we turn our attention towards the creator of Bleach, Tite Kubo, who had also fallen victim to Jump's insane weekly schedule. Bleach started strong in 2001, and it stood out thanks to Kubo's unique artistic style and his method of storytelling. But after 15 years of weekly chapter deadlines, it took its toll on Kubo's body. In a 2017 interview, he revealed the damage that had taken place. He states, that he has a habit of leaning his body weight on his left shoulder whilst drawing, and it seems that he had
Practice.
torn a ligament in his shoulder because of all of the load that he was putting on his shoulder while drawing. He only found out about this torn
Okay, but like I said, right? All of these are good and all, but you need to get that understanding. After you trace over it, you're gonna have to break it down. And when you're tracing it, because I see, like, I'm looking at your arms right here. The issue that I'm having with that is that I don't see you're putting the shapes in, right? Because, like, for instance, if I was practicing drawing her arms right here, right, getting a good understanding for it, I'll find the simple shapes, right? You can do like a tube if you'd like, right? And then you'll be able to understand this. And then now you're like, okay, I want to draw this myself, right? You try to draw it pretty accurately. right? And then you can continue and continue doing that, copying yourself now at this point, breaking down those simple shapes. Because once you're able to do that, then and only then it'll make it easier for you to start doing the actual like places for like the anatomy and stuff to get the arm. But I like how you're practicing, you know. But just add that in there so it's easier for you to be able to do it yourself.
Shoulder tendon when his shoulder pain persisted months after Bleach had ended. He went for an MRI, which revealed the truth that his shoulder tendons were severed. They weren't strained, not inflamed, they actually severed because of the pressure of drawing. Years of maintaining the same drawing position had literally torn Kubo's body apart, and the timing of this discovery is crucial. Kubo
right
felt
now,
awfully severe pain the day after
ain't no
submitting
way,
Bleach's final.
ain't no way I'm risking my life like that for somebody who don't care about me. You know what I mean? Risking your life for your family and everything. It makes sense, right? People that you love, people that love you. Risking your life for some random person that will replace you. Like for example, if he was unable to draw forever, right, and he was done, guess what they do? They just find another person and then bring them up. So nah, bro. Nah. But is that just like the culture over there too? I feel like if I was over there, bro, and I was just, you know, doing my thing, I'd be vocal too, especially because, you know, sometimes they be in studio, right? I'll be in there, and all the other mangakas are looking, and I'm gonna get up and like start a scene. I'm like, hey, my arm hurt. I'm gonna take a break, bro. I'm just gonna walk out, right? And everybody's like, oh, what? Nande? Just everybody looking at me. I'm just walking. Man, y'all crazy, right? And I'm gonna leave, right? But I'm only gonna do that when I'm up. When I'm up. When I'm up, I'm gonna do it when I'm up. I ain't gonna do it like when I'm down there, you know, with the little, with the, you know, with them down there, you know. And then now I'm gonna make them see, yo, y'all could just say no. Just say no. Just say no. Just take a break, bro. Just take a break. Honestly, I don't know everything, all the ins and out with Akira, but I think it has something to do with the fact that, you know, he's probably know a little bit more than he has been in years, right? And like his body was just like, oh no, we can't take this, bro. Honestly, I don't know, like I said, the ins and outs, but I think that could have played a part. And guess what they did after? They just continued. They don't care. They're going to continue to do more and more and more stuff anyway, without him. You think Dragon Ball's gonna stop? Of course not. Just like he said, yo, I ain't gonna let you leave until you do something better than what was it called? I forget. But until you do something better than that, you can't quit. What? I can't quit? Yeah, I can. Look, drop my pencil, get up, pick up my bags, and walk out the building.
Chapter. His body had been running on adrenaline and deadline pressure for so long that only when the series ended did he realize how badly damaged he was. It was like a soldier who doesn't notice a wound until the battle ends. Kubo's declining health had directly contributed to the rushed ending of Bleach.
Oh, he can't draw anymore.
In the manga form was absolutely everything that Kubo was able to deliver to the best of his ability, with his health failing at the time. Fans often blamed the editorial interference of Weekly Shonen Jump for the rushed 1,000-year Blood War arc, but the truth is that Kubo's body was falling apart. He couldn't maintain the intricate art style and complex plotting that made early Bleach special because drawing had become physically excruciating for him. In a separate interview, he revealed the psychological isolation of ending a long-running series. He states he thought that he could finally take a break, but something was wrong. As Kubo felt like after ending Bleach, something was different and it didn't feel right for him. He spent about a year of feeling this way without knowing the cause until he realized that he was lonely. After spending 15 years thinking about Bleach characters constantly, their absence left a void that success couldn't fill. Kubo organized his entire adult life around these fictional characters, and when Bleach ended, he didn't know how to exist without them. Kubo is proof that human bodies weren't designed to produce professional quality art every 7 days for almost 2 decades without a break. Ichiro Oda represents the modern-day ultimate success story of Shonen Jump, and it's really horrifying some of the things that he has had to endure during the serialization of One Piece. For 27 years, he's maintained One Piece's weekly schedule with almost inhumane consistency, and it's only in recent years that he has started to slow down and take some breaks. Oda has a level of professional dedication that is unrivaled even by some of his contemporaries. Oda's documented weekly schedule reads like a hostage situation. He has had 3 hours of sleep per night, and this is every night for decades. His workday runs from 5 AM to 2 AM the next morning. That's 21 hours of work followed by 3 hours of unconsciousness. He has no weekends off, no holidays, no breaks that aren't medically mandated. His editor Naoki Kawashima revealed their philosophy driving this insanity. When Kawashima took over as One Piece's editor, Oda told him directly, "Die for One Piece." This was Oda's expectation of his editor to sacrifice his health, relationships, and his basic human needs for the series. When Kawashima as an editor appeared to be hesitant, Oda sweetened the deal as he said he promised to take care of his family financially if the work killed him. During One Piece's serialization, Oda has had multiple hospitalizations. Like in 2013 when he had an abscess that required 2 weeks of hospitalization, and then his 2014 tonsillectomy after chronic swelling from exhaustion, and during these hospitalizations he continues to draw in the hospital bed. In 2023, Oda took a break for an eye surgery for double vision caused by overwork, and again he was still working even while he was in hospital. He was unable to actually rest even when medical professionals demanded him to. In recent years, fans have noted how Oda's drawings have become noticeably rougher, leading to speculations that he may have nerve damage or tremors in his hand. His other comments have shifted from playful observations to thinly veiled health updates. As in recent years, Oda is now taking regular breaks as he usually has 1 week off per month, but recently he's been taking 2 to 3 weeks off depending on the situation, as he is helping out with the One Piece live action series too. Fans and industry professionals
throw it away. Throw it away. We don't need that.
And his dedication to his craft, as they treat his self-destruction as admirable rather than tragic. 27 years of this insane schedule means that Oda has pretty much missed his children's childhood, his wife's daily life, and virtually every normal human experience that we take for granted. He solely exists to produce new One Piece chapters, and the industry treats this as the golden standard rather than a cautionary tale of overwork. You may think that the industry and Weekly Shonen Jump would have learned from these past mistakes that these legendary authors have experienced, but you'd be wrong. Modern creators face identical patterns of abuse, proving that Jump's toxicity isn't in the past, it's an ongoing crisis that is still happening. Problems of Kohei Horikoshi, the creator of My Hero Academia, mirror the issues of some
do it monthly, right? And man, I don't know, bro.
These legendary manga authors. He revealed that his shoulders hurt so much that if they were gonna hurt this much, then he wishes that he never had shoulders. He published this within volume 39 of My Hero Academia. He was also forced to acknowledge the reality that his hands have gotten slower over the years and his schedule is constantly increasing. Horikoshi's final run of chapters of My Hero Academia had fewer pages because his body could no longer maintain the pace which Jump demands. Instead of reducing the workload, the editorial staff adjust the page count in order to accommodate his physical limitations while maintaining the weekly publication schedule of My Hero Academia. In a 2015 interview with Kishimoto, Horikoshi was revealed hearing that Kishimoto also sweated from anxiety, stating that all mangaka are the same, and that their shared suffering provides them with some comfort. Then you have the author of Jujutsu Kaisen, Gege Akutami, who had repeated hiatuses in 2021, 2022, and 2024, and they follow a familiar pattern. There's initial health issues, then temporary recovery, then escalating breakdown of health. The June 2024 3-week hiatus came with editorial acknowledgement that although Akutami's health has improved, after consulting with the editorial staff, we have decided that he should resume work once he is back in perfect health. Jump was pretty much saying, yeah, we'll let you rest just enough to function, then extract maximum labor from you until you break again. The new generation of manga authors also face additional burdens from social media scrutiny. When Akutami submitted unfinished pages to meet deadlines, fans were criticizing the poor quality rather than recognizing the distress signals of the author. Fans expect modern manga creators to maintain perfect output while their bodies fail them. And all the while, they need to endure all of this public criticism from fans who don't understand the limits of the human body, or what it takes to create a successful manga series. Daisuke Ashihara's World Trigger series reveals how manga authors get trapped in cycles of breakdown and attempted recovery. Ashihara has been battling neck and spine issues ever since World Trigger had begun. This led to multiple extended hiatuses which began in 2016. What makes his case interesting is that every time he returns there's hope that he is recovered, but his body eventually breaks down again within months. World Trigger eventually moved from the pages of Weekly Shonen Jump to the monthly Jump SQ magazine in 2018. This theoretically reduced the pressure on the author, but even monthly deadlines proved to be too much as Ashihara took another hiatus in late 2023, with Jump citing his poor physical condition as the reason. Yuki Tabata's Black Clover situation exposes how creator abuse extends beyond just the individual artist, as it destroys their family lives too. Tabata himself has dealt with health issues. His most recent struggles involve family medical emergencies.
And was hospitalized. Oh my. World Trigger is good? Daughter got a bad cold and needs to be hospitalized for a week? What? Her dad should be there. What do you mean? Her dad is full of worry. No. Her dad should be there.
With health issues, his most recent struggles involve family medical emergencies that coincide with his serialization demands. Jump's insane schedule doesn't pause for human crises. Like when Tabata's family needed him, he faced the impossible choice between being present for his loved ones or meeting the deadlines of Jump. The translation.
How is that difficult? Because I don't understand. Like, listen, this is what I want you guys to understand. When I got kids, guess what? Everything I do is for my kids. You understand? Like, if I need to make money, it's for my kids. You know? If I need to have a house, it's for my kids. You know what I mean? Like, if I have a house, like, for example, if I'm living in a house, 1 bedroom, guess who has that bedroom? My kids. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm trying to say? So, or, like, you know, from my family. So, like, if I'm working for them. If they are in trouble or need me, I gotta be there. Because, you know, Yahuwah forbid, something happens to his daughter and his daughter's gone. Now what? Are we just gonna, like, what are you doing? I'm debating. I'm struggling with the decision to make. Either I go to see my daughter in the hospital or I stay for the weekly. That's crazy. That's crazy. And the thing is, they don't understand. Is like, especially like when you're really big, like Boku no Hero, or I'm gonna say Kimetsu, a JJK, like these type of stuff. You know what I'm doing? I'm putting my foot down. I'm like, yo, they only here because of me. So you gotta wait. They might push back and say, oh, then we gonna cut you. They cut me then. Oh, I know all the rest of your stuff you got here is trash. You ain't got nothing good over here. They come to the site or they buy the magazines for me. They waiting to see what happens in my next chapter. They don't care about these bums over here. I'll be talking like that crazy. Like if I was like a hit, what? I'm going to be, yeah. Oh, I'm the only one making sales. And Kishimoto and them gonna be over there. I'm like, yo, wait, no offense. Y'all were up in y'all time, but now it's me. So just hey. So I'm gonna take my break. And when I come back, it's gonna be something different. But I'm leaving. I'm gonna take my good month and you gonna wait for me. And I'm gonna be looking at him while I open the door and walk out. And then that's it. And then that's it. Cause ain't no way they finna do that to me, bro. If my daughter needs me, I'm going to my daughter. Like, I don't care about these people. Cause if something happened to me, they're not gonna care about me. Crazy. I don't know how that was like a problem.
Author comments reveal the emotional toll that this had taken on him, as he references his mother-in-law descending on what grandmothers are for, as he suggests that family...
His wife had to be admitted for emergency surgery. My mother-in-law came up to me. What? Came up to help me battle my tolerance. What the freak? First of all, why you... So... Okay, listen. I'm against divorce. Yeah, I know that. But like, come on now. So his wife is just in the hospital, and this man is on the table, the kitchen table, with a brush pen and some pencils. Come on now. Nah, bro. Yo, what the heck is going on with my phone right now?
medical emergencies requiring outside care while he remained chained to his drawing desk. There's also the author of The Gray Man, Katsura Hoshino.
The Gray
The manga
Man.
has had
I heard
several
of it, but I've never seen
hiatuses due to illness and injuries, primarily a
I read
wrist injury, as well as carpal tunnel and autoimmune disorders. The Gray Man also moved from a weekly schedule to Jump SQ's monthly serialization. The series was published monthly from November 2009 to January of 2013, where it then went on indefinite hiatus. It has since returned, but its release has been sporadic, as it has 28 manga volumes released thus far, as the series is still continuing even to this day. The abuse of manga authors extends beyond the pages of Weekly Shonen Jump. Yu Watase's experience reveals the horrors that the editorial teams put on authors, as we learn about the issues that mangaka face behind closed doors. Her blog post about creating Arata the Legend described systematic psychological abuse from her editor, who would tear up completed pages and demand total rewrites while calling her work crap and stupid. The editor claimed that her art would lower the standards of the magazine if it was published, and that meetings with her were a pain. Watase worked through headaches and exhaustion, staying up all night to meet deadlines, only to have her editor bulldoze her ideas to make room for his own. When she tried to assert creative control over her manga, he retaliated by rejecting her layouts and making her miss deadlines. She states, "I was no longer doing it for the sake of the readers, or even for the sake of the manga as a body of work. I was just solely drawing storyboards on layouts to get his approval." An author who worked for another big publisher called Clamp had suffered
this is why she can't be a manga
in
bro.
2011 from spending too many hours hunched over her desk drawing. This was an acute spinal injury caused by working posture.
Oh my goodness.
There was then an anonymous mangaka who made a 2022 Twitter thread exposing the workplace harassment that they had experienced, as they state that this would trigger lawsuits in any other industry or country. The editors called this mangaka's art crap, and they labeled him as a low-level artist while refusing to pay manuscript fees despite his work being published within the magazine. The creator noted, "You wouldn't want to work at a place that doesn't offer an hourly rate or salary, would you?" All of these cases share some common elements: creative dreams being exploited for financial gain, systematic psychological manipulation, and physical injury, which is treated as an acceptable price to pay for creating manga. Now, this level of abuse isn't reserved exclusively for those who are successful manga creators. This is simply the entry fee for anyone who is hoping to work in the Japanese manga industry. Let's break down the infamous work schedule of Shibashi Horishi's weekly schedule as a serialized manga artist. So here we can see that he sleeps just 3 to 4 hours per night, with the rest of his time consumed by drawing, inking, creating rough thumbnails.
I mean, how many pages do they, like, on average have to put out? I think that's the question I should be asking. Like, how many pages? Actually, it might be a little too big, huh? No, let's just go with it for now, and then we'll see when we end up having to do. It is hot. I'm gonna turn on the air. Around 22 weekly, like pages. 25. I said 22. 25 weekly.
Or Nemu, and handling meetings with editors. Assistants do help him during specific hours, but even then, Hiroshi continues working late into the night most nights, including weekends, and his only free time amounts to a mere 3 hours on Saturday. This schedule essentially is a non-stop cycle of drawing, sleeping, and brief meals, and this is a perfect example of the relentless grind that many mangaka endure to meet these weekly magazine deadlines, and it comes at the cost of their physical and mental health. In order to understand why nothing changes within the manga industry, we need to examine the economic and legal structures which make this abuse not just possible but profitable. So 98% of all manga authors are classified as self-employed contractors rather than employees working for a magazine. So this clear distinction eliminates the authors from virtually every worker protection which applies to regular employees. They have no mandatory health insurance, no overtime regulations, no workplace safety standards, and no paid sick leave. Mangaka exist in a legal gray zone where standard labor protections don't apply. The economic trap runs deeper, as successful creators must pay assistants out of their own pocket, and this is typically 180,000 yen per month per assistant. Multiple assistants for very successful series mean monthly overheads of 500,000 yen or more. This creates perverse incentives. Taking health breaks means losing income, while assistant costs continue, while working through illness maintains cash flow. This creates some really negative incentives, like if they take some health breaks, then it means that they lose income because they still need assistance. So usually most manga authors work through their illnesses in order to maintain a positive cash flow. The author of Gintama revealed that film adaptations of his work pay peanuts compared to volume sales, with not a single yen from box office gross reaching the author, despite massive profits for the production companies. Manga authors earn primarily from volume royalties, making them dependent on maintaining serialization regardless of the personal toll that it takes on them. The passion tax concept explains why this abuse continues unchallenged. A 2019 study did find that people consider it more acceptable to exploit workers in passionate industries with unpaid labor and demeaning conditions. Society expects artists to suffer for their craft, making creator abuse seem romantic rather than criminal or unjust. Jump's editorial department definitely takes advantage of this philosophy, as the former editor-in-chief of Shonen Jump when One Piece, Bleach, and Naruto was being serialized, Kazuhiko Torishima, had openly stated that editors do not need to be liked and they are not friends with the manga artists. He advocated for honest feedback with the authors, even if it is difficult to say. As we've discussed in this video, this clearly gives free rein to editors to hurl any and all abuse at authors. In November 2024, a few reforms were revealed by Weekly Shonen Jump. They announced proudly that the minimum manuscript payments for their manga was raising to 20,900 yen per black and white page every author creates. This is roughly $135 per page, and they were marketing these changes as better working environments. So a 20-page weekly chapter now earns the author 418,000 yen, or roughly $2,750. Multiply this by 52 weeks and you roughly get $143,000 a year. This is before taxes, assistant costs, equipment and medical expenses from work-related injuries, because the authors have to cover all of these costs because they are self-employed. In the city of Tokyo, where most mangaka work, this barely covers basic living expenses for a single person, let alone supporting the team of assistants that work for them, which are necessary for the weekly serialization.
Yeah, because you have to pay them out of...
So while Weekly Shonen Jump claim that they are addressing the working conditions of mangaka, they have provided a measly 12% pay increase to their authors. This is pennies in comparison to the billions that companies like Shueisha, who own Weekly Shonen Jump, generate from the labor of their creators. Hopefully this video has helped you to better understand the systematic abuse of manga authors, which Shonen Jump has been carrying out for decades. If there's anything that I've forgotten to mention, then let me know by continuing the discussion in the comments. And lastly, thank you for making it to the end of this one, and I cannot wait to see you.
What's up? Zero. What? Oshinoko anime's biggest fall from grace? What? Oh no, I'm not gonna watch this. Even though I'm caught up to the anime, I don't wanna see what they about to say. I don't believe you. Hear me out. Yeah, moving. I was waiting. I saw this video come out yesterday, but I didn't watch it because I was like, let me wait for it to do it on stream.
But even though it's present in so many different regions,
Give me a second. I gotta put this bowl away because I don't want to leave it here. I just remembered. Give me a second. Wait. You gotta have to write it on something else because it didn't show me everything you wrote, Zero. I think my dating would be she's less likely to cheat on me. Huh? What the freak did you just say? Hold up. I gotta see everything. Zero said, I date a racist snow bunny. Hear me out though. Hear me out. I date a racist white girl because she finds the inside of me more attractive than the outside. What the heck? Alright, let me just... Like, I feel like we just gotta know when Zero says hear me out, we shouldn't hear him. Because, like, everything that you're saying here... Never mind. Never mind.
Entertainment is undeniably one of the biggest industries on the planet. It is present in every region of the world, and everyone is very familiar with it at this point. But even though it's present in so many different regions and cultures, they'll have many points in common among one another. One of those points, of course, is unfortunately the aspect of controversy. More specifically, bad people who will gain power and take advantage of others. This is something that has happened and continues to happen as we speak. And no matter how many people get exposed, we keep finding more. And seeing that VTubing is a part of the entertainment industry, they also unfortunately share that same point in common. More specifically, in one of the two biggest VTubing corporations on the planet, Niji Sanji. I mean, seriously, this company keeps raising the bar as to how to not do things the right way, to the point where they have an entire playlist on my channel just dedicated to how bad of a company they are. Starting in February 2024, when one of their talents almost took their own life because of their toxic work culture, with them then deciding to terminate her and turn her own coworkers against her in one of the worst streams imaginable. And then slowly but surely, over the next months after that major incident, we started to truly understand the depth of the toxicity present internally at Niji Sanji. With the last video being almost 6 months ago, talking about how one of their biggest male VTubers is a serial harasser, targeting women internally, especially the ones that joined the company recently, and trying his best to take advantage of them. How could this get any worse, you might ask? Well, we just got new information on that VTuber specifically. The victim in question gave us more information about the things that he did to her, and even included an audio clip of her confronting him in a voice call and him replying to her. But what prompted this? This victim already gave us information 6 months ago. Why come out now out of all times and give us more information? Well, it's actually because someone leaked a voice call she was in from 6 months ago, back in December 2024, in which she insulted over 1 billion people due to their race, called for the death of all men on the planet, and admitted that she was a transphobe. Yes, it's because of this voice call leaking that the victim...
Like, I don't like when people just say phobe for everything. Because phobe is like a phobia. Isn't that like the fear of?
Decided to turn their apology into mostly talking about Aster. Okay, I'm not even kidding. I wish I was. This is like 2 videos in one, and honestly, it is such a train wreck that we have to talk about it. So let's do this. Alright, so this whole controversy involving Aster Arcadia and his behavior internally actually started with a completely separate incident. It involved none other than Luca Kaneshiro, one of the biggest male VTubers at Niji Sanji. His ex-mod, Raziel Warmonic, tweeted this out on March 29th, 2024, saying, "My experience with Java / Luca Kaneshiro," linking a Google Doc that is 58 pages long. This was a very extensive document showing receipts, DMs, and a lot of different proof in regards to how Luca is behind closed doors. Someone who is manipulative and borderline sociopathic. And as the thumbnail of my video about him suggests, yes, one of the things this document talks about is how he beat his meat in VR chat to Raziel without her consent. It honestly couldn't get more ridiculous, and it's safe to say that it ruined his reputation. Not to mention that Niji Sanji just barely went through a PR disaster with Selen Tatsuki's termination, so this didn't help at all. But here's the thing, this whole document mostly talked about Luca Kaneshiro, except one paragraph on page 55. This section had the title, Aster Arcadia Harassing Other Coworkers, saying, "I can confirm that Luca said that multiple girls were coming to him about the issue since management wouldn't do anything, and he discussed it with both Elira and I. I personally told him to gather as much evidence as possible and bring it to management since it shouldn't be Luca and Elira's job to regulate this issue. To my understanding, nothing was done about it." Raziel then showed a DM that she received from a Niji Sanji English VTuber saying, "To help you with clarity, I remember that incident, it was Aster." To which Raziel said, "Another Niji Sanji liver confirmed by DMs that the Aster allegations after this had been made public." So in a nutshell, even Luca, who was toxic and manipulative in his own way, was getting DMs from multiple Niji Sanji VTubers, we're talking talents here, telling him to help them convince management to do something about Aster Arcadia. Like, imagine it getting this bad. Having God knows how many VTubers complain and management still not budging. This was the first time that the mainstream VTubing community was made aware about this, about Aster's behavior internally. And instead of Nijisanji making a statement about this document regarding Luca or Aster, we only heard crickets because Nijisanji was in full radio silence until May. On May 29th, 2024, 2 months
My
after
birthday!
Raziel had posted her document, she tweeted, "I was just served a cease and desist from Anycolor Inc. in paper, Anycolor being the parent company of Nijisanji. I fully intend to comply with it as I have until now and will continue to into the future. That is all I will share on the matter. Thank you." So Nijisanji had sent a team of lawyers after Raziel with a cease and desist letter, and if she didn't comply and take down the Google document, she would face the wrath of their lawyers. To many, this was an admission of guilt, them saying, yeah, everything in this document's true, please get the hell out of here. But of course, the information was already out there, and this did nothing more but raise even more awareness about the document, staining their reputation further. But in that cease and desist that Raziel had received, there was this section that said that Anycolor takes its responsibility towards employees and those it manages and treats any allegations of misconduct seriously. It reacts appropriately to any allegations brought to its attention, including via personal consultations with its human resources and or legal representatives, and since April 12th, 2024, so 2 weeks after Raziel's document came out, through its internal whistleblowing policy for livers. Whoa, was Nijisanji actually taking this seriously? Were they taking steps to fix their internal toxic culture now that it's been brought up publicly? Just keep this paragraph in mind for later, okay? I'm sure you can guess where this is going. But regardless, even after this document had come out, Aster Arcadia would continue to stream regularly. This hadn't made enough of a dent in Nijisanji's management and hadn't really affected Aster Arcadia's reputation as much as the victims were hoping it would. And to be fair, it couldn't, because unlike Luca, there was no proof regarding Aster until September 2024. On September 19th, 2024, a VTuber at Nijisanji would vent to someone that she thought was a friend about her experiences with Aster Arcadia, revealing many things to us about how he was flirty when she told him to stop, wanting to fly her out to Japan so that they can stay in the same hotel room, and doing that to her friend who was not even a VTuber and was clearly a Nijisanji fan, very openly taking advantage of that. Now around November, that person who she thought was a friend would reach out to the YouTuber False ID, showing him those messages. This was done without this VTuber's permission. This completely endangered her position at Nijisanji, because she knew that even if she censored her name and remained anonymous, Nijisanji would eventually find out exactly who she was. But seeing that her friend had already broken her trust and reached out to False ID, she thought, you know what, might as well see this through to the end. So she also reached out saying, hey, thanks for accepting my request. Blank, which was her friend, told me he sent you some things and I was wondering if you'd be able to have a call with me, to which False ID said, sure, not a problem, what time works for you? That VTuber would then give even more details as to how she was badly treated by Aster Arcadia and how much of a sex pest he truly was internally in the company. All of this culminated into the bombshell drop of a video on December 6, 2024, in which False ID, for one of the first times, would reveal to the world the true depth of Aster Arcadia's very problematic behavior and how Nijisanji management has been repeatedly covering for him. As this was going on, many people made correlations between his current behavior and his past behavior before even joining Nijisanji, with many concluding that he used to go by the name Xigneon, a VR chat content creator that also exhibited a lot of this very problematic behavior with his peers. This video dropped a nuclear bomb in the VTubing community, with many content creators also picking up the story, including myself, and it eventually reached further beyond the VTuber demographic, even reaching the mainstream. This absolutely forced Nijisanji to put out some sort of a statement, and they couldn't stay silent on it like they were about the Luca Kaneshiro document. So 3 days after False ID's video came out, they tweeted out, "Thank you for your continued support of Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. Regarding the recent controversy, Anycolor has determined the following course of action. We have initiated an independent third-party investigation into these issues and will share the outcome with our livers and our community. This investigation will focus on the issues of sexual harassment and unauthorized information leakage to outside parties, and will include a thorough review of company policies and their implementation. Based on the outcome of this investigation, appropriate disciplinary actions will be taken, and updated policies will be shared with our livers and our community. Anycolor is committed to a safe and community-focused environment free from any type of inappropriate behavior." So of course, some people thought that yeah, this was a step in the right direction to conduct an investigation, but others quickly pointed out, wait, what is this sentence over here? The investigation will focus on the issues of sexual harassment and unauthorized information leakage to outside parties. Why is this even a concern? Like, this shouldn't even be part of the investigation. Like, you need to set your priorities straight here. So many were predicting that this leaker was going to suffer the wrath of Nijisanji, and Aster was going to continue doing what he always did. But it actually wasn't fully the case. The next day, Aster was supposed to go live with a cooking stream and a huge announcement. He then delayed it by a week and said this in his chat: "I will have to postpone the cooking stream, sorry. Missing some stuff and setup is complicated. Thank you for your understanding." He then delayed it again and again and again and again, and today we're at 7 different delays, with the most recent one being July 24th, 2025, the 3rd anniversary of his debut. I think it's very safe to say that this stream is most likely not happening, but regardless, he hasn't streamed a single time since False ID's video came out. And speaking of that video, the victim in question, the Nijisanji VTuber, had their name clearly censored. This was in an effort to protect their identity so that Nijisanji doesn't punish them. Many other YouTubers did their best to censor the name as well, but unfortunately, in the end, it didn't matter one bit. That friend who had initially reached out to False ID on that VTuber's behalf without asking her permission leaked over 100 pages of chat logs involving this VTuber on 4chan. Not even joking. Look at this. Look at all these messages, bro. It's insane. The secret was out. The VTuber in question was none other than Twisty Amanozako, someone who had only a few months prior joined Nijisanji and was now going to be in very big trouble. In these chat logs, she also revealed some other very worrying things, like how, for example, Nijisanji had encouraged her to go all out on her debut, asking for the best quality model, the best assets, the best everything, and her later finding out that this would be subtracted from her pay. She was essentially $10,000 in debt to Nijisanji. Every month, the majority of her paycheck would go towards paying that debt, so she was making no money whatsoever. Yet again, showing us just how much of an amazing company Nijisanji is. But who is Twisty Amanozako really? Well, we've already established that she's an English Nijisanji VTuber. Her debut was under the Denouth wave, I think that's how you spell it, alongside 2 other members. Their debut was officially on May 25th, 2024. So think about this. She wasn't even there for 6 months before Aster decided to make a move on her. It was almost instantaneous. As soon as she had joined, the Predator made his move. And speaking of Aster, this is definitely a household name for Nijisanji. He's by no means the biggest Nijisanji VTuber. He's not even comparable to someone like Luca Kaneshiro, but he was very popular throughout his debut before Nijisanji's reputation took a dump, and still is a very recognizable name today. In comparison, Twisty was dealt a very bad hand. Her debut was barely a couple months after the first initial sell-in catastrophe, so she joined the company at its lowest point. She had a fanbase, but it wasn't much in comparison to Luca, and shortly after False ID's video about Astro Arcadia came out, she all of a sudden went radio silent. She stopped streaming on her channel. She stopped showing up on collabs. That's when she would all of a sudden announce an indefinite hiatus, something usually reserved for very big life events.
She graduated, huh?
People were hoping for the best, but they were expecting the worst. Because based on past events with this company, I mean, why wouldn't they? We wouldn't hear from her or ask her for almost a year until June 2025, when she would go live playing League of Legends on her PL account. PL referring to past life. In the VTubing community, this means the account or persona you used before becoming a corporate VTuber. In this case, Twisty's PL account is none other than...
the whole VTuber community as well. Never mind. I might even go attack them, because one day I might make a VTuber. I mean, we already said we were gonna make a VTuber model at that time, so I am gonna say that. That sounds so disturbing.
Lulu Deliria. And this was a very big deal because under Nijisanji's contract, you are strictly prohibited from creating any sort of content outside of your Nijisanji persona. You can't tweet on your past life account. You cannot stream on your past life account. You can't even play a game with someone else who's streaming unless you're your Nijisanji persona. This is a big breach of contract, and it made people think, wait, was she kicked out? Many were concerned for her until 4 days later, when this video would be published on YouTube, in which you can hear her say the most vile and crazy things imaginable in a leaked voice call. I downloaded this as soon as it came out because I knew YouTube was going to remove it, and hey, they did. So I came prepared. The video starts off with context, saying Twisty is talking to her friend about one of her fans named Epic, who is Indian. I think you can already tell where this is going, right? Starting off strong. There are subtitles in this video, and whenever they're green, it means that Twisty is talking. It's 7 minutes 45 seconds long, and I'm going to show you the 3 main most important clips. You'll understand what I mean. Starting with the first one, watch.
There you go. Twitter's useless, but just to like me talking to Epic for like an entire 2 hours. But it's not that bad, I guess. Well, talking to an Indian sounds pretty terrible. Okay.
What? What'd she say?
Hours, but it's not that bad, I guess. Well, talking to an Indian.
Talking to an Indian sounds pretty terrible, so.
Sounds pretty terrible. Okay.
God, dude.
Don't be a red light, okay. Oh, I hate Epic and I hate his kind, so.
Guys! Like, I feel like the only issue that I have is like when people are doing this behind closed doors, right? I was watching this video of this guy, this white guy, right? And this little white boy made a video and he was like, little white boy, he was eating some food in the video and he said he wants to find a girl who can cook like this, right? And the white guy with the mustache who was watching the video, he said, man, this Nick. And I was like, it was so funny. You know what I mean? But then I started watching more of this guy's videos, right? And this guy, that's just how he is. You know what I mean? He's just straight to the point. There's no sugarcoating. He just says what it is, right? And when people are like that, it's kind of refreshing, you know? Because I feel like if that's you and that's who you are, if I don't like it, then I'm just sort of, move away from you. But especially with the whole thing that we like to talk about, like people have the freedom to talk and say whatever they want to say, then let them say whatever they want to say. You can't get mad that they saying what they want to say. But I only get mad when they just like, but I didn't want to, like, because he said something to, I'm like, nah. If this is how you talk, this is how you talk. Just do it. Just let it fly. Let these words fly. She said, what'd she say again? She said, I don't like him and I don't like his kind.
Oh, I hate Epic and I hate his kind.
Yeah, I hate him and I hate his kind. If this girl would have walked up, right, on stream, right after this, right, listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. I truly believe this. She probably would have lost some, they probably would have kicked her from Niji Shanzi or whatever. But if this girl would have standed on business and was like, what? Did I stutter when I said it? I don't like his people. I don't like them. Bro, if she would have said that, bro, a lot of people, she probably would have lost a lot of them. Because I believe like a lot of the VTuber, or people who watch VTubers are. But like, I'm not even going. But like, if she would have said that, I would have been like, I don't know if I want to be here, but respect, miss. You stood on business. You said what you said, and you stuck to it. But once they bring up the video recorder, and she's like, that's when I have an issue. Don't do that. You said it. Let it fly. Once they step up to you and said, did you say you don't like Indian people? I want her to be like, did you watch the video? And then the person would be like, yes, I did see the video. Was the volume up? Yes, the volume was up. I think you need some Q-tips or something then. Cause I said what I said. Man, I would have been like, oh snap, she said what she said. And listen, she probably would have lost Niji Sanji. She probably would have lost some people. But a lot of people would have respected it. A lot of people would have respected it. Just stand on it, you know? If that's you, that's you. Don't hide behind it, you know? Don't act like it. That's why, like, when I talk to, like, older white people, and they say something that kind of sound borderline, I don't get mad because I'm just like, hey, first of all, they definitely probably had some of my, they definitely had some of them probably, you know? And if that's the case, hey, as long as they're not like, you know, physically being violent, I'm just like, hey, they talking. They saying what they say, He's like, oh, I haven't seen one of you people in a minute. But like, oh, for real, man, we all around here. You gotta step outside more, sir. But like, yeah, I hate that because once they brought this up, I bet she you know, she ran behind the door and was like, but I didn't really, I was just angry and he said something to me and it was just a moment of, nah, we can't be doing that, miss.
So, ever since, I feel like, did you say something to him because he stopped sending you stuff?
Like money or what?
No, porn.
A bear or Epic? I don't remember saying anything to Epic, but I probably have called it. I've definitely called him a creep, but I don't know how recent.
What the freak? Hold up.
No, stop.
I gotta pay attention now. Rewind. What did you say?
A bear? Like money or what?
No, porn.
Oh, she one of them?
A bear or Epic? I don't remember saying anything to Epic, but I probably have called it. I've definitely called him a creep, but I don't know how recent.
Hold up. Did she say she called him a creep, but she's sending him pictures? She's sending him pictures of...
I definitely haven't spoken to him in months.
I think Epic is like attached to my she model.
I think so too.
Cause it was like,
awesome.
I think he's a pedophile and an Indian.
I cannot wait to meet him.
What? Yo, freak! She said, I think he's a pedo and an Indian? What the heck does that mean?
cause it was like,
I think he's a pedophile and an
I
Indian.
cannot wait to meet him.
What? Freak?
cause it was like,
I think he's a pedophile and an
I
Indian.
cannot wait to meet him.
Oh my gosh. I don't care for any of these people, man.
Meet him IRL. Should have like a little meet and greet.
he's really like she.
That guy's trying to
Is
save
Epic
it.
living?
Yeah, why?
I swear to God, if he shows up to my meet and greet, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm not even kidding.
Wait, why? Why?
Okay, I'm sure he's not gonna go. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know how far it is from him, but I feel like solely to piss me off, that is something he would do. People like Epic and Bear should honestly know.
Right,
Oh
so
my
I'm sure
God.
that's already one.
Oh my gosh, miss. Calm down. Does she not know they being recorded?
People like Epic and Bear should honestly know.
Oh my
Right, so I'm sure
okay,
that's
okay.
already one hell of a way to start the video.
Yeah.
Insulting over 1 billion people, talking so badly about someone who's supposedly your fan. Now listen, I get making fun of people who are parasocial, who think that VTuber streamers are actually their VTuber IRL and they're in love with an anime girl. Yeah, sure, I mean, it's fun to make fun of people like that. But to say that he smells like curry just because he's Indian and going ahead and
that's what you
insulting
said?
his entire race is definitely wild. But hey, we're only getting started. Here's the next clip.
Did you get her free tickets as a birthday present?
I don't even think I can get myself
go
tickets.
all the
Wait,
way.
why not?
Because my company hates me. I feel like you overlook that factor a lot.
I'll say go.
Wife, the new fucking Brave group wave is so bad. I'm actually like shocked. I don't know how the they got in, because genuinely, it's like the worst I've ever seen.
Wait, does
Like the one girl,
Oh,
she
yeah.
literally, I need to send you her videos. I'm not even being mean, wife. Like, I'm genuinely like shocked and kind of pissed off. I don't even get a fucking call back, and this girl, who literally the worst I've ever seen. I'm not kidding. Like, it's bad.
Wait,
She
what
has,
are you
like,
talking about?
Trans rights in her Twitter bio, which I feel like
I'm
should be a red flag for any VTuber company if you're talking about that stuff publicly.
Wait,
And she
Wait.
doesn't really stream, but she uploaded some YouTube videos, and
Wait, are they,
there's
like-
really
are
terrible
they-
covers.
Are they like?
Who the heck is this blue chick talking, bro?
Like Niji Boy?
I'm saying blue chick because it's the blue text. I don't know if it's her back there. Oh.
No, Brave Girl.
Oh. I don't know.
She is for the new wave that's gonna debut soon.
I don't know. Maybe they saw something in them.
I don't know what the fuck they would see in her. Like they must be blind.
Like the thing that I don't like I said, is because she's not standing 10 toes. But it's like, how could you say I don't want to be mean or anything? Just say what you gotta say, because you just said I don't like his kind. Okay, that's kind of right. Just let it fly. She said, "Well, I'm not even trying to be mean." What do you mean I'm trying to be mean?
Well, I don't know. It's objective. Okay.
No, like objectively, it's really bad, wife. Like I will send you it and you'll understand. Like
Objectively.
it is just very bad.
Okay. It's because the company, like, they really want to make money, right? So they're looking for people that can do the lewd ASMR.
I don't even think this girl can do lewd ASMR. Or do you mean like the one you're talking about?
Oh no, I'm just talking about the CEO person.
Oh yeah.
Lewd ASMR. How about she is like cute in her own way?
She's not cute in her own way, wife. I'm not kidding. Like I could not get through this. Like it's really bad. Like it's shock. I cannot believe that she was hired. Like not even like just being mean because I'm transphobic.
No,
like,
part of it's that.
No, it's not. You watched the video.
Bro, I swear, man, I can't believe this person got a call back and I didn't, man. And I swear, it's not because I'm trans. But she does have a trans flag in her bio, and that is a red flag. So look, Brave Group is another VTuber agency. She's clearly salty that they didn't call her back, and she had to eventually settle for Niji Sanji. So it's her taking out her anger at one of the people that got accepted for the new wave. The way she said it, though, didn't sit right with a lot of the VTuber community, and we'll get to that later. But there's one more clip here, and this to many was the final nail in the coffin.
Listen, I didn't want to be mean. I was gonna say that too, though. I didn't want to be mean. I was like, come on, miss. Like, please. Listen, I'm only saying that because I know for 75% certainty she's putting that voice on. 75%. Come on now. 75%. I ain't being mad at her. I'm just saying, listen, her it's the skills. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Titan. I was like, at first I started thinking, I was like, but why is it this one specifically? Like, is it, like, it kind of sounds like she's whispering, right? But then it kind of sounds like she's, like, talking, but it's making my ears hurt. I'm just like, okay, I'm like, what, are you trying to, like, what are you?
I think it's cute. Well, your legs are really long, though.
It doesn't make sense, because the upper, like, half of my body is so compact, and then you just have the longest legs on the planet. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
They kind of look like me. Because I have, like, the... Remember the raccoon wanted me to have, like...
Oh, yeah, he wanted you to have long, sexy legs.
Oh, bro, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, but...
I'm not even trying to be, like...
It's literally...
I'm not even joking.
Because their audience are all...
Like, it's weird, because of how the audio, like, be shifting. It's like she's right in my ear. I'm just like, yo, get out my ear. She got one of them ASMR mics, bro.
Twitter trend, and they don't want to piss them off, which is weird because none of those people watch
nasally,
videos,
yeah.
So why should I care about like them being pissed off? Like it's so stupid.
Why should they care about you being pissed off?
Then why'd they hire me?
For fun.
Like, maybe they could have looked into the future and, like, realized that the girl who talked about wanting to be a lolly wanted to be a lolly. I don't know. That just kind of seems weird to me.
I feel like it's pretty obvious that they knew that, based on what they were talking to you about.
Okay, no, it's because they want to
just
hire you, right? But then they're like,
They
okay.
just lied to me pretty much.
Like,
They
what?
literally just lied to me.
Everybody else speaks
That's
normal.
they wanted to hire you.
And if this is her right here, love the design. Love the model. But this don't even sound like her, bro.
Yeah, so they lied.
It's fine. You can get a lolly model next time.
They're never gonna give me a fucking only model. Like, it makes me so mad. And everybody wonders why I don't want to stream. Like, my fans are fucking retarded, and they're upset that I spam collabs all day. Have you ever considered it's because none of you like send me any money at all?
Wow. Not her begging for money after saying she don't like those kind of people. But yeah, I have my memberships up. Alright, let's continue.
Like, it's just crazy to me that they don't understand like the connection. And I mean, I can't blame them because they're all like underage kids, and that's Niji Sanji's fan base. But why do you want to pander to those people? Give us ugly models that they pay nothing for. Take all of our income. Like,
Weird.
I'm so sick of pronouns. They're so fucking lame. Why are all men just men?
What? Hold up now. Oh nah. Listen, now I'm going bite back. I was smooth. I was chilling with everything else you said, but now, listen. She said a race of people, like a whole race, and I ain't saying nothing about that. But now she's talking about the whole species. No, not species. Species is human, but like men is like the gender. Yeah. Now she attacking us. Oh nah, man. Oh, let's go back. I want to hear what she said exactly.
Sick of pronouns. They're so fucking.
I don't know what that is.
Why are all men just men?
Wow.
I don't know.
Like, they're literally all the same. Bear has a fucking mental breakdown because he thinks that we're actually dating or something. And he messages me and spams me non-stop because he can't understand.
Okay, guys.
You know what's crazy? It's like these same type of people that these same type of people that call all men mentally ill and all these things, they all end up, once they end up getting caught and people end up finding out that they are kind of one of the bigoted stuff, whatever bigot means, honestly. I hear it a lot. Sex, yeah, that's what I meant to say. I hear it a lot. Don't know exactly what it means, but they all end up falling back to, well, I've been going through a lot and I just don't know, like it wasn't like I didn't try to like hurt anyone. I was just going through a lot of things at the time, and I'm just like, you're going through some what, mental stuff? What, did your mind kind of like take over and do its own thing?
Yeah, men are mentally ill, and I think they should all die, honestly.
All
What?
Right, what a video, right? Yes, excuse
Oh
the
my
censorship,
God.
otherwise YouTube
I didn't know it could get worse.
was going to take down this video too. But in a nutshell, near the end, you can see Twisty insulting both Bear and Drinos. From what I know, they're her top donators, and
Drino.
of course are probably very parasocial. But again, the reaction that was exhibited from her here is way over the top.
You
saying
see,
that all
this is
men
what
should,
pisses me off. This is what pisses me off, right? Because, like, this is what pisses me off with those OF girls who try to become activists at the end. It's like, there's no way you can call the guys who pay you or anything creeps, because they're literally funding your life, and you're doing this for them, practically, right? Because you want their money, right? Her top donators. She's saying, "Oh, they're weird and they have problems and everything," and I'm just like, "Hold up, miss." She's over here talking about people not giving her money, so she wants the money, and the people who are giving her the most money, she's calling them weird. This girl, I think she was projecting about the MH, bro. I think she was projecting on that.
ceased to exist. As you can imagine, this blew up the VTuber community. Yet another Nijisanji VTuber was able to do that. And so on the same exact day this video came out, she put out a statement on her PL Twitter account
Apologizing.
saying, "This is something I have been reflecting on long before today. I know not everyone will agree with my decision to post this, but I feel like my fans and the people hurt by my words deserve clarity and an apology." Linking an even bigger statement saying, "A recording of me from almost a year ago was leaked, and I want to address that to the best of my ability today. What I said was hateful, cruel, and insanely inappropriate, racist, transphobic, and honestly just straight up mean. I don't want to try to make excuses. Regardless of what I was angry about or dealing with, those words were wrong.
Regardless of what I was dealing with.
Up to it.
You see how she threw a little Easter, like she threw a little Easter egg in there? What I was going through and what I was dealing with. Even though she said it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what I was going through at the time, what I was mad about, who I was mad with, what I was going through, what they did to me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Come on now.
Racist, transphobic, and honestly just straight up mean. I don't want to try to make excuses. Regardless of what I was angry about or dealing with, those words were wrong and I want to fully own up to it. That conversation came from a place of protectiveness and frustration over how someone close to me was being treated. But regardless, that doesn't excuse the language I used, and I'm sorry that my anger boiled over into something so ugly and so hurtful to many. To me, words were always just words. There was never any deeper meaning to anything. I felt that if you had the ability to speak, why not say whatever you want? I never really questioned the thoughts nor beliefs I grew up with until very recently. I've luckily been able to meet some kind-hearted and wonderful people that pushed, supported, and urged me to become better and grow as a person. I started to realize how much power words carry. They are able to hurt people, inflict and reinforce harm, and even make people feel unsafe, even if I didn't mean it that way. I feel that over the past few months, I have come to understand that being careless doesn't mean my actions are not harmful. To me, growth is about unlearning things, listening, and actually thinking before I speak, and learning how to take responsibility for my actions. After gaining these new friends who were able to correct and educate me on all of the things I had done wrong, I realized that words are not just words, and they can hold meanings that are able to affect the lives of others. I've had a lot of time to reflect on how I speak and how I treat people, and I fully intend to be better. As someone who lives in America, even just in 2025 alone, I have witnessed many injustices towards marginalized communities, things that I cannot unsee or ignore. Growing up, I was surrounded by certain attitudes and beliefs that I never questioned. I took them as normal, even though they were rooted in ignorance and bias. When my mom found out that I didn't vote for the hateful and oppressive president she supported, she nearly disowned me. That moment really shook me because it made me realize how much my identity had been shaped by trying to meet other people's expectations or avoid conflict.
My God, she's still trying to avoid conflict. Well, listen, it's because of my family. It's because of them. Okay, listen, they were angry at me because I didn't vote for him. So you have to understand, it isn't really my fault. It's their fault. Listen. It isn't fully me. Okay. Because it's just the world that I live in. People just say racist stuff. So I just assumed that, I just guess my mind just made me believe that it was okay to say. What? This is all you, miss. Take it to the shit. That's all I said. She should have. Look it. This doesn't just come out of nowhere. People talk like this because they talk like this, right? Like when you hear people say the N-word, right? That's not their first time saying it. They say it more than you think they say it. You know what I mean? If you see anybody say it, like, you'll never really hear me say it, right? But like, people say things in private before they say it in public. So her saying, I don't like that kind, I don't like men, all men should, right? Her saying all that came from the true, like, her true self. She truly believes those things. And a lot of girls believe those things nowadays, which is pretty insane. Because I'm just like, wow, really? Really? All of them? All of them? Really? Like, every single one of them? Like, you've not met not one? And it's crazy because it's like, if they were as bad as you guys think, you guys will be gone! Like, I don't, like, listen, I know there's bad people everywhere, right? But the thing that throws me off is, like, when women say these things, I'm just like, yo, are you serious right now? Because if we were as bad as you are claiming we are, you wouldn't exist anymore. Or if you were, all this, you going outside, you doing this, would not happen. If we were as bad as you say. It is crazy. The same women who say all men are this, all men are that, can go to the supermarket casually, go inside, grab whatever they want, get in their car, drive home, like a normal day. But there's like they'll stand on all of them are R's and people who beat people and do things to people. Really? All of them? Because it looks like you just went over there and there was a whole bunch of guys around and nothing happened to you. Kind of looks like not everybody's like that. Interesting. Really interesting. Like, I don't understand. I truly don't. I truly don't. I truly don't. I don't think I ever will. It's crazy because we had this conversation last stream about how easy it is. How easy it is to make. Excuse me. I'm still laughing when I watched that old video of Pokey. I feel like it's funny too because of how she did it. She's like, It's so funny too. It's so funny. Cause I feel like, the way people's voices are is what makes it funny. You know, like their voice, like her voice saying it is funny. I think. This is a crazy world, bro. It's crazy. We've convinced women that all men are terrible. We've convinced women that they can do whatever they want. We convince women that they are exactly like men. We convince women they are like men, but men are terrible. We convince women that babies are babies. We've convinced women that they can walk outside naked if they want to. We convince women that OF is empowering. It's insane. It's truly insane, right? And she said, like all men have MH, and I'm just like MHP, and I'm just like, I mean, a lot do. We can say that, like a high level of population, but if anything, the woman in the West, y'all, I think y'all up there more. You know what I mean? Y'all definitely, y'all definitely, because I feel like you guys feel too much, you know, and that's the biggest thing that's plaguing you guys. I think because you feel so much, no matter what. Yo, I be talking to my the women in my family, bro. I can tell you this right now. I can say everything perfectly, but I say one thing that they don't like. That's what they grab and they run with it, right? And they run with it. And I'm just like, did you hear what I said before? No, they didn't. Because they felt hurt about the last thing that I said. Or the thing that I said in the middle, so they kept that to their chest. Come on. Can we just step back? Can we just step back, really? That Pokey clip is funny? It is really funny. Can we just step back, though? Man, you ain't funny. That's not true. Okay.
First time I truly stood my ground on something I believed in, even when it cost me. That experience pushed me to start thinking for myself more critically, to ask why I believed what I believed, and to recognize how easy it is to stay complicit in harmful systems when you're just going along with what you've always been taught. Look, we're halfway through, but so far, this apology would have maybe worked like 10 years ago, but
what you've always been taught, which means none of this is my fault. They taught this to me, guys. They made me think this way, guys. It's all them, not me, okay? I know I said I'm not, like, there's no excuses to be made, but I'm making a big excuse now. Like my aunt, right? I've mentioned, like, one of my white aunts, right? I mean, my only white aunt that I know. She has people in her family that are extremely, extremely, you know, that you walk across their lawn, they're like, get that off my... But this woman is one of the, like, there's no way she is. Right? She'd go into these black countries, helping out these. So like she's doing it out of the goodness of her heart, just helping these people. Right? She was taught or raised around people who, guess what, don't really like those kind of people. Okay? But she decided, oh no, now I'm not going to let that dictate my life. So she changed it. Right? So she ain't that way and her kids aren't that way. My cousins, they're not that way. Right? Right. So now, this girl's gonna say, well, it was them. It was all their fault, not me. It's not like I made a choice. It's not like I'm an adult that can make choices. It's not that I don't know that drinking and driving is bad. Oh, no. Everybody in my family does it. So I was just around the environment, so I thought it was fine. What? Ichigo, what's going on? I'm back with more questions. What you got, Ichigo?
But today, even ChatGPT can come up with something better. Anyway, second page. But I feel that this past year has been a turning point. With the help of my friends who have educated me and shared their experiences, I've started to really understand just how much harm those old ways of thinking can cause. I have made the choice to turn away from what I was raised on and to actively unlearn all that harmful rhetoric. Maybe it's dumb to say because this conversation happened not that long ago. Yeah, this voice call was from December 2024, so 6 months ago. Anyway, she continues. But even in the small period since this incident occurred, I do think I have started to grow more as a person. I want to be absolutely 100% clear on this. Despite all of the awful things I said, I have never truly held those views. And to this day, I still do not. The words I used were...
No, I don't believe you. This girl was like, oh, I don't like his kind. And then she said, talking to Indians is kind of weird. And then she said, I don't like Indians. Yo, no. This is how you truly feel. Oh, I forgot. I knew it was dying too, and I forgot to charge it. This is how you truly feel. She was raised around people that hate men, Indians, and trans. I mean, I guess, yeah. She was raised by people who hate the T's, who hate Indians, and who hate men. So she just thought it was fine. She didn't. You know how you know she didn't think it was fine? Because if she thought it was fine, then she would have said it in her streams. But she never said it in her streams. She never said it in her streams. She said it when she thought she was talking with somebody one-on-one. Exactly. Joanne? Exactly. Because I know, listen, I know. I mean, no, I wasn't raised that way. Okay, no, I have a lot of people, like the older people in my family, they be drinking. They be drinking. Guess what? I don't drink at all. What does that mean? I was taught that way. They gave me, when I was like 8 or 9. No, I was like, 9 or 10. They gave me my first beverage. Alcoholic beverage. They were trying to put me on, but I was like, nah, that ain't me. That ain't me. So these people just using excuses. Excuses. It's so easy to do that. It's so easy to do that. Especially once you are an adult and you're able to make rational decisions. Because even me, like when I started looking up about like just history of the world and everything, and like the school system and how a lot of the things that we found out and learned are not true and everything, you know what that made me do with the mind that I have now, the adult mind that I have now? I was able to look at them and be like, dang, okay, so this is what they told us. Let me find out what's real. Let me think on my own, right? Let me do my own thinking. Let me do my own research. Let me do my own thing, right? Because I'm able to do that. But this girl, I don't know how old she is, but she's an adult, is over here blaming her mom still. She's like, but my mom literally just got mad at me because I didn't vote for him, so I just assumed that I was stuck and I was trapped in this box. You grown. And it's crazy because a guy can't use that. Okay, let's just press play. Let's see where it continues to go. Let's see where it goes.
Ignorant and deeply hateful, but I do not believe they represent my actual beliefs or values.
She just said she got a T flag in her bio. Red flag. I don't think that's truly how I feel. I think they programmed me. Listen, do I think programming exists? I mean, it do. But once you're up here, you gotta understand. You gotta do your own thing with your mind now. You gotta do your own thing with your mind now. You gotta do your own thing with your mind now, right? You gotta do your own thing.
Transphobic, violent, or otherwise any type of dehumanizing language has no place in the community I would like to create. Even in moments of frustration or anger or anything, saying those things was unacceptable, and I am deeply ashamed of myself. I know a lot of people see me as based or want to put their views and feelings onto me, but that is not the type of person I am. I'm just a girl who wants to stream and have fun with her friends and fans, thinking about cute seals and cute girls. I have never and will never promote that type of behavior to my fans, and I regret setting a bad example for them. I also want to clarify a few things. I do not hate my fans. What I said was in a moment of burnout and bitterness aimed at the people who spam me for specific content while not respecting or giving me value as a person. I let that frustration turn into a generalization, and that's my responsibility. It doesn't make those words okay, and I'm deeply sorry to everyone I hurt by saying them. I have nothing but respect and admiration for artists. I never wanted to demean anyone's work. In the whole conversation that was emitted from the clip, I was talking about how much I wish I could have different model proportions, such as those this artist draws so beautifully. I really have a lot of love and respect for their work and have always been extremely vocal about this. I am unable to fully clarify the contents of my original statement there, but I want to reiterate that it had absolutely nothing to do with the beyond wonderful art. I know that there is no perfect way to apologize, and some people won't be able to forgive me, and that is 100% okay. I'm honestly just extremely sorry it happened at all. I know this has disappointed many, some will never forgive me, and again, I genuinely cannot blame them. I'm sorry that I ever said these things, and I will keep doing the work to make sure that I never say them again. Thank you to those who stood up to me, and to those who have called me out on it. I am paying attention, and I'm learning. I'm trying to move forward as the person I want to be.
That's what I would have said.
I was on that call.
I would have been, yo, I'm sorry, the clip got out. Y'all weren't supposed to hear that. y'all weren't supposed to see the real me like that. Man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. Y'all weren't supposed to hear that. That was supposed to be for me and the boys. Y'all weren't supposed to hear that I don't like. Who don't I like?
A lot of things I wish I could address, but I'm unable to. For what I have said, I tend to struggle with words, so I hope that I was able to convey my feelings properly to you. I'm going to be taking some time and stepping back to focus on myself and take this seriously. I genuinely never want to be that person again. To those groups I hurt, to my fans, and to anybody else affected, I truly apologize. Anyway, don't come up with your opinion just yet, because there's way more to this story, but this was her initial apology. And I'd say by now, the community was divided in two camps.
Pause. I'm trying to pause the video. There you go. That is so true, Ichigo. So true. Yeah, she dodging. She bobbing and weaving. Listen. I know I said those things, but listen. It wasn't me, okay? It was the world. The world did it to me. The world did it to me. The world did it to me. Listen, you gotta get to a point where you're just like, yo, I know the world told me X, Y, and Z. But now it's my time to actually fix everything. You know what I mean? Now it's my turn to fix everything. Like I was just mentioning, the world said, it is okay to. I'm gonna keep bringing this up because it's a crazy thing. The world said it's okay to delete things. Things that apparently aren't babies, but if you let it sit long enough, it will be. The world said it was okay to do that. Okay? What does that mean? Does that mean that you have to do it now because the world said to do it? Or does that mean you can sit down and think and be like, that doesn't sound like it makes sense. Let me think about this. Let me think about it. Let me do my own research. Because the world has been making us trust everything they say like it's Bible, bro. Like it is everything. Whatever I say, you gotta do. Because I know better than you. That's what the world's been telling us. And this is like, some things you say do be making sense, but some things don't be at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I should be listening to everything you say, because you be saying a lot of wrong things. So you gotta understand, at a certain point, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter. It doesn't matter how long this happened or who it happened to, because if you live in a house full of dealers and like people who be, lighting stuff up, and then you decide to do it, guess what? You can't say in court, well, I was in an environment where they all did it, so it's their fault, not mine. Guess what's gonna happen? You going to jail. They're not gonna look at them. They don't care about them because they didn't get caught. You going. So you gotta have to sit back and be like, you know what? I don't think what they're doing is right. Let me find my own path. Let me do my own thing. In my Spider-Man voice. I'm gonna do my own thing, right? And then you start seeing the world differently, you know? Like when you step outside and you look at the world like, okay, nobody but my family cares about me out here. So let me think about that when I'm talking, like when I think about things. So would they tell me the truth about these things if they don't care about me? I don't know if they would. Do they think I matter enough to tell me the truth about this thing? I don't know if they do. So now you start thinking on yourself. You start finding your own thing. You start doing your own research. Then you start finding out the thing. But it's easier though. It's kind of like the whole Matrix thing. Like in the movie The Matrix. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a pretty old movie. But it's one of the biggest, like the dopest movies. I feel like everybody should watch it at least one time. One of the guys in the movie, I don't want to spoil too much, but because The Matrix is about a movie, The Matrix is a movie about like the world all being fake, right? Everybody's booted up the systems and everything, and like we're all walking around in the simulation practically, right? So the movie's about this guy waking up and, trying to save the whatever crap, right? Not crap. It's a really good movie. One of the guys said at the end, or towards the end, he wanted to get plugged back into it, right? He knows what the real world is, but he doesn't want to know anymore. He just wants to get plugged back into the machine. And a lot of people are like that, right? But guess what? I don't want to be like one of them people. I want to know what's going on. Especially when I'm bringing people into this world, I gotta know. So I know what to do for them. You know? That's all I'm saying.
The first camp were people who were absolutely outraged at her words, like this person replying here saying we all have bad days, but doesn't mean we should be throwing a tantrum and saying racist and homophobic things while calling your fans broke. Do better. The other camp was calling her based and wanted to follow her socials until she apologized, saying things like, welp, this sucks, thought we actually had a good one, but nah, she caved.
You see?
In fact,
I told you! I told you! You see? I told you, bro. If she would have stayed 10 toes, and she was like, yo, did I stutter? I told you I didn't like them people over there. They be smelling like spices and stuff. Yo, if she would have stood all business. Yo, I'm telling you right now, I think she would have been bigger. Especially in a world where they try to minimize things that we can say, you know? Oh, shoot. Freaking fruit flies, whatever that was, right? They're like, oh no, you have to call me what was the thing? Zer. You have to call me Zer. That's what you have to call me, right? And then I'm like, sir, no, remember, you have to call me this. I'm just like, really? I'm like, yeah, you have to do all of this. You have to change this. No, you can't speak that way. You can't say that everything, right? And since the world's been doing that to us so much lately, it's so refreshing when people are just direct. You know what I mean? They just say what's on their mind. They don't even care. Because she caved, she lost not only the people who were with her, but she lost the people who stuck around because they thought this girl was something. They were like, oh shoot, okay. Look at that. Well, this sucks. You see, I told you. Thought she was actually one of the good ones, but nah, she caved. Man, she should have stuck on it, man. Now she lost both sides. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. That's the real her too. Crazy.
This sucks. Thought we actually had a good one, but nah, she caved. Sucks. In fact, many of the hidden replies that I'm not going to click on fully support her and encourage her to continue being herself and not cave in to Twitter.
see?
Now look, I'm not here to teach you morals. I hope your parents did that. But the fact of the matter is, a majority, or hell, at least a big chunk of Niji Sanji fans in general strongly identify with the LGBT community. Many of the ones that happen to watch female VTubers also...
You see, that's why I said. That's why I said. That's why I said. I knew it was gonna get like she was gonna lose like almost everyone, because it's like if you're in the alphabets at all, if somebody disrespects one of them, oh nah, y'all all like, oh nah, we gotta run, we gotta have their back. And I'm gonna say, really? Every single one? They're like, yep. You say one of the letters, all of them are involved. So she lost everyone. She lost the majority of her audience because of that. But she would have held a strong following if she would have been like, yo, I'm standing on business. I don't like those people. If she would have said that, she would have kept some at least. But now she lost everything.
also happen to be men. And hell, I wouldn't be surprised if a sizable percentage of those men were Indian. This was Twisty giving the biggest, fattest, thickest...
Wait, let me hear what...
Female VTubers also happen to be men with the LGBT community. Many of the ones that happen to watch female VTubers also happen to be men. And hell, I wouldn't be surprised if a sizable percentage of those men were Indian. This was Twisty giving the biggest, fattest, thickest middle finger to the entire demographic of Niji Sanji, the corporation she represents. So when it came to her already existing community and fans, she had thrown them under the bus. A new demographic was welcoming her with open arms, but she refused that too.
Exactly.
So essentially she had burned all her bridges.
Dumb.
But she wasn't done talking just
Of course she wasn't.
yet. She actually didn't take any breaks and would continue streaming on her PL account. At some point in her chat, she said, "It's okay, I'm retiring soon. We don't need intros or outros. We will be ASMR only. Nothing matters but ASMR." So people were thinking, oh wait, is she actually officially leaving Niji Sanji now? But before they could answer that question or finish theorizing, a second black background stream had hit the Niji Towers. This is in reference to the first black background stream that was done during the Selen controversy that proved to be catastrophic for the company's reputation. This time though, it was Twisty on her PL account, live streaming for 30 minutes in a stream titled A Sincere Apology and My Truth, currently sitting at almost 100,000 views. Now look, I know the video's long, don't worry, I wrote down the most important aspects of it. It wasn't an easy watch. She's speaking in her lolly voice and she's whispering to the microphone. This might as well be renamed to Indian Hating Girlfriend Apology ASMR or something. But deep in this apology, you will find a 1-minute clip of her confronting Astro Arcadia in a voice call, with him clearly replying to her with his voice. And of course, I'll make you listen to that. But before we get to that, what was the whole point of this video? Well, I'll tell you. But first, I want you to listen to this 5-second clip because this is how she sounds like for the entirety of these 30 minutes.
Coming from someone who said all of that disgusting stuff, and, I guess...
Yeah, no, you're not crazy. It actually does sound that low. Anyway, she starts off the video reiterating the fact that she is a changed person, guys, that she now realizes the gravity of her mistakes, etc., etc. And then she gets into the juicy stuff, detailing her experience with Niji Sanji. She says that Niji Sanji had presented itself as a dream opportunity but ended up being a nightmare. Unclear communication, delays, toxicity, and unprofessionalism. For the first 8 months, she had no steady income whatsoever because most of it was going towards the debt she had with Niji Sanji. And to illustrate the toxicity, she gives us an example. She thought she had a friend within the company, showed them her new outfit that she was going to announce to everyone, and then that supposed friend shared her outfit 10 minutes before the stream, in which she actually reveals the outfit for the first time, completely ruining the surprise. I mean, at this point, pick. You want to work in the North Korean government or Niji Sanji? It's practically the same thing. She then says on July 2024, she contacted Niji Sanji management to let them know about a VTuber who has a history of preying on new hires, especially women. She was told no action would be taken and that apparently such incidents have been brought up before multiple times involving that same VTuber. Remember, she wasn't the first one, and it seemed like she wasn't going to be the last at all. Management then made sure to specify never speak to anyone about this again. So her and a bunch of other coworkers who went through the same thing with Astro Arcadia got together and pleaded to management for them to take this seriously. Unfortunately though, it didn't do anything. Management was still doubling down and saying, nope, we can't do anything about this, don't mention this again. She then talks about the false ID video. On November 2024, her supposed friend leaks many of her messages on 4chan, but nothing really happens to her until these videos start coming out. This is when Niji Sanji would instruct her to take a break from her work, and an internal investigation began. According to her, 80% of the conversations with investigators were her explaining VTuber culture, how VTubers worked, and what this industry was about. And only 20% were her explaining her relationship with Aster and how he was harassing her and other women. When the call was done, the investigation team said they would follow up afterwards, and they never did. To this day, Twisty is convinced no real investigation ever took place inside Nijisanji. She even revealed something for the first time that we'd never heard of prior, which is the fact that Nijisanji at some point wanted to settle with her. They wanted to pay her an amount of money to shut her up, but she refused. If true, this is them pretty much admitting their guilt. Then she starts talking about Aster. She said he was very friendly initially and they played games. He kept pushing her to play with him, and even though she didn't want to, she agreed because she wanted to have a good relationship with all of her coworkers. That's according to her. But then over time, his behavior towards her started to shift. He started calling her way more often, making flirty comments about her appearance and her voice. He would even start asking her to say sentences or specific phrases in her voice because he thought it was cute. He'd even bring up the topic of her ASMR videos in a way that made her uncomfortable. And then according to her, his attitude would shift even further. He would start to put her down, calling her mentally disabled or saying that she had Tourette's, repeatedly saying that she's not normal, and would even claim at some point that others at work, her coworkers, the other VTubers at Nijisanji, were uncomfortable around her. She says that later on, she found out from one of those coworkers that Aster was talking about that this was untrue, and that this was only a part of his manipulation tactics. Aster would keep escalating this behavior, and then would suggest that he and Twisty should meet up in Japan. She explained to him that she's very anxious socially and wouldn't be comfortable. He kept pushing, and he didn't believe her, adding things like, hey, what if we were in Japan, but together? She would keep saying no repeatedly. He would keep asking, this time in a flirty way, and would say things like, what if we held hands? To which he said no. What if we hugged? To which he said no. And would even go as far as saying, what if we stayed in your hotel room together? To which again, she said no. So zero respect of boundaries. Now here's where things get very weird. According to her, at some point, Nijisanji management told her that they needed her for an event in Japan, saying that they didn't have enough talent. They simply didn't have enough people showing up. She considered going, but was financially unable since they weren't going to pay for her ticket. Amazing company, I know. But now, as she looks back towards this, she thinks that there was an ulterior motive, because it turns out that they did indeed have enough people for the event. So they lied to her. So I guess this is her implying that maybe Aster had a hand in this, wanting her to come to Japan so that he can, meet up with her against her will. She then says that he did this exact same thing with others. This would be his methodology. Targeting new hires, new VTubers that just joined that would fangirl over him, be exceedingly friendly with them, isolate them, and then propose to them, hey, want to fly out to Japan? Want to meet up?
So
knowing very
like
well that they're
women?
probably broke and
Why
can't
would you
afford
say
to go to
that?
Japan but really want to.
She buff?
In the initial leaked messages and in False ID's video, to Twisty, Aster truly crossed the line when he got in a call with a non-VTuber friend of hers that was a very big fan of Nijisanji and a big fan of Aster, and tried to pull the same thing on her, saying, hey, you should come to Japan, let's meet up. This is when Twisty would get on a call with Aster and would confront him about his behavior, specifically about telling a lot of girls, hey, I'll fly you to Japan. This happens in her apology video at the 24-minute, 13-second mark. Watch.
I feel like it's kind of weird when you offer to fly girls out. Just in general. I'm getting a call.
In general.
Might be famous. I don't know, but don't you think
But it was like a half
that's-
joke.
I mean, you can't really half joke saying, I'm gonna fly you to Japan, come stay at my hotel. That's not really a joke. Like, I feel like there are some things you should and should not say to someone who is like, because like, she is a really big fan of Niji Sanji. You're on your live account. I feel like it's very awkward
Kinda, yeah.
for her
Oh, Ichigo.
when you're saying like, even if it's a joke, which I don't think it is. I don't think, like, you say my jokes are like unhinged or whatever, but you don't just say, I'm gonna fly you out, and you can stay in my hotel room.
So this is it. There you have it. This is a clip in which Astro Arcadia is with Twisty in the same voice channel, and as she's confronting him about this, he's saying it's kind of a half joke, acknowledging that this actually did indeed happen.
This is
and I mean,
so
yeah,
dumb
of course.
to me, 'cause I'm just like, do they just think they're not recording? Like, he knows he's admitted to these things, right? What? Like, these people be dumb.
Can be a half joke until the other person says yes, then it becomes reality. But it's definitely a very weird thing to say when someone is clearly a fan of your company, you're using your Astro Arcadia Discord account, and you tell them, hey, want to come to Japan and stay in the same hotel room as me? That's not a joke, because someone like her is almost guaranteed to say yes. I mean, she's a fan. That's just so weird. And this is the person being protected by Nijisanji at all costs right now. She says the reason why she only included 60 seconds of this voice call is because the name of her friend as well as names of other people are mentioned, and she doesn't want to compromise them. She says that she went public with this because management would never acknowledge her. And that was pretty much an apology of 32 minutes in Lolly ASMR summed up. You're welcome. But it's not over yet, because she included a pinned comment saying, 1. I have full receipts, I have Discord logs, I have messages to staff members, and legal. I will not be sharing these. The full call will not be shared because it mentions who else was involved, and I'm not okay with bringing somebody into things who is not comfortable speaking up. I cut the clip as it is to avoid any possible way of involving them because they are directly mentioned a few seconds after. 2. Quite frankly, I don't care if what I say upsets people. If I didn't regret my words, I just wouldn't apologize for them. I think a lot of people have the wrong idea about things and just automatically assume that apologizing is lost on a lot of people, and honestly, I agree. Forgiveness can be lost on people. No one should even be expected to forgive someone for anything in the first place. If you're apologizing to please people, is there any point? I think that I went too far and could have expressed myself in different ways, and that is all there is to it. But honestly, it has nothing to do with forgiveness from the types of people who will vilify and harass me, all while defending a genuine predator. This has always been a guilty until proven situation, and it will probably stay that way forever. I truly hope it does, because I do not want such people to ever interact with me or my content. 3. Don't begin to assume you know anything about my job, contract, or terms when you have absolutely no idea outside of, oh well, this person said this. Like I said in the video, everyone has very different experiences, and lots of people have very different circumstances too. I am telling you mine. 4. I wanted to leave last August. I wanted to leave again 4 months ago. 5. I don't hate all men. I think they're all mentally ill, but so are all women, and so am I, so... Great. Slowly but surely destroying her initial apology. 6. I have no issues with Brave Group as a whole. I will not mention the VTuber in question, but I still stand by my words here. Yes, I was jealous and petty, and it was definitely in bad taste, but I'm not going to apologize for disliking someone in private or being upset for my own personal reasons, nor for thinking that hiring people who are open about politics is bad optics. At this point, she's already terminated, so it would be an apology to the wind. Again, just slowly but surely completely undoing the initial apology, like straight up. 7. She quotes some people saying you're deflecting blame and says 2 people can make mistakes at the same time. I want to start fresh and move on with my life. I'd like to take some time away, and that is not something I felt like I could do. I think that these things were very important to address together because of all the comments I've seen going, well, she said this, so they're totally innocent, which is just not how things work. So yeah, because of that voice call of her leaking where she was racist and all those things, some Astro Arcadia fans were saying, well, hey, if she's a terrible person, that means all the things she said about him were fake. That's not how it works. She then continues, I feel like my statement on Twitter covered the majority of my feelings about the situation, and while I considered speaking more on what had happened, I think it is ultimately not relevant. I cannot go back and change the past. The most I can do is say sorry and be better for myself and my fans. And then she says a sentence I have no idea, like, why this is necessary to specify. When I first read this, I had to do a double take. Number 9, I will never apologize for being a lolicon. I will continue to do incestuous lolly roleplay.
Why? Okay, miss.
Bro, no comment, man. Just no comment. Let's move on. Aside from all that, I truly believe that if you continue to support and defend my job and the individual mentioned, you are no better than me. You can deflect and call me a liar all you want while downplaying the severity of the situation, but at the end of the day, I know what I and others have experienced. You are the reason that they continue to treat their employees poorly, the reason they allow truly vile people to do truly vile things with no repercussions, and will continue to do so. Believe all women until it's one I don't like, right? I truly hope that you will never have to go through the same thing. So yeah, this is definitely a loaded pinned comment, especially that 9th statement that came out of nowhere to sucker punch me in the face, but this was actually kind of a successful attempt.
I've seen a few of his videos, Ichigo. He Like he's pretty new. I watch especially more recently. I've been watching third PHP. Yo, this guy's art is truly insane. I watched this video of his yesterday. It is. I mean, I've followed him on X for some time, but I watched this video of his yesterday. He drew 50 heads in 500 minutes, and like just look at this man's work. If this thing opens up, it is still loading. So let me a second until I. It's still loading. Give me a second. It's not even a long video. Why is it? Oh, there it is. What? Okay, there it is.
I'm gonna try drawing 50 heads in 500 minutes. The goal is to have fun and not go past that 500-minute mark. It's gonna be an interesting experience. Draw him. So you can check him out. This reference will really help me with drawing the heads, especially when I need to adjust the proportions and understand the planes of the face. Using reference isn't cheating, so make sure to do the same if you want to improve your drawing skills in general. For the first 10 heads, I'm going to age the character as I draw him. For this one, he's just 1-year-old baby, but the next one will be 10, then 20, then 30, and so on. This will be a great exercise for me since I usually struggle with drawing both baby face and older faces. This next drawing, I'm naming this little kid Bran. He just turned 10 years old. I'm adding a bit of narrative to each drawing to make things more fun and interesting. And in this one, Bran just got into a fight with his friend, so he's feeling a bit mad and annoyed.
Alright, I'm gonna mute it, and then I'm gonna fast forward it. But yeah, love this guy's style. So he's just aging up the character. So the first one was, baby. The second one is 10. This one is 20. 20 years old. And then the next one is 30. Yeah, and he has really cool tutorials also. Pretty good tutorials. If you want to learn to draw and stuff. Yeah, the story kind of gets a little dark. But let me fast forward because he starts drawing other heads too. Ooh, this one. He starts aging it up even more. I forget what age this one is. It starts getting crazy. And he has some cool designs. Like, I know Titan's gonna like this one. Some orc chick. And this one, I love the hair. I love the silhouette. Looks really cool. That clip up like that is so dope. Yeah, I like this one too. But another artist. Oh, it's just this artist. His name is Third PHP. But there's another artist that I've recently found. Her art is really cool. Let me see if I can find it. Like, I don't think I subscribed to her. That's the issue. Like, I've seen her on my homepage. Let's see, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? I follow her on Instagram, but 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 I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I follow her here. I don't remember her name on Instagram. This is why I can't just search it up like that. Like if I were to see a thumbnail of hers, I would know instantly it's her. HP Lovecraft? Huh? Yeah, I can't find her, bro. Wait, what if I typed in... Excuse me. Excuse me. If I were to put that, him, her, that. Yo. And she used to Procreate too. I really want to find this. I gotta show you Ichigo. But I can't find her. Hold on, let me go on my Instagram to see if I can find her. Okay, because I'm pretty sure she posted recently on Instagram. Well, no, I don't need to do that. I can just go to... He's talking about the heads on that video. I can just go to my followers and then following. I don't know if she follows me. And then there she is. Sarah is her name. Okay, her YouTube is. She doesn't. I mean, I haven't seen videos of hers like tutorial type videos, but I just watch her speed paints. Her speed paints are so nice. There's one. Oh, this one right here. I really like this one. I like this one. I like this one. So this one right here, you see she uses Procreate also. Like I said, Procreate is the greatest app. Oh, it's sped up, so. I love this, her style. And like her rendering. Hold up, let me fast forward a bit. Let's go a bit more. And let's go a bit more. I don't know how like people can draw with their nails like that. Like look at her nails. Look at that. Oh my. Fast forward. Right there. And then more fast forward. Look at the eyes already. Look. She draws really big eyes. And then fast forward some more. And then more fast forwarding. Like, look. It is on. Wait, it's on. Okay, I guess it's not fully. It's almost there. This music is nice, ain't it? Look, bro. I love her style. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna draw her in that pose. That'd be funny. You wish you had. It's an iPad. Wait, what do you use, Titan, to draw? What do you use to draw, Titan? I don't think I've asked. I know you do digital, but I didn't know what tablet you use. Wacom pad? Can you like send like a picture on Instagram? I mean on Discord so I can see what it looks like? Like you don't have to send the actual thing, just like a picture of it like online or something.
The perfect antagonist. This is a very tricky concept to talk about as it has multiple variables that affect the writing of said antagonist. And this is the first video I've scripted in forever. I don't usually script my videos because it's so time consuming, but I really wanted to script this one and hopefully do a good job. Quote, a good antagonist like conflict feeds the narrative.
80 bucks.
As you say, without a strong antagonist, the story falls away. But an antagonist must do more than give the hero something to do. They have to be focused on what they want. End quote. That opening statement and quote taken from 3 writers discussing what makes a proper antagonist stand out and capture the hearts of the viewer is exactly what I want to use today. Similar to what Super Eye Patch Wolf did in his video about what makes a villain feel real, here I want to take the time to look at some of anime and manga's greatest antagonistic forces. The main examples I'm going to go through in this video aren't the only examples of phenomenal antagonists, and they won't be the only ones I use.
Yeah, go
but
to
now
thrift
these
stores,
3 in my
Titan,
estimation are
or,
by
like,
far
pawn
head and
shops.
shoulders.
Like you can find some good stuff. Like some good tablets and stuff. Like the first like tablet thing that I had was from like a for a pawn shop or something, I think. Or a thrift store.
Above most, and serve as clear-cut examples of how to write the perfect antagonist. But before getting into that, if you are new to the channel, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the bell notifications. And without further ado, cue the intro. Pushing against the protagonist clear from an earlier stage within the story or arc. This can be done by having the character give an appearance early on without them taking any major action like Funny Valentine or Griffith, or with other good examples like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z and Pain from Naruto, who are built up by small moments of action and quotes of reference from other characters about how terrifying this antagonist is. What this does is now set the stage and offers a good amount of hype and build up for the antagonist to then enter and leave his mark. This requires a good deal of skill.
Leave the mark. This is so interesting. Like, from what I know about the story, I haven't watched the anime yet because I know I need to watch the anime. Titans recommended it to me. My brother recommended it to me a while ago. I still need to watch it.
What is the greatest manga of all time? The answer to that question is one that varies widely from person to person. There can't be a definitive answer to something so subjective, however, there are a few series you'd probably receive in response more than others. Popular series, well-renowned, legendary series. There are many reputable titles by many reputable creators, however, the legend of one series in particular, the reverence with which this manga is held dwarfs the reputations of pretty much any other title you could name. That manga is Berserk. Everyone who watches anime and reads manga knows of it. Every manga artist, every anime director knows of it too. It's probably your favorite manga artist's favorite manga. Along with the manga itself, the man behind it has become an icon in the manga industry. His impeccable artistic ability in terms of both the visual aspect and the narrative of his work, as well as his lifelong dedication to the craft, has cemented his legacy as one of the greatest to ever put pen to paper. But much like Berserk, his life's work, his story is one of immense tragedy. This is the life of the greatest manga creator to ever live, Kentaro Miura.
Oh, I actually know about his life. Never mind. I don't need to watch this video.
Hiatus, a word most manga fans are familiar with.
Would you let somebody slap you in the face for you get to keep it? Like a fat wad of cash to the face? Like, would I let somebody slap me in the face with a fat stack of cash if I get to keep the money? As long as it's real and it's American dollars, I don't see an issue. Hey, give me my money, bro.
Due to the intense physical and mental demands of creating manga, most series experience a hiatus once or twice during publication, but there are a few series that probably come to mind above all else when the word is mentioned. Hunter x Hunter, Berserk, and Vagabond. While all three are known for extensive and frequent hiatuses, one of them stands out. Hunter x Hunter has spent most of its lifespan on hiatus, but every year or so Togashi releases a batch of chapters. As a matter of fact, just recently he posted a picture of himself working on the manga to Twitter. Berserk also spent many years on and off hiatus, but with Miura's unfortunate passing a few years ago, the reins shifted to Studio Gaga, and they have been releasing chapters more or less regularly ever since. So that leaves Vagabond, which hasn't seen a new chapter since 2015. Takehiko Inoue has finished manga before, massively popular and critically acclaimed ones at that. He's also still working on another series, albeit very infrequently, which was last updated as recently as a few months ago. So why has Vagabond, viewed by most as his greatest work, Inoue himself included, been untouched for the better part of a decade? What led to this man practically abandoning his masterpiece? Well, to understand that, we have to go back to the beginning. Inoue was born January 12th of 1967 in Kagoshima, a prefecture at the southern tip of Japan's Kyushu island. From an early age, Inoue was fond of drawing, and he always assumed he would work in some artistic field, but he was unsure of which direction he would take. Despite reading manga as most kids did, becoming a manga artist wouldn't be a thought in his mind until years later. It was the experiences he had in high school that eventually
Yeah, he played on a basketball team.
In junior high, Inoue would join both the kendo and basketball clubs at his school, the latter in order to impress girls. Does that sound familiar? Similar to the main character of his manga Slam Dunk, he joined for superficial reasons, but found himself falling in love with the sport and growing immensely because of it. His team was not very good. They lost more than they won, but through all the losses and wins, he learned many things.
On my
appreciate the progress.
middle school team, we were undefeated. Thanks to yours truly. I played. What about high school? Undefeated. Yeesh. There you go with a little belly. Okay.
His team, something he would hold on to all his life and eventually put in his manga. This energy was also something he found in a certain manga series. Around this time, Inoue discovered Dokuben, a baseball manga created by Shinji Mizushima. The manga displayed an immense passion for team sports, something Inoue himself had just recently developed, and immediately Inoue felt a connection to this story. It's hard to find out much about this series online. All I could find were some scans of the manga as it was originally published, meaning in Japanese. But what I could make out from the illustrations was that a rough, delinquent sort of character rolls into this high school and joins a baseball team. Now, pairing that with Inoue's experience in his high school basketball club, we get a pretty vivid picture of how Slam Dunk was formed, though it would be quite some time before that would happen. Inoue's discovery of Dokuben is almost certainly what set him down the path of becoming a manga artist. It came at the perfect time, a transitional period where he was unsure of the direction he wanted to take with his life. At the end of his senior year in high school, Inoue came to an impasse. He desperately wanted to become an artist, but he felt his skills weren't at a high enough level to pursue fine arts in university. This is a bit ironic looking back because Inoue has some of the most stunning, picturesque art in the medium, but back then it was a different story. That style is something he would develop after years of experience. Instead of taking any formal art training save for a prep school course in the summer of his senior year, Inoue went to Kumamoto University to study literature. Now, you may be thinking this is where he developed his phenomenal writing skills, his ability to create intensely emotional characters and philosophical plotlines, but it's not. Inoue dropped out before even completing his first year. You see, while he was studying, Inoue was sending manuscripts to Shonen Jump rookie contests. Within a few months, his work was noticed by editor Taizo Nakamura, who not only encouraged him to continue drawing, but also got him a gig as an assistant on a popular series titled City Hunter. It's under Tsukasa's wing that Inoue would really begin to flourish, spending 10 or so months learning from a bona fide and popular pro. The following year, 1988, Inoue would submit a one-shot titled K-Day Purple to Shueisha for the semi-annual Tezuka contest, and he'd go on to win the grand prize. This award is a massive step for manga artists, and it served to launch the careers of many of the most successful creators the medium has ever seen. Yoshihiro Togashi, Takeshi Obata, Masanori Morita, Hiroyuki Takei, and of course Inoue himself. Needless to say, the award itself was a huge milestone for Inoue, but the work he submitted was equally as, if not more, important. Sports manga have always been popular, but prior to K-Day Purple, there had never been one about basketball, Inoue's most cherished sport. With the major success of the one-shot, Inoue was ready to take on a serialization. Taking all he had learned and using the knowledge that a basketball manga would do well, Inoue began working on Chameleon Jail. I'll bet you thought I was going to say Slam Dunk, and honestly I was a bit shocked to learn of this series too, but Slam Dunk wouldn't start until the following year. Inoue worked as the illustrator alongside Kazuhiko Watanabe on Chameleon Jail, a story about a shape-shifting detective from the end of July to October 16th of 1989. It lasted only a couple volumes, so clearly it was not a big success. Little is known about the creative process behind this obscure manga from the 80s, but based on the following trajectory of Inoue's career, one can only assume the experience on this series convinced Inoue that it would be best to work alone. And boy, was that ever a good decision, because his next
This
work
man
would
said
explore
everything.
Japan's cultural zeitgeist and leave
When I work with somebody, no, he's just saying these people are bums. I gotta take over myself. That's what he practically said. He just said it in not to wait.
that lasts to this day. In 1990, Inoue began Slam Dunk. This series combines everything Inoue has learned about manga with his immense passion for the sport of basketball into what is arguably, and you'd have a damn easy time making this argument, the greatest sports manga of all time.
Wait,
Slam
Titan, what
Dunk
did you
was
say
a
your
massive
favorite
success
sports
almost
manga was?
instantly.
Didn't you
Its
say?
eye-catching
Oh, you said
art and
Hajime no
lovable
Ippo.
characters grasped audience attention and never let go.
Didn't you say that?
Slam Dunk follows Sakuragi
I could've just
Hanamichi,
made
a
that
rather
up.
slow delinquent teen who joins his high school's basketball team in order to impress a girl, only he has no skills for the sport whatsoever. As the plot progresses, Sakuragi grows both in skill and as a
You see how
person and comes to
amazing
form
the style
indestructible
is in the manga? Oh my gosh,
bonds
bro.
with his teammates.
Compared to the
It's an
anime,
underdog
I mean
story
obviously the
through
anime
and
in
through.
time.
Sakuragi's unabating efforts to
Because the
improve
movie, I feel like the
resonated with
movie looks
Japanese
closer to
readers.
what
It took
his style
only a few
actually
months
is.
of publication for Inoue to begin receiving letters from fans describing
What did you
how
say?
much
Did you
they
say
loved the
Hajime no
story,
Ippo is
and
the
more
greatest sports
importantly,
anime?
how it inspired them to take up playing basketball. Deeply moved, Inoue would pour even more of his heart into the story. 3 years later, Slam Dunk would get a TV anime adaptation, sending basketball's popularity in Japan to the f***ing moon. I could go into much more detail about the cultural revolution behind this manga, but that isn't exactly what this video is about. Still, this is important context for Inoue's career, so let's do a rapid-fire round of facts. Between 1990 and 1995, over 1 million Japanese citizens began playing basketball through high school and recreational leagues. Volumes 21 through 23 shattered the initial book print run with 2.5 million copies each, a record that wouldn't be broken until 2002 by a certain pirate manga. In 1994, the series was awarded the 40th
Okay, I'm sorry. I just gotta give One Piece a love when I can.
annual Shogakukan Award in the Shonen category. Slam Dunk remains to this day, 30 years later, the best-selling sports manga of all time, with over 170 million copies in circulation worldwide. Slam Dunk was the first manga Inoue put his all into. He pulled things out of his heart and soul, threw them on the page,
really?
and sold millions of
I think I
copies.
could've just
His
made
deep,
that-
intense love
made
for the
that up
sport
then.
is evident all the way through to the end of the series and even past into his later career. It wouldn't be ridiculous to claim that he might have even more passion for basketball than manga. Following the very, very successful years of Slam Dunk's publication, Inoue would launch a short online manga called Buzzer Beater. Again, the story was about basketball. That bug just
You gonna watch
couldn't
One Piece
escape
tonight?
his mind. He loved it way
I
too
don't
much.
believe you.
But it would only last 2 years, 4 volumes total. After Buzzer Beater, Inoue was hardly drawing anything and was seriously considering just ending his manga career. That was when an editor handed him a novel. There was no intention to spark inspiration. He did this simply to help Inoue kill time. That novel was Musashi by Eiji Yoshikawa, a fictionalization of famed philosopher Miyamoto Musashi's life. Inoue cracked the book open, began reading, and was awestruck. His hands started shaking with the desire to draw these characters. Later that year, Vagabond would begin publication.
Gotta finish Alabasta?
From
Are you
page
serious
one,
right now,
the
Titan?
impact Yoshikawa's
Are
novel
you serious?
had on Inoue is
Oh,
evident.
snap.
Inoue said he wanted to draw these characters and this story, but when you read Vagabond, it seems more like he was born to do so. Feudal Japan is illustrated with incredible detail. The series is filled with many stunning illustrations of nature that sometimes focus on small details, such as a blade of grass or a droplet of rain with precision that seems inhuman. Incredibly, this level of detail would remain throughout the series even after he switched from using pens to brushes for the art. What the brush lacks in control, it makes up for with line fluidity. Inoue's line work is so seamless it almost feels like it's breathing, but somehow Inoue manages to keep the same detail with his brushwork that he had with his pens. How? I couldn't begin to tell you, but why he made that choice? That I can. See, Inoue was inspired by the director Akira Kurosawa, who has such an incredible laundry list that we'd be here for hours if I went through it. But Kurosawa produced the most iconic samurai movies of all time, so naturally Inoue saw it as the gold standard and wanted his work to be reminiscent of it. The switch over to brushes was in order to capture that gritty, dark feeling Kurosawa's films embodied. But reading through Vagabond, it's clear Kurosawa had a large impact on the way Vagabond is laid out. Vagabond, as a samurai story, of course has many battle scenes. Every last one of them is illustrated beautifully and paneled in...
Come on, First of all, you know what her real name is. Come on now.
in a way that flows like you're watching a film. Having just worked on a sports manga, something that obviously includes a lot of physical activity, Inoue mastered the ability to accurately depict the human body's movement. Pairing that with the subject matter and inspirations of Vagabond, Inoue created a samurai story Kurosawa himself would have in all likelihood very much appreciated. Inoue had a lot to say with Vagabond. He wanted to cover more complex concepts such as life and death and the human condition, but he also felt that the Japanese people had lost touch with their history. He himself certainly had, so he hoped that he could spark some interest in it through Vagabond. Well, that he certainly did. Vagabond was a massive success. In the year 2000, he won the grand prize at the 4th Japan Media Arts Festival. Later that year, Vagabond won the 24th annual Kodansha Manga Award in the general category. 2 years after that, Vagabond won Inoue the grand prize of the 6th Tezuka Osamu Cultural Award, which is one of the most, if not the most, prestigious award in manga. But before all that, Inoue would start up a second series in 1999, running in tandem with Vagabond. This series was titled Real. It follows 3 high school students, 2 of which are wheelchair-bound, who make efforts to better themselves through the sport of basketball. After seeing televised games of wheelchair basketball, Inoue was inspired. He saw these athletes pursuing the sport they and Inoue alike love in spite of their physical condition, and he needed to draw it. Real is an intensely emotional story, one that confronts some of the hardest subjects in life. Characters experience an array of struggles and emotions. They face the fear that they are not enough, question whether they even can be enough because of their disabilities, but continue to try regardless of anything. Vagabond and Real are both stories that do an incredible job of exploring the human condition, what it means to live, how one should go about living, but they do it from 2 different perspectives. Vagabond is a very solitary story. It follows one man on a self-centered path who, through his isolation, comes to realize the error in his ways. Whereas Real follows multiple characters who feel limited by their own condition, and it is through other people that they grow. This is speculation, but with what we know about Inoue's life, how he values team sports and the bonds formed from them, it seems likely that Real's way of addressing these topics was more personal and approachable to Inoue. There's also no denying Inoue's love for basketball as a sport. Regardless, both series would continue to be massively successful, winning awards and selling millions of copies, neatly coexisting for over a decade, but I think we all know where this is going.
But this is why I think Inoue might be the greatest. Listen. One Piece is the GOAT. Oda is the GOAT for One Piece. But when we're talking about collective, it's like Inoue cannot touch. Like, once Inoue touches something, like with his own hands, it breaks records. It wins awards. When he puts his hands on it, like his own hands, nobody else's hands is on it, we win awards. We break records. He practically brought basketball to Japan. He the reason. I mean, he just, I don't know, man.
In April of 2009, Inoue was interviewed by Japanese newspaper Nihon Ippon Shimbun. That was very hard to pronounce for me. At this time, both Real and Vagabond were being regularly and successfully published. Inoue tells the interviewer that he suspects Vagabond will end in a year or 2, though he wasn't exactly sure of how it would end. He was certain that the pieces of his story were taking their final positions. The next year, 2010, Inoue reaffirms what he said in the interview, but that summer, Inoue falls ill and both his series go on hiatus. In October, he holds another interview where he states his health is much better and speaks on the state of Vagabond. But you must feel the desire to draw manga, though, right?
From
Vagabond
Evangelion. Oh my goodness. And Nobara.
The interviewer asks. I'd reached a point where I wasn't even sure of that. I became unsure of where I was heading, couldn't even remember where I'd started from in the first place. That's how busy I was. I was stuck doing the work for external factors for so long that I'd forgotten to look inside myself. Inoue responds. He then adds, well, speaking in terms of what I want to do, as I said before, I really don't at all have the urge to work on it right now. But I do know that if I don't work on it, I'll be in trouble down the road, and that's basically what was keeping me going until I went on hiatus. I don't think that's a good way of going about it. My hope is to stay away from Vagabond until all those unnecessary worries and emotions are gone, and I'm ready to draw it because I want to draw it. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to wait that long, though. December of 2010, Real resumes publication. Vagabond stays on hiatus. Inoue posts to his blog saying Vagabond will stay on hiatus until he regains enthusiasm for the series. When asked why that is the case and if working on 2 series is so different, Inoue responds, totally different. With Real, I almost never worry about trying to do something completely original or express things stylishly, or at least I don't in terms of the artwork anyway. Vagabond is where I try to do new things with the art and draw the best that I can. So in that sense, drawing is pure enjoyment, whereas Real is me drawing squarely within my normal capabilities. It's like I've got 2 different modes. The process is almost like cooking with Real. Vagabond is something more personal. There's no formula. It feels like I'm making something that's not quite manga. Vagabond is almost something like running around a mountain or swimming in a river, and that there are no rules, but I have to use everything I have in me, in every situation, which is also what's so exhausting about it. I've been putting a ton of effort into the whole manga process for Real lately, and I've rediscovered a joy in it that Vagabond never gave me. The joy of manga, and being a professional manga artist. It must be how everyone else feels when they're drawing manga.
It could also be because
Inoue seems to see
Vagabond is he's using a book, like a novel, right, that inspired him to do this. So he's kind of using that also to try to see what's going to end up happening, right? But what Real is just straight off of the dome for him, like slam dunk, straight off the dome, you know. But there was something there with Vagabond. That's probably why it's kind of you know, shaking him up.
Working on Vagabond as a pursuit of perfection, or if not that, then something quite close. He feels this pressure to make it original and as good as it can possibly be. After recovering from an illness, he had no motivation to work on Vagabond because of that self-imposed pressure, but with Real, he felt he could just enjoy drawing manga. It came to him easier, and I think that the content of the story, being basketball, improving oneself through an activity, not only felt more comfortable with Inoue's interests, but with where he was at creatively. He was trying to learn to enjoy drawing manga again, to improve his approach to working on his manga just like his characters in Real. Vagabond would remain on hiatus until March of 2012 with the release of Chapter 301. All the while, Real would continue its publication with a new chapter every month or so. It wasn't a completely regular schedule, but it was being published nonetheless. When Vagabond returned in 2012, it stayed until 2014, releasing nearly 3 full volumes worth of chapters. In February of 2014, following the release of Chapter 322, Inoue announced the series would be going on a 4-month hiatus for research purposes. That hiatus lasted nearly a year. In January of 2015, Inoue released Chapter 323. In February, 324, March 325, April 326, May 327, and that was the final chapter ever released. At this point, Real also began a long hiatus. No chapter was seen until 2019, and that year saw only 3. Chapters 85 through 93 of Real were published between 2019 and 2021. Chapter 9 was published earlier this year. Inoue's manga all saw great success. He loved the stories he created, so why? It's hard to say why someone does or doesn't do something when you're not that person, but what isn't hard to say is that writing is hard. Writing good stuff is, anyway. Anyone can write some schlock and ship it off to publishers, but that isn't what Inoue has been working with. In his hands, Inoue has a masterpiece. It's clear he holds Vagabond with an extreme level of reverence in his mind, and when both a wide audience and you yourself view the thing you've created as an important piece of art, the pressure is just unimaginable. Based on what he has said, it's clear Inoue refuses to continue Vagabond unless what he creates is absolutely perfect, an ideal that is made all the more hard to obtain by the pressure he puts on himself, one that is also exacerbated by the expectations of millions of fans waiting around the world. an expectation that increases as every single day passes. For Inoue, it is easier to fall back on real, a story that does not have those personal and worldwide expectations on it, a story he actually enjoys writing, not doing so under the ever-present shadow of perfection like he has to with Vagabond. As consumers, it's easy for us to sit in our lazy boy recliners and complain about the lazy writer. Just draw the manga already, just write Winds of Winter, George. Just get to it, what's the deal? But what we don't see and what we don't understand are the years of effort, blood, sweat, tears, pain, research, dedication that went into building these stories up to how well regarded they are now, and how the fear of not being able to conclude all that in a satisfying way, not even for the readers, but for the sake of the art, for the story itself, is crippling. No amount of reassurance from fans or editors or whoever is going to change the fact that if Inoue isn't 100% satisfied with every last panel, every last line he draws, he is going to regret it for the rest of his life. To you, that might seem a bit overkill, but to him, to anyone who puts their soul into something, that is the bare minimum, and anything less would be a complete disgrace. So to answer the question I asked at the beginning, why did Inoue practically abandon Vagabond? Well, because perfecting your life's work, something many people consider a masterpiece, is the most frightening and daunting task a creative mind can face. It's not pathetic to be afraid in the face of that, nor should he be condemned for it. All artists and writers are people too. That fact doesn't change just because they reach some literary pinnacle. They don't suddenly become writing gods capable of overcoming monumental things the average person could not. Inoue is still that same kid, fresh out of high school, afraid his skills aren't good enough to pursue what he wants to do. He's also that same kid that experienced many of his happiest moments of his life on his high school basketball court. Basketball is possibly his biggest passion, and he has a deeply personal ongoing work about it to fall back on when he feels incapable of drawing Vagabond. And that's fine. Does that mean Vagabond will never return? No, absolutely not, and I guess it isn't really fair to say he abandoned it, though that makes for quite the catching title. Last year, with the release of the new Slam Dunk movie, Inoue did an interview in which he commented on the state of Vagabond. What he said is that he fully intends to return to the series and in the near future too. Whether that means a year, 2, 5, nobody can tell, but not all hope is lost. He hasn't just given up completely, but he has wavered under the immense pressure that comes with creating such a piece of work, which is a very normal human thing to do. So as fans, we should eagerly await the manga's return while showing some compassion for the person behind it.
Man. Hold up, no, not this. But you know what? It is difficult though. If you've ever tried to write anything, it ain't easy, man. It ain't easy to just put stuff down. Yeah. Because it's like, especially when people are, hold up, I don't want to watch this because because this is like a spoiler. Yeah, I don't want to watch this. Spoiler, 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 spoiler. Especially to Titan, especially at this moment now. Oh, oh, I actually heard about this anime. I never watched it though. Yeah, what do you got? What do you got for me, Ichigo?
Fighting. It's been a part of humanity since the dawn of time, and though humans may have evolved past the need for daily physical combat just to survive, you'd be lying if you said it wasn't still a big part of our culture. Tens of thousands of people fill up stadiums just to watch boxers knock the slobber out of each other. Millions more buy the pay-per-view or stream it illegally. Fighters achieve vast wealth and fame. Movies get made about combat sports and make a killing at the box office, or become cultural centerpieces and sprout many sequels. Why? Why are we so attracted to fighting? Well, it's pretty simple. Fighting is just cool. It's fun to see two people enter a ring or a cage and kick the tar out of one another. So with fighting being such a massive and important form of entertainment, it's only natural that manga artists would use it for their stories. Now, there are many series about combat sports, though mostly
20 years ago. Just tragic. Now people expect more Probably, but it could just be because like how the story is like going, like the path is taking him on, is kind of like um it's kind of changing him also, you know, because he's like, I don't know what it is anymore, because like you said, it could have just been a piece of treasure, but now people are like, but Roger said it was funny, so what is it? Why is it funny? Why was he laughing? You know what I mean? And then now it's just like, oh crap, okay, you want my treasure? You could have it. And then now it's just like, what is the treasure? And then Nico or Robin goes out there. No, yeah. Robin goes over there. She's like, I think the history's in it because he read it somehow. And I'm like, oh shoot, what the history?
Boxing. Everyone knows Hajime no Ippo, Holy Land, Ashita no Joe, Baki the Grappler, Kengan Ashura, and so on. These series are classics. They're great. Everyone should know them. But I've got 3 lesser known manga about fighting that I think everyone should know too. 3 series with 3 distinct flavors. A little something for everyone. A gritty, bloody rivalry. A kid who crawls through the pits to make it to the top. An underdog who pieces his skill set together and prevails. If one of the series isn't for you, just try the next. But I promise that if you like fighting manga, if you like action, you'll very much enjoy at least one of these series. Without further delay, here are 3 fighting manga that will blow you away. What do we, as readers, want to see in a protagonist? Specifically, a protagonist of a fighting manga. Usually what we get is a well-mannered, respectable young man. And that can be great, seeing an honest young guy turn into an absolute beast. But what if their protagonist was crass, rude, obnoxious? Furthermore, what if the character was the son of a murderer, and the entire series that character had to face that flawed perception of himself? Ishida Ryoga, the main character of Black Box, is exactly that. He is
possible still. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's still because what's the name said it was a physical thing. So it has to be. It could also be the friends, but it has to have a physical thing because what's his name said it was physical. Let's see what you got. And by the way, not May, Ichigo, when you send me something, tell me because I don't get notifications sometimes. So it won't tell me like if you send me something. The heart of the cards. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see. What is this? Wait, how long is this video? Ichigo. Okay, it's not that bad. Wait, how long was the other video that I was watching? Because I want to see you. Yeah, let me finish this video that I'm watching, and then I'll watch your video. I'll watch your video because this one is it's not that long, and then I'll watch yours.
very blatantly rude, sometimes obscene. And now that may sound unlikable, but honestly that's exactly the charm. Ryoga is a teenager whose father was arrested for murder, and a month prior to the events of the story, so was his brother. As he tries to enter the boxing world, he is immediately labeled as a thug, someone with no prospects, and is subsequently dismissed. I mean, can someone like him even box? Yes,
dang.
He can, and he's damn good
it's
at
clean,
destroying
too.
his early competition with no effort. See, the thing about Ryoga is that he doesn't care what people call him, doesn't care if people dismiss him. His focus is laser-like, his determination unwavering, and his sights are set on the world title. We follow Ryoga as he trains, racks up wins, and makes a name for himself in the boxing world. He quickly grows notorious, with his reputation of being from a family of murderers, and with the way he finishes all of his matches. Where the story really kicks into gear is when a character by the name of Leon is introduced. Leon is a kickboxing champion, and at a banquet he and Ryoga get into a fight. ending with Leon getting knocked out. Now
Dang.
that fight sparks a rivalry that dictates the course of the rest of the story.
Man, they gotta make this
switches
into an
from
anime, bro.
kickboxing
Like, it looks so
to boxing
clean,
in
bro.
pursuit of Ryoga. And from there on, they have multiple fights which, no joke, are legendary. It's rare to see such a fierce rivalry, one this compelling, especially for a series that's only, wait, 42 chapters. I read this series in like a day, and when I got to the end, I could not believe it.
42
There's
chapters
so
is
much to
pretty
the
short,
story
too.
and these characters that when you're done, it feels like you read over 100 chapters. It is the greatest example of bang for your buck I have ever read in manga. 42 chapters of amazingly choreographed fights, very emotional drama, and surprisingly profound character development for such a short series. I cannot recommend this series enough. If it sounds good to you, stop watching this video and go read it now. Just kidding. Keep watching because the next two are bangers as well. It's hard to make it as a fighter without being tough of body and mind, and sometimes the best fighters had the nastiest, most brutal upbringings you could imagine. Well, in this series we're introduced to the main character using his abusive father's hanging corpse as a punching bag.
Oh my god.
It's really messed up. So this is Riku Azumi, and this kid has got that dog in him. We're also
That
introduced
dog
to
in him.
Tokurazawa, a Yakuza certified badass and a mentor of sorts to Riku. So as a mentor, naturally what he does is punch Riku in the face and smash his dead father with the nastiest straight punch you'll ever see. Of course though, I mean, how else would he teach Riku how to throw a punch? So Tokurazawa helps Riku to go live with his mother. Yay, happy ending. Finally a real home, right? Nah, his mother is an addict and lives with another addict who let his kid die and threw the corpse into a closet.
Oh!
His kid just cannot catch a break.
What the freak is
dude
this?
attacks him and Riku has to kill him in order to escape. At face value, this may just seem like brutality for shock factor, but it actually plays a very important part in forming who Riku is. With such horrific experiences as a child, he grows into someone with incredible mental fortitude, which is crucial for being a boxer. We find out that Tokurazawa was a boxing champion, and when he gives Riku a pair of boxing gloves, he sends him on the path to become a boxer himself. Riku ends up at an orphanage and begins training at a gym, and that's when we skip 7 years into the future. It's not long after this that Riku blows through the pro test, becomes a professional boxer, starts racking up wins, and declares his intent to claim the same belt that his mentor Tokurazawa held. There's a couple things that stand out about this series. First off is the art. Now that means the drawings, the paneling, the choreography. It's like the style was curated specifically for a gritty action manga. The line work is dark, there's lots of screen tones, and the panel flow allows for snappy, easy to follow fights. Not to mention the way exchanges of blows are drawn. The impact of the art is outstanding. The next thing is the tone of the story. Like I said, it's gritty, it's dark, it's mature, and every chapter of it feels like a struggle. It's super fitting for the subject matter, and it's a perfect depiction of the tribulations of becoming a great boxer. Rikudo is over 200 chapters long, so there's plenty of material to sink your teeth into. And everything good about the early stages of the story just get better and better as it goes on. Rikudo is one of the grittiest boxing manga I have ever read. You typically don't have series that show the underbelly of society in as plain a view as this series does. You see just how depraved and how dark and how terrifying the sport of boxing can truly be. Rikudo is well worth the time it takes to read, but if it doesn't seem interesting to you, maybe this next one will. Most fighting manga are about boxing. The previous two in this video are, and that is far from an issue. Boxing is awesome, but sometimes you gotta mix it up. Sometimes you gotta watch some MMA. This isn't martial arts like Baki where dudes are getting ripped up or exploded from a one-inch punch. This is real sanctioned MMA. The story begins by introducing us to two characters, Meguru and Takashi, who both practice karate. The two of them encounter some bullies and despite knowing the basics of karate, are destroyed and vow to become stronger. To make matters worse, Takashi's father gets into some shady business dealing with Yakuza. The Yakuza kill him and frame it as a car accident. Now,
Dang, bro. We were on my series, but anime trouble is over the moon, yeah. And it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say.
after attacking the Yakuza who killed his father, Takashi gets beat up brutally by those goons. Despite that compelling backstory, Takashi is not our main character. The character we follow is the rather unassuming Meguru, who 7 years later trains at an MMA gym. Meguru is approached by his coach, who asks him to enter a local amateur tournament. Meguru agrees, but to his surprise he sees that the opponent for his first ever match is none other than Takashi, who he hasn't seen in years and who has changed. It becomes immediately clear that Takashi is leagues beyond Meguru in this sport, as he slams him with kick after kick, then takes his back and chokes him out. Quick work, no sweat, no challenge. Takashi just brushes Meguru off and continues on his way, leaving Meguru to ponder the history between them. What makes this series really stand out is that Meguru is not some special talent. He isn't just naturally good at fighting, nor does he have some tragic story. That archetype is reserved for Takashi, who acts as a sort of secondary main character. Meguru doesn't even win most of his early fights, and the wins he does get come from a combination of getting somewhat lucky and pushing himself to the brink. What Meguru has isn't immense talent or a tragic backstory propelling him forward. What he has is a heart that makes him work harder than others, one that doesn't allow him to quit. He may not have amazing striking, jujitsu, or wrestling, but he has a little of everything and a propensity to keep pushing forward. He is a very endearing character. You can't help but love him and cheer for him, and because of all the grueling work he puts in, those moments where he actually wins a fight are seriously some of the most satisfying moments I've read in the genre. This series has many fantastic characters you follow and grow attached to as they make their journey in the MMA world, but by far the two most important are Meguru and Takashi. The dynamic between them, the contrasting paths they take, that's what drives this story forward,
like with
and it's one of the most interesting and layered rivalries I've read in any manga. Honestly, out of all three of these series, my number one is all-rounder Meguru. While there are things the other two do better, overall I think Meguru hits higher peaks and is more consistent, which is fitting considering the title. It's an all-rounder of a series, and if you can only pick one of these three to read, I'd for sure go with this one. Lately, I've been in a bit of a manga reading slump. Haven't really been trying new series, haven't really been keeping up with much. But doing the reading I needed for this video kinda busted me out of it. I came away from it having read 3 amazing series I'd not heard much about prior to this, and I feel rejuvenated, ready to plunge back into the abyss that is being a manga
That's actually
reader.
cool, though.
Since my
I
last
should check
video,
them out.
I've upgraded my workspace by
I think
a
the
not
first one.
insignificant
Let me
margin,
see, what is
and
it
I
called
hope that
again?
it's reflected in the quality of
What is it called again? The first one. Black Box. Okay. Black Box. Hulk. Red Hulk.
I think the first comic I ever read, I think it was a Spidey, Amazing Spider-Man. It had
A Spidey.
Vulture on the cover. I remember that. And
Volume.
This is like candy store in the neighborhood that used to sell comics, and they had the cool spinning rack that you never see anymore. And I would just, I had a cousin that was really into comics, and so he turned me on to John Byrne doing Alpha Flight and Teen Titans, George Perez was doing at the time, and I remember there was an issue of Longshot that Arthur Adams did that, like I saw those 3 books like in the same weekend, and I was like, oh man, I kind of want to do this. So I would draw little boxes and start, telling little stories in them, and I was probably like,
that's how you start.
5 or 6 at the time. I would just go and like check the spinning racks and see what was going on, and then a friend of mine that was like really an avid collector, he knew about this comic shop where the whole store was just comic books, and I remember his mom drove us there one day, and
I still have my comics. They're in a box somewhere right now. I think they're over there. Yeah, I still got all my comics, man, especially the Nightwing ones.
Going through all the long boxes and think my head exploded. I realized I needed to save a lot of money so I could buy tons of comics. Like it was just, there was just so much, you know, because I was used to like spinning racks at the candy store, and now there's this like entire store devoted to comics. I was pretty much drawing all the time. Like I didn't, not exclusively comics, you know, just, I was really into like D&D at the time too, and like, so all the illustrations on the player guides and monster manuals and stuff, I'd be like, I want to draw an owl bear. I want to, I would like copy like that red box where you see the guy from the back with the red dragon. I must have drawn that like 3 different times, like over the years as I was, you know, like working on my art. I went to the High School of Art and Design, and I knew that art was probably the one thing that I was good at. So, and they actually had an internship with Marvel, and a friend of mine convinced me to go into it. I wasn't going to because I was trying to get my grades up for school, because I did not do well in school academically. So getting into college was going to be tough. And if you did an internship back then, you got like a pass or fail grade, but you couldn't use it to get your grades up or anything. I basically would just keep my terrible grades.
How did your parents, like, you know, if you're not doing so well in school and you're focused on a creative passion, how did your parents react to that?
I think they just had like a wait and see attitude. I mean, they were supportive, and they thought it was cool that I could draw superheroes, and I was like obviously like better than most kids at it. I think they knew that, but it wasn't like, my dad was very much like, you should be a plumber or an electrician, you'll always need those, you know.
That is true, and that's wild. Like, that's
cool, but what are you gonna do with that? And I don't think they really understood it, but they were supportive. They were like, whatever, he's happy, just let him do it. And my mom would like joke about like, you know, whenever I'd be in trouble and she'd send me to my room, it wasn't even like a punishment, because I literally never left my room. She's just like, just go back in there and draw.
Just go back in there.
It was always just self-taught, you know. I mean, I would buy books and
90 style comics. Jim Lee and Mark's. I don't know who Mark is. Can you show me some of his work? Because I don't know him by name, but I know Jim Lee by name.
See sort of what I can get from them, you know. I mean, strangely, that book, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, is actually pretty good. Like I would reference it even as a working professional. I've still found there was like a lot of useful stuff in there. But you know, I would buy like all the anatomy books and all the stuff that people tell you should, you know, study. But for me, it was more just like studying other artists or anime. Like I remember when Laserdiscs came out and I could pause the screen and have it not be all shaky, and I could actually see the artwork crystal clear. I was like, wow, this is like, so I would watch like Street Fighter or Fatal Fury or whatever and see like the really crazy exaggerated poses and stuff, and it sort of got me wanting to do more, push my style in a more animated direction, stuff like that. But it wasn't, I never went to school for it really. I mean, the High School of Art and Design, we would draw like bowls of fruit and like hanging, you know, drapes. But I would do comic stuff on the side. Like I would have unfinished tests, and on the back there'd be Hulk fighting Spider-Man. Like I had I'm sure I had like massive ADD, and I wasn't really, you know, into school. So I was just draw all over everything. My homework would have drawings in the columns. A lot of times like my teachers would comment on those. And, so I kind of was like, well, I could go work in construction with my dad after I graduate, I guess. Or I could do this Marvel internship. And I did it, and they, you know, were like, hey, this kid's pretty good. And they would occasionally, I mean, I was making like Xerox copies and getting people coffee and stuff, but when I would work with the artist's actual pages, and like I would be making Xeroxes, and I'm like, can I make some for myself? And they're like, yeah, that's cool. So I would just like take home like Jim Lee pages and Alan Davis, and I was just studying what they did, and I think it immediately made my stuff better when I was like working on at the actual size they worked, and you know, sort of like seeing how they laid out the pages and stuff like that. And you know, some of the editors there were like, hey, we can kick you like a pinup or something. And so I started to get work there even when I was like, you know, still an intern. I was in high school, and they gave me like a back cover to Marvel Comics Presents, and then they gave me like an 8-pager, and then another 8-pager, and I was like, oh my god, I'm drawing comics, this is crazy.
It's so interesting.
And
like,
I mean, the
hearing
stuff
people's
is
stories
terrible.
of how they
Looking
started
back
or
now,
how
I'm like,
got
wow,
in.
they were just real nice.
But sometimes when I
But,
hear them, I'm just like, dang, that's it?
I remember the X-Men editor.
Convenient, huh?
I don't want to tell you this because I don't want you to drop out of school, but when you graduate, we're going to give you an X title or something like that. And I was like, yeah, okay. And sure enough, like when I graduated high school, there was a popular character in some of the X books called Deadpool, and they were like, we're going to do a Deadpool miniseries. How would you like to do that? And that was probably my first big break. I had done some issues of Excalibur, some minor stuff like that, but Deadpool was like pretty popular, and it like sort of catapulted me. And after that, they gave me Uncanny X-Men, which was crazy. So I was like such a fan of it, like from childhood, and you know, all the artists that were on it were like way out of my league, so I did not really feel like I belonged on that book. But and a lot of the fans didn't either. When they saw it, they were like, what is this weird anime garbage?
So did your parents kind of like realize like you had a potential career, and that's when you did go to Marvel?
Yeah. I think at that point they were kind of like, hey, look, my son made a comic book, and they were like all excited about it. So yeah, and I always like was pretty independent, and I would just kind of do my own thing, and like I would not really
In Discord?
ask them for stuff. So I think they were happy.
Yeah, in Discord.
I'm like, all right, cool, he's set. You know.
Oh yeah, he
you know,
posted
if the Marvel thing didn't work
Oh
out, I'd probably
dang.
just
Yeah, I've
work
definitely
on
seen
that
his
for a
art
while
done
and
before.
figure
Does he have a
things
YouTube
out.
channel? I've seen
Toward
this
the
art
end of my
before.
run on X-Men, like I knew that I was like
This is
kind of
fire.
not feeling like superhero comics anymore. I was playing like a lot of RPGs
Oh dang.
and watching anime that was like Record of Lodoss War and like fantasy stuff basically. And I was like, damn, there's no comics like this in the US at all. It's like Conan or that's it. Like, you know, and so I was like, I kind of want to draw a fantasy book, and there wasn't really anything like that at Marvel, and they didn't really know. They didn't want me to leave X-Men, basically. I was like, I would do a Spider-Man story. Spidey's always been my childhood favorite, and they were kind of not feeling that, so I was like, well, I think I'm going to go just try to do this fantasy book on my own. The very first idea was, it actually wasn't even, it was more about like these rogues basically, like and they would sort of like chase battles and like pick the bones of the dead on the battlefields and like sort of loot them. They were like Tomb Raiders basically, and they would just follow like soldiers around and wait for the wars to be over and like pick their bones, and they eventually get an artifact that, you know, they shouldn't get, and they're hunted. And but they were like 7 criminals or something. It was totally different, and that's where Battle Chasers came from. And I pitched it to Jim Lee at the time, and he was pretty excited about just like the verbal pitch. And there was a couple of other big name artists launching their books.
12 years ago? Yeah, I think I
we
remember.
did this Cliffhanger imprint together. J. Scott Campbell, Berto Ramos. They did Danger Girl and Crimson, and we just sort of like launched our books together. And I was working with a guy, Munir Sharif, and he was just like a buddy of mine I met. He was in advertising, and he always wanted to write comics. So we would be like, wouldn't it be cool if, blah, and we'd brainstorm all this stuff. And I had a little sketchbook where I would like draw like, hey, what if this little girl was like as strong as the Hulk and she could just punch through walls and stuff. The tone of the book started to change. It was a lot more fun and lighthearted, and I knew I wanted to have like a weird range of characters that would be fun to draw, like not just like 7 humans, but like some big creature or like a robot. Like I wanted there to be like tech in there, and so that's where like Calibretto started to come together. I think you can probably, I think I've showed some of the early designs for the characters. They don't really look, you know, the same as I originally intended, but characters like Monica did. She's like the sort of Jessica Rabbit archetype, especially in the 90s. Like there was just like, every single comic had like these like hot girls in it, and I was just like, it was kind of ridiculous. So I put her in there to sort of be even more like cheesy than any other character around, and but she ended up like having a following even from like female readership, and I was like, oh man, she actually has potential to be a cool character, and I like quickly toned it down a little bit. Toward the end of the run, you can sort of see it. So I did that for years.
So she was
and
for
it did have like
fan
that,
service in the beginning.
The schedule was
and he's like, oh shoot,
like
people are hold on. I think I could make some of this.
It wasn't a monthly book.
Okay.
I never really promised that it would be monthly, but I just wanted each issue to be good. It took a few issues for the series to really take off. I mean, in comics, the shops can like, they take pre-orders. You get like a catalog basically each month, and retailers place their orders. So the publisher already has like a number that they can safely print that are already like sold, and so those sales were not great, but usually around the third issue, or the fourth issue, people have already bought the first one, and they saw that it like sold out like that day, and then so around issue 3, the sales like had picked up considerably, and then issue 4 was the one where it was actually the #1 book in the industry that month. It was like ahead of X-Men, Avengers, everything. It was like Battle Chasers #1. I was like, oh, yeah. Because it wasn't, I didn't really expect it to break into the mainstream, really. I mean, I just wanted it to do pretty well. But it wasn't like a superhero comic, so I was okay with it not being in the top 10 or whatever. And it was pretty much always in the top 10, but that month when we snagged the one spot, it was like, whoa, this book is like competing with like the superhero comics. There were 9 issues of Battle Chasers, and I was working on the 10th one when I started working in the game industry. So it kind of like ended on a cliffhanger, which people remind me of constantly. It was just a lot of, you know, stuff that I had been dying to draw for years, and I finally got a chance to do it. And I always thought if I picked it up again, I would probably just scrap what I did.
Exactly.
And start over on issue 10. And I didn't really know how the game thing was going to go. I figured I would do it for like a few months and be like, wow, this is terrible. I had no idea what to expect. So it was a startup situation, you know, that can go well or badly, and it went badly. So I was like, all right. But I did stay. I decided to stay in games, though, and try to make it work. I had always been a gamer, you know, my whole life. Like I discovered games even before comics. Like I was just like always just playing games. It was even when I was doing it for fun, drawing felt a little more like work, whereas like playing games was like what I would do to just chill out and have fun with my friends or whatever. And so I was like pretty early, like starting with like Atari and Commodore 64, and you know, then Nintendo and Sega. I was just like playing games all the time. But again, it didn't really, even when I became successful in comics, and I would meet other, like gaming professionals, and they'd be like, hey, we have guys at our office that love your stuff. Can you sign some comics for them? And I'd be like, what? You know who I am? And then, you know, like Jason Rubin mentioned Battle Chasers in an interview about Jack and Daxter and stuff, which I was like playing that game nonstop at the time. So one of my friends was like, dude, did you see this? And I was like, wow, like people know me in the game industry. And then one of those guys, a buddy of mine, Tim Donnelly, he was working at Black Isle at the time. He did this like fan art of Calbretto that was like CG, and he was like animating with like this cool lighting. And I was like, this isn't like some fan, like this guy's like a pro, obviously, somewhere. And so I emailed him, or whatever we had at the time, snail mail. I wrote him a letter, and I think he actually did send me a letter, actually, now that I think of it. But he was like, yeah, I work at this company called Black Isle, and I'm like, whoa. Like, I'm playing Icewind Dale right now. And he's like, oh, I like designed all those dungeons or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta be this guy's best friend. And at some point he was like, yeah, we're thinking about doing this startup and with some of these guys. And I was like, I'm in, let's do it. And yeah, like we did that for probably almost a year, just self-funded, and did lots of meetings. We started working on a playable prototype, but at the time we were using like licensed technology, which was not cool back then. Now it's fine because there's like, you know, Unity and Unreal and like good ones. And back then it was like renderware, and nobody wanted. They're like, oh, you're using renderware? Never mind, because they were more excited about getting tech going, like, you know, their own technology. And so that was one of the things that gave value to a little studio that was starting up stuff. And we didn't have that. We just had a cool idea and a cool team, but we weren't proven, so it didn't take off. But one of the artists that we hired there started working with this guy, David Adams, in Arizona at his company Realm. And then they asked me to work on that game, and that's where I met Dave and Ryan and the guys that eventually ended up being the founders of Vigil. And we all just like stuck together after that and worked together for years.
Was the transition from like drawing
this is
comics
insane,
to
bro.
games quite difficult, or
It's Moon Knight?
was that pretty easy transition?
It was a pretty easy transition at first, just because early on I was just pretty much doing concept art, and it was funny because like I didn't really know. I feel like I operate best when I don't really know what I'm doing. It's like if I don't know that something's not possible, then that's cool. I'll just sort of like push it. Once I start having all these like limits, I'll like sort of be a little more conservative. But when I first started, you know, doing the Dragon kind stuff, we're like, yeah, we're just gonna make this Zelda-ish platformer, and it's gonna have all this cool stuff in it. I had no concept of like production or how many artists it would take to build this character, or like how long it would take to animate, whatever. I was just like shooting from the hip, and I did have some experienced guys around me that were, you know, sort of reining me in a little. But when I got to work with Dave at Realm, it was just like, he was just like, do whatever. I'm like, what about these two little mutant twins that are chained together? Yeah, that's cool. What about this like fat thing that vomits stuff all over the place and it's acid if you step in it? Cool. It wasn't really, I don't know, like the game we were working on, Trade Wars, which became Exarch, there was a lot of freedom, so I think I stepped into a situation that was like much easier than the norm, you know, the norm if you went to work at Blizzard or whatever, and there's like this very established structure and hierarchy, and like,
I feel like that's when the best ideas happen, when you're just doing that. And that's why like early Pixar was like the best too. Like if you watch the Pixar story, where you you know, find out about like how they created Pixar and everything and when they created it, they just had a whole bunch of sessions like that when people just started throwing things off the hip, and they're like, all right, let's do it. Oh, I think I can make it work. I can make it work. And then it just went from there, and everything was gold, right? Because they just played around and had fun. And then and then things changed terribly.
It would probably be a different story, you know, like as far as like your first time out. But I sort of lucked out that I was able to just gradually ease into it. And then the weirdest part for me was becoming an art director and telling other people what to do, because that's not something that I had never even really worked with other people before, except, you know, like an inker or a colorist on my comic stuff, where it was like very easy. Like, can that be like blue instead of red? Sure. You know, there wasn't really a lot of like, you know, I didn't have to be like as much of a team player, and I was very used to just being alone, you know. So I think the social aspect of working on a team was the strangest thing for me, not so much the job itself. My style, it's funny because a lot of like artists starting out always ask like, you know, I want to have my style, or how do I get a style? How'd you get your style? And I think the thing is to just keep working. I think it evolves over time.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess you can say,
Zora?
I'm going to draw in this kind of style and just try to stick to it. But you know, for me, it was more based on what was influencing me at the time. And I had, you know, starting out with American comics and then like being turned on to anime and manga, just it kind of like derailed me. I was like looking at Akira and Appleseed and stuff like that, you know, and X-Men. It was like there were things that I liked about each of them, and like I always try to figure out what it is that I like about, you know, certain artists or certain. It's like, oh, you know, I would have picked this shot, but now that I'm looking at Akira, you know, like, why does this feel like so much, you know, like it's moving, and why is it so dramatic? Oh, look, he turned the camera like slightly. It's like the character's like not centered, and like I would just like pay attention to stuff like that. And over time, it was really just like me selecting what got me excited, and then I would just drop the old way and adopt the new way. So I think, you know, I'm sure every artist does it, and we all are looking for inspiration on a daily basis. Still to this day, when I have my coffee, I'll like, you know, go through ArtStation or whatever and sort of like get motivated. You know, it's funny, it never really dawned on me to pursue it as a career. I just would do it for fun mostly. I didn't really think about like pursuing it as a career or anything like that. And then you know, my drawing started getting like decent, and I just stuck with it. For me, I just like, there was no other course for me as far as I was concerned. I was just like drawing all the time, and it was fun. And then it turned into a job, but I wasn't planning for it. Why is this so funny?
That's cool. It's cool hearing. Like I like hearing like people who are in the industry, people who made it story.
Stop laughing, man! Everyone leave!
But like I said, it's just sometimes we're just like when I listen, like, yo, this man was just there and then there, and that's why they say you gotta put yourself out there, because if he didn't go to that internship, he would have never been where he is, you know. So sometimes you just gotta get out there, you know. So if you want to become some type of manga artist or something like that, you gotta not only draw, you gotta put yourself out there, go to contests, do your thing, you know. Not go to contests, but like submit your working contests and stuff, you know.
November 1st of 2007, manga author Shinichi Sakamoto comes out with a series called The Climber.
Oh, The Climber's freaking style. Like, the art is the most insane thing.
The Climber is a very strange manga that was based on a very strange guy who in the 1930s was referred to as the Immortal Mountaineer. Alpinists at the time were convinced he was invincible. Alpinists themselves are already insane people. It's a hobby where, just for funsies, people will go in groups, put on shoes with spikes on the bottom that are called crampons, carry what is literally an entire apartment on their back, and climb up a mountain often attached to one another via an extremely long piece of rope. You know, to slightly prevent the odds of dying. Its appeal, I think, comes from the fact that you are engaging in the ultimate form of like 5 different hobbies. You are hiking, rock climbing, camping, land scuba diving, and pursuing a PhD in snow hydrology. Each day, each step, you are literally dealing with about 1 million different factors that are constantly changing, constantly increasing the chances of you one day becoming rest in peace, John. He was pretty fucking weird. But then so why do so many people bother with this hobby? Why is it that every time I see footage of Mount Everest, it is the most overpacked group of insane people spending 2 entire months trying to reach the summit? Well, the answer can be summed up in 2 words. Rich egotists with way too much money and free time. So like 8 words. But then this all brings us back to the 1930s, a time that was pre-Netflix, pre-TED Talks, pre-ghost-written self-published Amazon bestseller autobiographies, pre any social incentive to risk your life by climbing tall mountains. A time where alpinists were simply just granola people on steroids. And so now imagine that, and then imagine someone actively trying to make the sport even more dangerous. That is the immortal mountaineer, aka Kato Buntaro. In his early 20s, he had become known for going on these insane escapades where he'd ascend some of the highest mountains in Japan like Mount Yari all by himself. Soon after, his name started reaching the local newspaper about climbers spotting this mysterious figure that was ascending these mountains at extremely fast rates.
With
This
no
is considered
cameras,
to be
no
extremely
nothing. This man
dangerous
just
because
decided,
mountaineers have to be very careful about what pace they ascend their
I wanna
routes.
do
Once you
this.
reach an elevation of over 8,000 meters, it's often advised to stay at this level for a day or 2 in order to avoid altitude sickness.
Yeah, too.
You can't just
Get
any percent
acclimated.
speed run Earth. Years later, he
Acclimated.
came across a crew in the Northern Alps that was being led by another mountaineer named Nakamura, who had told him, "Mate, you're living on borrowed time." This then led Kato to write out an entire manifesto in response, a 744-word essay explaining his reasoning for why he decided to pursue mountaineering in this way. In his words, he wanted to think of himself as an Alpine Alleinganger, a German word for a guy who was willing to take the life-threatening routes that hadn't been discovered yet, as opposed to the ones that have already been cleared out by others in the past. He also mentions that he just didn't want to invite anyone else into what he'd call his search for truth and knowledge, because he believed it would distract him from that process. Then saying this:
"Why climb mountains? I climb because I want to climb. Surely it's a good enough reason to climb if one is moved to do so by some irrepressible instinct of the spirit."
But even after making this manifesto, 2 years later, he finally took Nakamura's words to heart. Whether it was because of his recent marriage or the fact that having a partner was a requirement to take on harder routes, it's not exactly clear as to what changed his mind. All that we know for sure is that for around 2 years, he finally began to make his ascents with another climber named Yoshida Tomihisa. And then in January of 1936, the two of them went on an attempt to revisit the summit of Mount Yari, and that became the last time that anyone would hear from the immortal mountaineer. Not much later, it had been confirmed that Kato Buntaro had tragically passed away at the age of 30. All that was left to commemorate him was a memorial placed on the upper floor of a library in Japan, a stone engraving, and a manifesto that he had written explaining that the reason why he was out there risking his life was purely because of an irrepressible instinct of the spirit. That was all Kato Buntaro was ever remembered for 70 years. Until one day, a guy named Shinichi Sakamoto decided to retell his story. Instead, he is now remembered for artwork like this. Artwork of psychedelic body horror, ice
is
dragons,
insane,
cloaked
bro.
warriors running away from baby-eating gods, pirates, zombies, and the most bizarre abstract depictions of anxiety that you'll ever see in your life. Kato Buntaro is now remembered by a manga called The Climber. And some of you might be asking, how did this happen? Which is a really great question, Nathan. Context is an important thing, and context will be given right after I pay my rent. Special thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Are you tired? I didn't put anything clever for that part of the script. Originally, The Climber was going to be worked on by 2 people. The illustrator was going to be Shinichi Sakamoto, and the writer was going to be Yoshiro Nabata. But after their first year, Nabata decided to dip out. Now, is that the world's biggest coincidence? Yes, but it is also because of this that the manga suddenly goes through a massive drastic tonal shift. At first, it's like one of the most generic things I've ever seen. I sometimes like to imagine that the initial creative direction that they decided to go with it was just take a popular sports thing and then replace thing with rock climbing. So for example, they write in this bully, except in this case he was written to be a rock climbing themed bully. So he goes up to people like Kato and the other students and he just decides to grip them, I guess? Kind of like that one kid in elementary school who would go up to you and rip your forearm and be like, "Does this hurt?" If it hurts, you're a pussy. They also tried to introduce Kato as this like shy, mysterious transfer high school student who ends up randomly being interested in rock climbing. He eventually joins the rock climbing club. It obviously turns out that he's a savant, and then all the stars align for this to become just like any other sports manga. Tournaments, bullies, high school crushes being like, oh my god, Kato! And themes about how friendships cure cancer. Nothing wrong with that, but also nothing special either. Yet still, at around chapter 30, the writer decided to quit. The writer could not be fucked to continue this story, so he left the artist all by himself to figure out where to go from here. This probably sucked a lot. It sucks to now have to double the workload, especially in a circumstance where it's likely for a publisher to
By the way,
discontinue
guys,
your
I know
series.
I should have mentioned this before, but there might be some profanity in some of these videos. I'm just saying. Yeah. Should have mentioned that earlier, but yeah.
It was a circumstance that also meant that Shinichi Sakamoto would be given full creative freedom with the story. So, in the manga, he decides to scrap everything. The coach and the rock climbing club go on this field trip, and the coach gets fucking mutilated by a boulder. And then the club just ends. The high school just shuts down the program. And then Sakamoto had the story take place in an entirely new timeline where Kato is now an adult with a job. And it's here where it's evident that he made two significant changes in its creative direction. One, he did not want this to be another high school sports manga. He wanted this to be a story about the real Kato Buntaro, a lens through which he would try to make sense out of what he meant by this manifesto. Why did he climb mountains? Why did he climb them alone in a way that exponentially risked his life? Why couldn't he have just gone the normal route, eventually getting a chance to be a part of or even just witness humanity one day reach the summit of Everest in K2? The second change was that he completely decided to change its artistic approach. Rather than only ever trying to make his work seem realistic, he instead decides to depict the experience of rock climbing through visual metaphors. For example, when there's an avalanche, the next panel will show a building collapsing. Sexual experiences get drawn through psychedelic body horror. Mountain climbing gets expressed through these allegories of pirate ships moving through a storm, the survival of a zombie apocalypse, or a cloaked warrior being chased by God. Most notably though, Kato's own internal conflicts get shown through pieces like this. His feelings being split in two, his mind and body fighting against itself, his intuition moving towards opposite directions. And not just that, when Sakamoto was left by himself, he also ramped up the frequency of double spreads. But really, who's counting that? I was. The first three volumes have an average of around 0.5.
Like, look at the work, bro. It is insane.
The next panel will show a building collapsing. Expressed through these allegories of pirate ships moving through a storm, the survival of a zombie apocalypse, or a cloaked warrior being chased by God. Most notably though, Kato's own internal conflicts get shown through pieces like this. His feelings being split in two, his mind and body fighting against itself, his intuition moving towards opposite directions. And not just that, when Sakamoto was left by himself, he also ramped up the frequency of double spreads. But really, who's counting that? I was. The first three volumes have an average of around 0.52, and then the following nearly tripled at 1.43, which is insane. I feel like when you're forced to work double the workload, you don't then decide to double that workload. But why even bother mentioning that? Why go out of my way to even try to count double spreads? You see, double spreads are something that are usually conserved for its most important moments of a chapter. It's the author basically trying to shake you by the shoulders and be like, look at this. Like, please, look at this moment. They're special because they also serve as visual proof of an author's efforts. I'm a guy who can barely draw a circle, but even I can imagine how hard it must have been to make a chapter like this. I can imagine that the creator of this had to spend hundreds of hours cramped up in an office space, speedrunning his way into carpal tunnel to be able to tell this story. Every line, every bit of shading, detail, stroke, technique is a landmark of its maker's history. And it was through all this that I came to realize how unique of an experience it was to read a manga like The Climber. After Nabeta had left, the main focus of the story would then revolve around the main character training himself to one day be able to take on the summit of K2. The Moby Dick of mountain climbing, the Sisyphus of mountain climbing, the Baal to Egon of mountain climbing. And rather than focusing on the actual logistics of how he was going to get there, it instead is more concerned about exploring the origin of that feeling. Why did Kato Buntaro desire such a thing in the first place? What does he seek to find at the top of it? And I think it was through this line of thinking that led Sakamoto to put himself up for this challenge. The pursuit of having to work 1,000 times harder to one day make something that's now considered to be one of the most visually visually stunning pieces of fiction to ever come out of this industry. What The Climber is about at its core is a story with two journeys. One is of a mountaineer trying to find meaning through the summit of K2, and the other is of an author trying to seek that meaning through the process of making his story. Comic books that have the prettiest art aren't just eye candy. They are a beautiful and unique case where they serve as visual proof of a person's efforts. When an artist is able to achieve greatness, we are looking at the aftermath of someone choosing to run thousands of miles in pursuit of a finish line that they can't even see. When at its best, they are the result of someone pushing boundaries, pushing past what the industry or anyone expects of them. Comic books that have pretty art remind me of Kato Buntaro. So why not make a dumb little video about that? Now I'm gonna be fully honest here. I was totally planning on this just being a cutesy video about comic books that I felt like were kind of pretty. It was gonna be a nice, soft little 20-minute video, and then I got to be like, ha! Look guys, I can actually make things without it taking me several months and having it remove a part of my soul, but for reasons that are now clearly evident by how long the timestamp is, that did not end up being the case, because instead of making a video about comic books that I felt like had pretty art, it is now a video essay of me trying to answer the question of why the fuck do people climb mountains? The year is 1987. Comic books looked like this, and somewhere out there was an artist who had become obsessed with the works that were coming from this industry. Out there was an artist who was the nerdiest of nerds for superheroes, not just in the way that they looked or how they had cool powers, but in the way that they embodied the virtues that we can see in ourselves, in the same lens that we viewed the Greek gods. This artist was also at the time inspired by painters. He was raised by a mother who was a professional illustrator and had spent most of his childhood attempting to recreate the works of George Perez and Bertie Wrightson. But in art school, he was shown quite the opposite. He loved to study the works of Andrew Loomis, Norman Rockwell, who, fun fact, is actually the original artist of this, and Salvador Dali, who had a knack for creating fiction through the who, fun fact, is actually the original artist of this, and Salvador
I forget the name.
Dali, who had a knack for creating fiction through the lens of hyperrealism. The problem was that this artist wanted to find meaning through works like this, but wanted to make comic books. But comic books looked like this. They were made in pen and ink, were done quickly, efficiently. This then led this artist to come up with a profound solution. Me plus paint equals shit that will look cool as fuck. He believed that what these painters had made were no different from what the superhero comic industry was trying to do. In his words, superheroes weren't heroes because they were strong, they performed acts that looked beyond themselves. He wanted to be the first one to approach these stories in its most believable shape, not just in the way that they looked, but in the way that they reminded us of a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, wearing costumes that aren't additional 3D objects but an extension of their own skin. By the time 1990 came around, this approach began to lead to a couple job opportunities here and there. But most notably, his name began to start making its rounds through the industry after his work on a comic called Marvels, a 4-part series revolving around the Marvel universe from the perspective of a regular photographer. And then by 1996, he begins to work on a series called Kingdom Come. Now, I don't often like to claim this, but I've become convinced that this artist is one of the few people on this earth that was literally born to do what they do. The name of this artist is Alex Ross, who hasn't been showing up to any of the Alex meetings.
Dang.
Mark Weed in Alex Ross's 1996 comic book takes place in a world that's become fully accustomed to the ecosystem of superheroes. They're in
just
theme
looks
parks,
so...
restaurants, they're
What the
commercialized,
heck?
governmentalized, not a real word. They're political leaders, they're soldiers, employees. They are every day clocking in at work to go shoot laser beams in the middle of the city in hopes of saving the world. It is the meme, man, it sure would suck to be a regular accountant there, turned into a real thing. It's a story where Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman are now morally conflicted people who are now forced into great positions of power, to an extent where they've gone past just being people and instead are now perceived as mythological beings. What I find to be objectively hilarious is the fact that they also introduce these characters in that kind of way.
In the realm of Earth lies a guardian angel who rights even the most harmless of wrongs with lightning speed. He lives between the ticks of a second. He is the Flash. Another takes refuge high above the Earth's surface, his self-made Emerald City twinkling in the night like a verdant star. They call him the Green Lantern. And then there's Batman. He's...
Where is it? Where's the candy bar? I know you took it, son. Take it. Where is it? Where is it?
Arresting high schoolers.
All to make the point that they hold power beyond just their physical.
This is insane. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Form. Evil isn't scared because it's seen Superman, it fears the possibility of him ever showing up in the first place. It's a big reason why in the story he ends up retiring to stay as far away from civilization. The original members end up being split between whether or not they should embrace their role in having so much power over Earth's war and politics, and I think the panels that best help us imagine this concept of what it's like to live on an Earth that's filled with a bunch of nuclear red buttons comes from the fact that Alex Ross drew these compositions from the POV of an everyday person. Page 18 is a perfect example of this. These are weapons of war morphed into humanoid form, flying around, shooting beams, missiles, flames, throwing each other around at 100 miles an hour, destroying everything that stands in their way in the same way people like us have crushed an ant wall on a walk. This is the real terror of what it's like to be a normal human alongside superheroes. Not just because death beams are being shot around like confetti, but because when you look at these panels, you can't even tell which one of them are supposed to be the good guys. It's fucking awesome. I love this shit out of this comic. It not only begs the question of how humanity is supposed to be dealing with this much power in its hands, but also of whether or not the goal of making progress is simply just regression given to us in a different shape, which, mind you, is all being told to us from a fucking teleporting priest tagged alongside MF Doom. And while a lot of that credit can and should be given to Mark Waid for the writing that was put into the story, I also think it cannot exist without the work of Alex Ross. He is and should be the only person crazy enough to ever consistently attempt to do an art style like this. Even the way he draws faces is something that you don't ever find in this medium. For example, in issue 2, it becomes revealed to us that the US government has come up with a plan to get rid of all super beings by sending them into a civil war. Not long after, we find out that it's all being funded and executed by Lex Luthor. They then hear the news that Bruce Wayne is willing to tag alongside him on this plan. Bruce shows up to the board meeting, comes up to Lex to go shake his hand, and then we see this panel. On the side are Bruce's most trusted allies, staring at Lex with expressions that can only be described as their best attempt at a poker face because they're signing a contract with literally evil Johnny Sins. And in the middle, you see Bruce smiling in a way where you can't really tell if he's either on board with the superhero genocide plan or if he's about to backstab him. All that we know for sure is that he looks like he's 4 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. This is not something you'll often ever see in the medium. When someone is shocked, they are visibly shocked. When they're scared or angry, the artist makes it very clear that they're scared or angry, either because the pages are too small or readers will read them too fast to even notice. But when it comes to Alex Ross, it's not just cinematic in the way that it looks, but also in the way that you have to read in between the lines. They're saying something, but the story requires you to look closely to try and understand what they mean by it. This is the case because Ross often uses reference photos for both the layout of his pages as well as the character designs. The teleporting priest was based on his dad, and he had his friend come over to wear shitty, cheap, undersized costumes to pose for Shazam. I also found out that he'll just do poses himself sometimes, which led me to coming across this Polaroid.
Did he just say the teleporting priest was based off of his dad?
Also, dad, and he had his friend layout of his pages as well as the character designs. The teleporting priest,
like, design based off his dad. I thought he was saying like based off his dad because he wasn't around. I was about to say, oh, ain't no way.
was based on his dad, and he had his friend come over to wear shitty, cheap, undersized costumes to pose for Shazam. I also found out that he'll just do poses himself sometimes, which led me to coming across this Polaroid, which for someone like him should tell you everything you need to know. Look at the way he even draws reflections on the armor of Iron Man. No, seriously, look at it. He makes it so that the light bouncing off of it warps into different shapes based on the people around him. Tell me that's not physical insanity. No one is asking him to do that. The guy has an entire channel on YouTube where he'll go into detail about some of the behind-the-scenes process for each character design. In one of them, he goes on about Shazam and Captain Marvel purely to then spend 20 minutes both flexing and explaining his knowledge of the entire history of the character. I've kind of always been of the opinion that the greatest people in anything are always the ones that happen to be the biggest fans, and in this case, so many writers from the industry have noted the amount of times they've gotten into arguments and actuallys with Alex Ross. He grew up being and still is a huge comic book nerd. He has an entire museum at his home. He has the original artwork of his favorite artist framed up in a hallway, all to be mentioned as proof that it's work being done by someone who genuinely cares about their craft. Like, he really, really fucking cares. When working on Kingdom Come, he was only 25 years old when he reached out to Mark Waid on this project. He wanted to depict heroes in a way that felt like it was as close as possible to people that we knew, and both of them agreed to take on this project with the approach that they wanted to depict superheroes in the most what if they were actually real way possible. Except for Superman Bun, Waid has recently come out in an interview to say that we should all just delete that from our memories. That was apparently DC's ideas, not theirs.
Wait, except for the mullet. Other than that, the one note we had to take that we didn't want to take was the absolute insistence on DC's part that when Superman is shown back in the day of Magog, that he wear his hair in a mullet because he was wearing his hair in a mullet in the comics at the time. We all knew this was a terrible idea.
But I think for a story that so heavily needs us to understand its theme, how weak and fragile humans are in comparison to the power that they have, I think the strides made for this aesthetic needed to be there. To Alex Ross, what was most important about this comic was its verisimilitude. In an upcoming documentary that's being made on the whole process for how Alex Ross managed to make this comic book, there's a part where he literally said this.
I know it meant a lot to him to see that where we were going with this thing, he got a sense, an epiphany himself of like, there's going to be a lot of attention towards this, and there's going to be something of this that will be with us for years to come. So it would weigh on us the way it would be perceived for all time to come. But I always had this sense of like, oh, when people see this thing, they're going to be reading it for years and years to come. So I had this, you know, very self-absorbed sort of sense that like, oh, I'm making a legend right now.
That's the most badass shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't know what else to say. The thing I want to make clear though is that realism isn't the only thing I want to go for here. Just because a thing looks close to the real thing doesn't make it impressive if it's not being used for any purpose. In fact, I so strongly feel that way that I decided to then beg the question of what would happen if we were to go down the complete opposite route. What if you were to go down as unrealismistic as humanly possible? More specifically, what if you were to make a comic book from the point of view of someone who can't properly perceive reality at all? Not just emotionally, but from a chemical imbalance in their brain. Dave McKean is a painter, abstract artist, bird enthusiast, and a fourth adjective who was hired by DC in 1988 to work alongside Neil Gaiman on a series called Black Orchid. Before it ever even got released, they were planning on axing the series entirely in fear of it selling fuck all, but after McKean had showed them what he had done with the artwork, they completely changed their minds about the release. What was originally supposed to be a caped pink chameleon hero who, according to Wiki, has a main ability where she transforms into background female characters was then turned into this. The series still ended up being short-lived, but after this, I think both Neil Gaiman and Dave McKean had a moment with themselves where they looked at each other and were like, dude, you need to get hired. The Arkham Asylum comic starts off with the diary entries of a man named Amadeus Arkham, the founder of the Arkham Asylum, which is a psychiatric hospital meant to rehabilitate the villains of Gotham. The first entry talks about his reasoning for wanting to open up the facility in the first place. He was raised by a schizophrenic mother, and after her death, decided to pursue a career in psychiatry. At Gotham, he was assigned to work with patients suffering from extreme mental illnesses, which one day led to him meeting a patient named Martin Mad Dog Hawkins. This didn't last long, as he would end up going missing. For a while, things had gone quiet until eventually the news had gone out that he was on a murdering spree in Gotham. The police told Amadeus to stay low since their relationship implied that his family might be in danger as well. Amadeus, too busy with his own career, decided to ignore this advice. And then one night, he came home to find the corpse of his wife and daughter laying on the ground, now added along to one of the dozens of Mad Dog's victims. The police arrested him that same night. A jury declares him medically insane and decides that he should be sent back to a psychiatric hospital, the only one available in Gotham being the location that Amadeus works at. For 6 months, Mad Dog gets assigned to be treated by Amadeus. He proceeds to spend every session going into great detail about each event, what weapons he used, how he went about it, all joyfully explained to the man who was the husband and father of the two victims. The journal entries proceed to go on about how this part of Amadeus's life had begun to make him lose his sanity. And then one day, in the middle of a session involving an electroshock therapy machine, Amadeus decided to set the device to overdrive, burning Mad Dog to his death. The hospital reported it as an accident, and the following entries devolve into Amadeus confessing that this did nothing for him. All that was left was an overwhelming feeling of emptiness. The killing may have been seen as just by a court of law, but nothing was changed by this. Nothing was solved, nor was anyone helped by this incident. All that happened here was a result of Amadeus's malice. This became the moment where he came to the conclusion that he was going to use the house that was handed to him down by his mother to open up the Arkham Asylum. He was left with the choice of either looking at a man like Mad Dog, cursing his name until he laid his last breath on this earth, or he could be the one to try and find a cure, a solution to treating these people in hopes of ridding this world from evil. The story then alternates between this timeline and one that exists 70 years later, where the Arkham Asylum has now become a home for where the villains of the Batman universe get sent to. The Joker, the Lizard, Two-Face, and Scarecrow, but I've got to be fully honest
The
here
F is
and
this
admit
video?
that I only managed to pick up on all this after reading the story multiple times. It's difficult to follow, both narratively and visually. As I just mentioned, it's constantly alternating between these unwell diary entries and a Batman who's experiencing what I can only describe as a god-awful acid trip. When you see the Joker, there's not really a clear silhouette to his appearance. You can't really point out where his design starts or ends. It's almost like you're staring at the idea of him. The story then goes on to explain how it's possible that the Joker was born with a condition that forces his mind to live in a constant state of supersanity, like a roller coaster that can only move forward at 1,000 miles an hour. A doctor goes on to elaborate how this might be the source of his behavior, that early on he had to make the decision to either be destroyed by it or to embrace it. In another scene, there's a part where we get introduced to Two-Face, who's depicted as a man in fear of his own morality. In this version, they explain that he's not flipping a coin to be like, how shall I inconvenience this man in spandex today? He's like that because his mind doesn't want to open itself to anything other than binary decisions, which then gets followed up by this panel. It is so fucking cool. Some of the panels even purposely look like Polaroids with the subtle camera blur and extremely high exposure. You know how when people talk about dreams, they describe it as a version of real life but with some of the settings on the physics being skewed? When you're running, it doesn't feel like your feet are touching the ground. It's like as if you're gliding against pavement in slow motion. When you reach to grab something, it's right in front of you, but it's almost like as if your hand, no matter how hard you try, just phases through. That's what it's like to read this comic. It's giving you things but only just the idea of it. This also gave me the random thought that statistically, at least one of you right now is watching this while high off an edible that was a little bit too strong.
Okay.
Hey Brian, I called the cops on you.
Hey, Brian.
Run. What the comic is trying to show is how malleable physical things can be based on how we perceive them. There is no objective version of reality because really it just comes down to how we store that information. This is the reason why the story then puts into question on if Batman is really the good guy or if he's made himself believe that. Dave McKean going into this project didn't think so.
The only thing was that I really didn't believe in Batman as a man dressed up in a suit at the end of the day. I was even hoping to take it as far as doing the whole thing like a big sort of theatrical production and having everybody wear masks and the Joker would just be a mask, suspended mask, and Two-Face would have two masks. But actually it came back a little bit from there.
It actually turns out that this loose, hazy, dreamy art style would go on to become the source of a lot of conflict between Dave McKean, his writer, the editors, and pretty much anyone else involved in the creative process of making this comic. And the reason for that was because each party involved had a completely different vision as to what this story was supposed to be. Morrison wanted for there to be themes, but for them to have clarity, while McKean, on the other hand, couldn't be fucked. He strongly felt that a story like this didn't deserve the cookie-cutter treatment that everyone around them had expected.
Also, by the end of it, I'd really begun to think that this whole thing about four-color comics with very, very overpainted, lavish illustrations in every panel just didn't work. It hampers the storytelling. It does everything wrong. It's very difficult to have any enthusiasm about it after that.
He, like Alex Ross, was fully aware of what this industry wanted from him, but just didn't care to listen. Apparently, the original draft of the Joker was even supposed to consist of him wearing black lingerie as a parody of Madonna, but when they submitted their early drafts to editors and other people in the industry, they all called it uber pretentious dog shit. And I'm obsessed with the fact that what we are reading is the byproduct of that conflict. We are looking at the most perfect coincidence ever of two creative geniuses fighting over what a story about insanity is supposed to be. And regardless of constant input to change things, McKean had no interest in fulfilling those needs. He's not asking you to make sense of the story. He's not asking for you to follow along and come out of it with an explanation. He simply decided to depict the story in a way that made sense to him. I like to believe that Alex Ross and Dave McKean are two people with opposite approaches that ended up aiming towards a similar goal. They both worked in an industry that they themselves decided to seek something that was beyond what was expected of them. And I can't help but feel like there's a part of me that wants to understand why. What is it that they're trying to prove? What do they hope to achieve by constantly going against the input of others? What psychopath decides to only ever make comic books with gouache? Do you know how fucking hard that is? It's gouache! Why do we as human beings feel the need to do that? No, like seriously. Between the years of 2006 to 2011, a manga author named Haruko Ichikawa had worked on about a dozen different one-shots. All of them were weird. All of them revolved around her strong desire of wanting to make fiction that expressed its themes through biology. Sometimes there was incest. She came from a background
Oh my
of working
goodness,
as an
never mind.
editorial designer for a company before working on her own stories. This approach early on helped her a lot on figuring out how good design is able to guide the eyes on where to look. It also had a clear influence on the way she'd present her values, using negative space as a way to invoke the mood of her stories. Stories that would usually revolve around humans being treated like the game Spore. What I love about her work is the way that they all seem to take place on an Earth that grew to have a couple different rules about its nature. What if plants, if taken care of correctly, could grow like a human? What if lightning wasn't just electricity and actually had thoughts? What if you could slightly tweak the evolution of beetles to become more like us? What if you were a baseball player with a damaged rotator cuff, you wished upon a star to have your arm fixed, that shooting star then morphs into a clay doll, you then raise that clay doll as if it were one of your children, and then it sacrifices itself to become a new part of your body for you. Okay, maybe you didn't find that to be strange. So how about this? What if you were to one day eat a shellfish and then the mollusk crawls inside of you to use your body as its new shell? Your career as a marine biologist then consists of you embracing the fact that your body is its shell and now produces pearls that your brother takes out of you from your legs. I don't even know why this one has incest. Haruko Ichikawa, by all means, has a strange mind. I love it. I love the way she writes humans as if they were just any other blob that stands on this floating piece of rock. Her characters are doctors, scientists, visionaries with a great purpose who are then next to people who die in these really silly dumb ways where it's like, oh my god, what happened? I just mold. Her short stories were weird, but they were excellent. They were stepping stones that would eventually lead her to make a masterpiece. A story about a gem that causes the end of the world. Land of the Lustrous is about many things. It's about moon people that fight gemstones that fight snail people, and barely anyone seems to have a clear answer as to why. All of this gets told to us from the perspective of the main character named Phospholite, who I am just now discovering as I write the script is actually called Phospholite. So Phospholite wants to put an end to this war. She is sick and tired of seeing her fellow gem people get annihilated by moon people. So she decides in the first chapter that she was going to do whatever it took to come up with a solution here. She wants to be strong but isn't, and that's because she's made of phospholite, which is actually one of the most fragile minerals to ever exist. This means that every time she's attempted to contribute to this war, she breaks apart into pieces. The solution she comes up with is to then replace different parts of her body with stronger material. The only downside being that her material is also what makes up her identity, meaning that for each bit that she replaces, she also begins to lose different parts of her memory. Progressively throughout the story, we watch phospholite change drastically, eventually becoming something that's unrecognizable from the bubbly, ambitious character we met in the first chapter. Its theme is pretty clear from the get-go. How much of yourself are you willing to lose in pursuit of your own desires? Should we do things in consideration of the people around us, or should there be somebody who steps in to completely reconstruct that system? But what I love is the way we as readers are visually told the mood of that. The negative space gets used in like a million different ways. At times it's used to show how opposite the surrounding world can be in comparison to our main character. Other times it gets used really cleverly, like in this panel where it's conveying motion through the removal of the white space around her. It gets used to express loss. It gets used to express hope. It's almost like as if you're reading an experience where the main character begins to view the world through an abyss, a tunnel that's forcing her to move forward in only one direction. Even just in general, Haruko Ichikawa has always been excellent at prepping for her compositions. For example, in its first chapter, there's a part where a character goes outside of the panel's box to guide the reader to the next page where you can see the aftermath of this motion. It's a manga that just looks so deceptively simple. The moon people are all clearly inspired by Buddhist symbolism in a way that looks so beautiful yet inflicts so much terror.
And then there's just parts like this where maybe this is a matter of me being dumb, but my brain genuinely cannot comprehend how someone is able to draw metallic liquid and then make it feel like it's metallic liquid.
This now leads me to the part where I, once again, do things that cause me to delay my upload schedule. After I finished my video on Inoue, my YouTube algorithm obviously was still flooded with content that revolved around him. One day, I came across this video of a professional illustrator talking about how she had been studying his technique alongside other masters like Miura, Yusuke Murata, how Witch Hat Atelier was made, basically an entire channel that specializes in both teaching and also sharing their learnings about pen and ink illustrating. That person's name was Chloe Gendron, and I decided to reach out to her and ask if she could explain some of these things to me and my artistically challenged brain. And by pure coincidence, it turns out that Shinichi Sakamoto actually follows her on Instagram, not because she was an illustrator, but because before that, she used to post content on her mountaineering journeys. Dang. Fucking what? Anywho, I asked her about Land of the Lustrous, as well as one other series that hasn't been mentioned yet, and this was her response. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of like negative space, so it's like emphasizing the parts that look bright to someone like me. But is there is there something that I'm not noticing here?
No, it's just genius. Like, it's just, yeah.
It's good to know. Yeah.
Even if you tried to copy it, like, it might still not turn out that way. Like,
might?
Yeah.
You think if I like as if I thought there was a chance? I never thought there was a chance anyways. So yeah, I guess that answers that. Around last summer, I made the decision to work on a recommendation video where I read a bunch of manhwa. I fucking hated making that, but what kept my sanity together was that it was also the video where I used it as an excuse to figure out Blender, a software that has kind of become the universal thing for people to say, yeah, I will totally get around to that someday. But in my case, someday ended up being the day that I realized I was the inventor of a premise that I really fucking hated. The thing about Blender, and the reason why I think everyone struggles so much with getting into it, is that it has a fairly high skill floor and an even higher skill ceiling. A ceiling so high that I'm pretty sure it might just be the sky itself. It honestly took me a week to even just figure out how to do these 3 steps. How to move thing, how to move my camera, and how to make thing big. But the reward after getting over this bump was insane. I went on to learn how it's also a software that can make the simplest things look so impressive. It's why you often see people talk about the donut tutorial and come out of it with a rendering that looks like you have been working as a VFX artist your whole life. I, however, decided not to go with this approach. Instead, I tried to learn it by figuring out how to make this bookshelf that you have probably seen in some of my previous videos. I went to a Barnes & Noble with a camera, took a bunch of photos of the shelves, and I'm pretty sure most of the people around me that day either thought I was a serial killer or a serial killer. It's because of this, though, that in the last year, I've come to both notice and appreciate when a mangaka has also recently gone through that journey. The first time I ever noticed it was in the later chapters of Gantz, where a lot of the boss designs would be the byproduct of mixing 3D compositions with digital artwork. Even before then, a lot of mangakas have been using CG as a way to create their background architecture. A great example of this was when Akira had come out in 1982, but then by the late 90s, some artists wanted a bigger waft of this CG crack that people were smoking. Hiroya Oku, the same guy who later made Gantz, decided to go haywire with this technique in his manga called 01. Even the sequel to Ghost in the Shell, where apart from all the porn that used to be in its original manga, also tried to go haywire with this approach. But then in the early 2000s came a mangaka named Inio Asano, who took a couple steps back to refine his craft on this. In most of his early works like What a Wonderful Day and Solanin, he would mostly just work with characters that were drawn in his art style and then place them into hyper-realistic settings. Whether it was intentional or not, I think this technique ended up fitting his writing like a glove made out of soft kittens. Asano's stories, for the most part, always took place in these really human, mundane settings, giving us insight about ourselves through the lens of a fly on a wall. In 2007, his name really began to start making its rounds after starting Goodnight Punpun, where I think he really began to have a knack for it. It's here where we also began to get a lot of insight into his process for this. His staff would go around Tokyo taking reference photos, bring them into Photoshop, and then digitally move around the assets to shape out the settings of its story. And like a glove made out of soft kittens, you know, at first I thought that would be a description that made sense, but now I'm just realizing it's kind of morbid. The result of that was a story that follows a cartoon bird learning to deal with his own trauma. But then a year after he had come out with the last chapter of Punpun, I think Asano had a moment with himself where he decided that he really wanted to spice things up on his approach to making manga. It was clear that he had become known as an artist who had mastered the use of incorporating real-life photos and CG into his artwork. But now we had Blender, now we had Maya, Houdini, Cinema 4D. We had a shit ton of tools that could prevent us from the recreation of things like this. And so I think it was at this point where Asano had decided that he wanted his next manga to be something new, specifically aliens. Dead Demons Dead Destruction is about 2 girls experiencing very normal things.
What the freak? Oh, I thought this was freaking done. I was like, what? This is the same guy?
Dead Demons Dead Destruction is about 2 girls experiencing very normal things when you're about to graduate from high school. You don't know what you intend to do with your life. You're scared about going away from home. You feel confused about your sexuality, but most importantly, you're
underneath a UFO that could nuke your home. And the first thing that became the main difference in how Asano made this manga was that it was his first story where the CG was going to be a main character. There were going to be aliens, war machines, time travel dream sequences, and a giant massive UFO. There were also at times scenes that wouldn't have been possible to make in person due to legal issues. For example, in this courtroom, the staff decided to recreate it in a 3D software to be able to have its characters move around it. In that same interview, there's a part where he mentions that if he were to make a page like this by hand, it would usually take him about a day. But now that they've really begun to make use of the innovation of CG, it now takes them a week. These guys spent months, years studying how to do this in order to come up with a solution that takes exponentially longer than if it were to be done by hand, which probably sounds like the dumbest thing you could possibly do, but I would actually make the argument that it was worth it. Without it, this manga never would have been able to have panels like this, or this, or this, or this, or even moments like this. It objectively wasn't a better approach to making this manga. It took Asano 10 years. 10 years to be able to finish its 100-chapter story. But on the other hand, I'd like to propose the counter argument of, isn't it also cool as shit that they got to work with a UFO that was a giant 3D asset that they could move in whatever angle they please? Or even for a panel like this one in chapter 38, where one of the characters enter a dream sequence where they can see all of the alternate timelines of their universe. That, by hand, would be one of the hardest things to ever make. But on Blender, it's actually really simple. All you have to do is take a bunch of rectangles, click on their sides, and then assign that face onto whatever image you want to put on them. It's even said that in his most recent manga, the plan is to have its story take place in an entire 3D map the characters can all simply just traverse through. But what I want to understand is why the hell would somebody ever go out of their way, go through so much labor and effort to be able to make something like that? Well, I think at its core, it's because what's always been most important to Asano's story is the ability to make them mirror the way we behave. He wants his bland, weird characters to reflect our own impulsive, non-rational way that we choose to do things. What was most important to Asano's stories was its verisimilitude. Listen, that's the second time I've used that word now. Let's just pretend for 6 seconds that a guy like me is allowed to say it, okay? I think what Asano does is write his characters in a way that intentionally feel like they're bland. In a story like Solanin, you meet Meiko, who, after recently dealing with the death of a loved one, comes to realize that there is no such thing as a happy ending. All that one can ever really do is come up with their own. In Pun Pun, some fucked up things happen, and by the end of it, Pun Pun comes to realize that all he can do is return back to the...
Don't want to spoil it.
From readers around the world who wanted to tell him that his stories made life feel just a little bit easier. I think the reason why Asano was always so obsessed with taking the strides that would lead him to make the most realistic results was because he wanted us to be able to look at ourselves in full 4K ray tracing settings. I think it's him saying, hey, this is you. It's not perfect, deeply fucked up in many ways if anything, but that's fine because at the end of the day, it's you. That is what verisimilitude means. Sorry. Now, I cannot make a video about comic books that have beautiful art without mentioning one last author. I wouldn't say they fit into the category of being the most aesthetically pleasing, nor the most realistic, nor the most abstract or pretty, or the one that reinvented the wheel. But it is the most important one. I cannot possibly ever make a video like this without talking about the work of the late Kentaro Miura. When I think about people who have climbed mountains, I think about Berserk. To me, it's the definitive piece of media for something that just screams pure effort. It's special in the way that everyone, regardless of what background they're coming from, have all come to acknowledge that it's the work of someone who is willing to bleed for their story. And it's even more important to consider the fact that it all started in 1989, where there was no access to digital tools or shortcuts. Every line, every bit of detail and energy that's being conveyed is all coming from the work of someone who is willing to do whatever it took to relay a message to us. Like, look at this page. This is a panel where every horse, every knight, every swordsman has their own unique design and armor set. They are all posing, doing their own actions in a way that truly makes us as readers believe that what we are witnessing is war, is something that's relentlessly violent and chaotic. It's the world that the main character Guts lives in. And this
goes on forever. Miura approached this story with that level of intensity all the way till the 364th chapter that he had worked on before his passing. It's pretty. But I think what surprised me the most when revisiting this manga again was the way, even when he was so young and early into his career, he was able to have so much confidence in his ability to make us sit with certain moments. Here's what I mean as an example. Early on, there's a part where Griffith and Guts have a fight against an enormous beast named Zod. In the middle of it, Griffith goes in to save Guts, but ends up coming out of it severely injured.
No. He's gonna start mentioning spoilers. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Berserk is too good of a, or too much of a, whatchamacallit, to let it go like that, you know? Just to let stuff be said. There was actually this video about your manga, bruh. I saved it for later, but I kind of forgot where it was. What? Hold up. Yo, listen. I know this is cat, but I gotta see this, bro. I gotta see this, bro. Hold up. I know this is cat, and I know...
This was just a video that went absolutely viral on TikTok that I wanted to talk about because I was seeing so many people stitch this video with their own sides. Don't send hate to anybody involved. So this is posted by
Hold up.
Stella.
I'm only not gonna send hate if nobody, if hate isn't sent. Okay? Sent. Hate won't be sent. Listen. I give you what you give me. Ain't that what they say?
Xiao Shui on TikTok. But this is her video and it's brutal.
So as we're all very much aware, we are living through a chopped man epidemic. And
Okay. She's saying some things.
And there's a big shortage of baddies. It's gone so bad to the point.
Okay. All right. She's talking. Let's just see. Let's hear her out though.
That, like, if I see an attractive man, it genuinely makes my day. I was walking on the sidewalk earlier, and I saw a cute guy in his car, so I waved to him, and he smiled back at me. And obviously he drove away after that, but I was like, oh my god, a cute guy? This was at 6:50 p.m. It's 7:17, and I'm still like, oh my god. And I feel like this is gonna power me through my evening. Like, wow, I actually saw an attractive man today. Like, diamond in the rough, needle in the haystack.
Oh, she's saying things, bro. She's saying things, bro.
Seriously.
So I say it's brutal because when you look at the comment section, it's
okay, let's see. No. Y'all mad because the shoe fit? Come on, miss. Go somewhere with that. They mad because you right. The freak. Please, they so butthurt. All this, man. You see, hey. Stuff has been deleted.
It's 50-50. So we have Kira.
Okay. So this video has been going around. And I've seen some of the things that people say. But the thing is, you gotta understand. When you start saying, because she said epidemic, that means it's spreading. She said these mans is ugly. Okay? That's what she said. So what she's saying is the majority of men are ugly. That's what she's saying. And what she's saying is, but the majority of women are baddies. That's what she said. That's the word she used. Baddies, right? We got a whole lot of baddies. That's what she said. Okay? And then people start to say, well, miss, Listen, I am not saying this girl is. I am not saying she's the ugliest person in the world. Of course not. Come on, guys. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. But once you say something about somebody's appearance, that instantly makes them look back. It's kind of like an overweight person telling somebody who's fit they are out of shape. Right? Because then, obviously, the fit person wasn't saying nothing to you. But now that you say, now it kind of makes them look a little different. You know, they're like, huh, you said I'm the one? She's okay. Yeah, right? And then that's when you start looking back and you're like, hold up, you said me? And then you start looking at them a little harder. You're like, are you sure you're not like... So she can't be mad that they swing like this. Because if it was like a prime Angelina Jolie who said that, people would have to put their hands up and be like, hey, what can we say? Right? But like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta like crazy work. But I want to hear what Kat says. Kat, listen. This is your saving grace, Kat. Listen, I know the whole thing with Doki and everything, and I know Titan hates you. But Titan told me this. He messaged this to me in Discord. I know you guys don't know. But Titan said this. Glasshouse, yeah? Titan said this. Kat, if you act right in this video, Titan go forgive all your sins. Titan go forgive everything you did with Doki. Okay? He gonna bring you back in. And he said we can watch you again. Come on, Kat. This is your last chance. This is your last chance, Kat. And I mean the sin that you committed to him. Obviously, you know, the sins are obviously cleaned up, but one and only. But let's just continue to see what happens.
Stack, seriously.
So I say it's brutal because when you look at the comment section, it's 50-50. So we have Kira saying, damn, seems like you've upset the Chop man. Other people saying they're mad at you because you're right. Please, they're so butthurt. Other people in the comment section are just going for her appearance.
Oh, I have it zoomed in still. Let's zoom it out. Other people going for their appearance. Hold up. You see, this is the thing. This, you know, Kat, listen, Kat, you on thin ice already, Kat. Okay. Because ain't no way Kat is just gonna pass by. I know. Listen. It's brutal because of the comments. She said most men now are ugly. If I say most men in the West are 5'9", what does that mean? The majority of them are 5'9", which is true. Right? If I say the majority of men are ugly, that means more time than not, if I walk outside, I'm going to encounter an ugly person. That's what she said. So she literally just said, if I step into a building, majority of these people in here ugly. And that isn't something that make people like, you know what? Let me see who's saying that. I mean, you kinda, you know what I mean? That's what they did. And obviously they went a little hard, but she went harder. She said everybody. She didn't say some. She said epidemic. You know what that mean? Hold on, let me get the actual definition. So I'm not, you know, the meaning, the definition. A widespread occurrence. Widespread. What? Infectious disease. What? She said an infectious disease. That's what she said. Infectious disease. That's what she said. Come on now. It's like Easter egg on something. Yeah, I kind of I love putting like a little Easter eggs, especially if you know like where the story's going. Adding Easter eggs is really good. Like I have like this character right here actually. there's a lot of Easter eggs with her, you know, like with her family, and like just the world and stuff. It's so interesting. It's really interesting.
So this person says always the fours, love the.
Wait, Cat, you see? Listen, I think Cat. Listen. I can't blame Cat too much because Cat is just trying to, cause you know everybody's hating on Cat, right? Cat is just trying to get the girlies on her side again, bro. Because Cat literally just went by. Look.
Please, they're so butthurt. Other people.
You see?
The chop man. It's 50-50. Seriously. So I say it's brutal because when you look at the comment section, it's 50-50. So we have Kira saying, damn, seems like you've upset the chop man. Other people saying they're mad at you because you're right. Please, they're so butthurt. Other people in the comment section are just going for her appearance.
She went after she went after a lot of, like, the majority of men's appearance. Let's just say that.
So this person says always the fours, love the confidence, little bro, put this on IG. It's so interesting.
What is
Baby
interesting?
made them mad, the comments didn't disappoint.
What is interesting?
Basically, the comments
If I go out, listen, if I go out and I say, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not even gonna say if I say it. You gotta understand, bro. You gotta understand. Okay, it's kind of like this. If I'm in my car, right? If I'm in my car, let's say I drive like a beat up little Toyota, you know, beat up. The doors are barely hanging on. I got tape on my windows because I don't got no window there, right? And I'm pulling up and I see somebody in a nice, clean, not Ferrari. What do I usually see? A nice, clean 2024 Nissan, right? And then I look over there, and I'm like, man, your car is busted, my guy. Right? I opened the door to it, knowing that I got tape on my windows. You feel me? And then he look over there, he like, for real? My car? Are you sure you're not looking at a reflection off the windows? You know what I mean? Like, you can't be mad after you open the gate. She opened it. Nobody told us to make this video, right? I can guarantee you, like in her other TikToks, nobody said anything about her appearance. But as soon as she said, epidemic of ugly, she didn't say that, but then she opened the gate. Hey.
Here because it was all full of dudes being like, yeah, you're a four, it's like the jokes write themselves, blah 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 blah. And then you get the other side of the coin, which is a whole bunch of people being like, you made them so mad, it's so funny, they're so angry, da 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 da.
You know, so weird. So I hate how she made that sound like, no, like making it sound stupid. First of all, she opened the gate. Come on, Cat. I want you to listen, Cat. We like you over here, all right? Maybe not. Listen, we're 50-50. I mean, no, we're 60-40, Cat. All right, we're 60-40 on you. Come on, Cat. You can win us back.
A bunch of people being like, you made them so mad, it's so funny, they're so angry, da 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 da. It's a true statement, this, that, and the third. There's people who are throwing in their 2 cents on both sides, right? So here we have this TikToker by the name of Illy Purple, but it's Purxpii, writing.
Actually, one of the most diabolical videos on TikTok. I like to call this the chopped man epidemic incident. So basically, this girl right here behind me decided to record a video of herself saying that we're in a chopped man epidemic. Basically, long story short, in the video, she just yaps about how all men are chopped these days and about how there's a quote-unquote shortage of baddies. Before I show you the comment section, I am going to give you a warning because this is one of the most brutal comment sections I've ever seen in my life. This person took the time out of their day.
This is her fault, bro. She opened the gates. Oh my goodness.
To draw this girl, take a photo of it, and then upload it onto a TikTok comment. He's basically...
This could be AI. It's a small screenshot from a TikTok video comment section. I can't really tell.
Implying that she looks easy to draw. Bro, TikTok actually needs
Oh
to
my
remove the
God.
comment.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Epidemic. That's practically what she said.
Photo feature. Like, this is so bad.
Yo,
Like,
yo, imagine you say that and all the comments is a zoomed in picture of your face. Oh my gosh. She opened the gates. I'm telling you, all her other videos, nobody was calling her. Maybe one or two people, but hey. But now the world is. This is your fault, miss.
frame you pause is just a crazy image.
I also would say
It's kind of like when that basketball player girl, Angel Reese, when she was talking about how she's better than like some of these guys or whatever. That's why. Listen, that's the only reason why they start clipping her lowlights, bro, of her catching like 85 rebounds, offensive rebounds from herself. Listen, they only did that because you started talking. If you were to zip it, nobody would have said nothing. But now,
the TikTok photo comment thing, it can be funny. People comment funny memes. There's plenty of videos besides this video where there's just somebody talking and people just screenshot photos of them when they lack in because, you know, they're like mid talking and they just use that in the comment section. Sometimes it's just used as a meme. Sometimes it's used to make fun of somebody's appearance. I do think if you're using it to make fun of people's appearances, it's...
Cat, wait a second, Cat. Listen, she's making fun of people's appearances. Come on, Cat. You're victim blaming, yeah, I guess. Come on, Cat. Cat, listen. Cat, please, Cat. No, Cat, listen. This is your saving grace. Cat, this is the only time you can be saved. Please. When you're making fun of appearances, yes, that's messed up. I'm not going to walk out, see somebody that I think is unattractive and just walk up to their face and be like, you know, you ugly. I ain't going to do that. Right? However, and I'm still probably not going to do it, but if somebody were to walk up to me and be like, I'm going to be like, look at... All right, I ain't doing all that. I ain't doing all that. But you can't, like, she can't just not acknowledge the fact that this girl started this. She opened the gates. You cannot mention that. It would be the same if she was to say, well, we have a lot of broke guys out here. And then they find out she working at Mickey D's. Broke? Miss? Exactly right. Miss? Like you can't be mad at that. She started this.
Rude.
I actually have a theory about this video. I think this girl is like literally just trying to rage bait. Like there's no way she filmed this and just looked at herself and thought it was okay to post. Like she literally did this with no makeup and a face full of pimples. It's like she was just trying to piss people off or something.
It could be rage bait.
I don't want to give this girl any hate, so y'all can go search up the video for yourself. But to whoever this person is, you need to reevaluate yourself.
So then the comment section, we got people in different sizes as well.
She looks... Oh... She looks... Okay. Oh, okay. She looks 10 times better than you. Okay, listen. It's like... Okay. Like... I don't understand. Right. I do not understand. Like, we live in the weirdest world. Right. The weirdest world. She is pretty, though. Listen. Once again, I'm not saying this is the ugliest girl of all existence. Of course not. Of course she isn't. Right? But what I'm saying is, she looks like a normal person. She is perfect 5. Perfect. I can see her every day. Maybe not like that, like specific ethnicity, but like, if I were to go outside, I'll bet I'll find somebody her match, looks wise. Perfect. Like, oh, there it is. Oh, that's her. Oh, no, that's not her. Okay? So, we have to... There's a standard here for a reason. which is why we can objectively say, and Prime Angelina Jolie, I keep bringing that up because I'm like, ugh. I mean, Prime Angelina Jolie, she, okay, Prime Angelina Jolie is, like, you cannot say that she isn't. And if some people would say, oh, well, she's not my type, we can still objectively say, well, I can see why people would say that she is attractive, right? Simple. We have to have a baseline here. Because we have to understand. We have to understand. You can't, like, you don't have to always back them. They started this fight. They're going to take the heat. Once again, if this was Prime Angelina saying this, people would have to shut up. Majority of people. They couldn't do the zoom in thing. Because they'd be like, she look good. I mean, what can, like, she look good. Like, we cannot say anything. But in other, you know, we can objectively say, well, she isn't horrendous, but she isn't above average. So can we, you know, because it's like, it's crazy. Because I don't understand too. It's kind of like with the whole alphabet thing too, bro. It's like, once you say something about one, all of them are involved. This girl decided to say all, like she said, there's an epidemic of chopped men. So I guess ugly. Because, you know, literally, Zara's the one who told me what chopped was. I didn't even know what chopped was, honestly. Right? Which means there's a spread of ugly men. Right? Which means men are going to have to take a look now and be like, I mean, well, miss, you kind of one of them. I mean, not men, because she's not a man. But like, hey, you kind of in that space. Because if she's saying, it's kind of like saying average men are ugly, right? So she's saying perfect 5 means ugly. So that's why they're saying, well, she's a 5. Because she's average. She's just like them. Mom mentality, exactly. And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because, and then the thing is, too, it's like, they always try to say, because it's like, listen, especially as an artist, right? As an artist, period. You understand what makes a character attractive. Obviously, you can have your own preferences, but there are certain measurements that are perfect, right? Like the Loomis method. The thirds, right? Like if you were to break the head down into let's do like a circle, and then let's do like a section like this. We split this in half, right? The reason why these measurements work is because this is a perfect head. Obviously, you can adjust it to your liking, but a perfect head has these proportions, right? An eye is one eye apart. So if you were to look at her face, you can see that the proportions aren't the same. She has a smaller forehead. She has a bigger nose area, right? So when you look at this, she's obviously not, you know, not saying she's ugly, but she isn't in the objective standard of, you know. So we have to, miss. We have to, okay? And this is your fault. You opened the gate. And the guy said rage bait. Yes, it could be rage bait. And her eyes are, I mean, they are you know, it looks like they're wider. They're wider than an eye. Because an eye is supposed to be an eye apart. Her eyes are wider than that.
You need to reevaluate yourself.
So then the comments.
You see that? Listen, these are all women. She looks 10 times better than you. They hating because she spoke the truth. Okay, Julie. What? Julia? I mean, I don't know what that is. I like the way you're proving her point. She's pretty though. She spoke the truth. I thought she was a guy at first. Oh my gosh. Listen, first of all, Kat, listen, you said going after people's... Hold up. Yo, hold up. I'm going to be mad if Kat doesn't get on that person who said she looks 10 times better than you because they're going after his appearance now, right? Kat said you can't go after people's appearance. So now if Kat says, well, he did this to himself. If he did it, then she did it too. I'm tired of, like, when girls, like, make decisions. Like, they make decisions and then all of a sudden they can't handle the backlash. Come on now. You can't say that now.
Section, we got people in different sizes as well. A lot of people are saying she is pretty. A lot of other people are saying she spoke the truth, right? Multiple people are saying that. And then this person says, I like the way you're proving her point. And here we have another video. And this is by...
Oh my goodness. Kat, you see, listen. Kat is just trying to get the stragglers, okay? Because she lost a whole bunch of people. Like, even when I went, because I went to her comments in one of these a little while ago, and they were like, they're still talking about Doki. Let me see. Best case scenario. Oh, okay, wait. Human search for accountability. Looks like. Oh! You see, I told you. Came in searching of the accountability. Looks like there's none. So she's waiting. She's waiting for her to, you know. I'm telling you, they're still on her. She's trying to get the stragglers, the girlies. She's trying to get them on her side.
A TikTok user, how do I read their name? Body Mommy 69420.
Thing about the war going on against the chopped man epidemic girl is that she's actually quite beautiful. Hello? She's actually quite beautiful. Like, actually...
You know, it's kind of like bad in both sense. Like, if a beautiful girl tells an not so beautiful girl that she's beautiful, it's bad. If a not so beautiful girl tells a not so beautiful girl that she's beautiful, it is also bad. Because we get issues. Show you the eye socket placement? Okay. Alright, so after you get your hairline, your brow line, wait, let's curve it, and then your nose line, right, you should have these sections about the same length. Let's actually get this. Once you have that, then you will get that same measurement and go down with it to get the chin, because it's all going to be in thirds. Once you have that, you can draw the head, the rest of the head, in the shape that you will do it in. Halfway here is where the jaw begins, and you go up, and then you get the rest. And then the ear is placed in here, touching that top eyebrow line, going down to the nose. Not bad, but not perfect. Then at this point, this cross section, curve it down to the chin. And then this section right here, which is between the eye and the nose, let's bring it down a bit. Whoops. The eyebrows and the nose. You get the eye line. And the eye line is typically from the top to the bottom, halfway between the top of the head and the bottom of the chin. Once you have that, what you can do, let's curve the head real fast, get the form of the head. Ooh. Alright, so this section right here, what I like to do is add like a little shadow right here, just to get that hood shape, because the brow sticks out forward, so if I were drawing it from the side, it goes like this, and it covers down like this, and the nose goes out. Right? So right about here, because there's like an eye socket in the head, which comes down to like right here, and then the nose goes right here. I really gotta do more skull studies. It's like here, like the socket of the eye. And the eyeball goes inside, so I like to draw a nice sphere inside the head. Nope, too big. I try to make sure the eyes are one eye apart. And then once I have that, make sure to draw the eye and make sure it rounds around the, wraps around the form because it's an eyeball. Let's make this one a little bit bigger. And maybe move this one a little bit further away. Not the worst thing, but could be better. And right here is where we'll draw the, I don't know what that section is called, but it's like part of the nose goes back and then it goes out, and we can draw this plane for the nose coming down like so. Let's actually get it straight on. But yeah, they go in between the eyebrows and the nose.
Actually, dare I say,
Huh? I mean, yeah, you can follow this over the eyes as well, coming down. Like following. I mean, I feel like the nose could have been better, to be honest with you. This isn't the best thing. The best head, anyway, that I did. I'll draw a better one.
more than conventionally attractive. But you guys are brain-rotted gooner freaks. And proving her point. You're proving her point. All you guys do is goon. You goon to weird-looking alien plastic surgery, messed-up-looking corn stars on Twitter, or freaky little anime characters that look like like they're 5 years old. But
you see, I knew she was gonna go to the extremes of both. I knew she was gonna go to the extremes of both. I knew she was. And the thing is, even okay, I don't subscribe to the whole Kim K like look. But like, even if you were to say that they go that way, well, those people are doing plastic surgery to look that certain way for a reason, because that makes them closer to that quote unquote conventionally attractiveness. So yeah, I don't know if you spitting right now, miss.
actually, if my sister was reincarnated as a slime, the character is 14,000 years old, so technically she's over 18. You guys are fucking weird.
First of all, do not disrespect last time I reincarnated slime, mentioning slime. All right, that is the greatest isekai anime of all time.
Human women don't have lips so big they look like they could explode if you chewed too hard, and a nose so small that you can't even breathe. Okay? Sorry, you guys are just weird gooner freaks and you don't know how to get off to a normal looking woman because you're so used to weird shit on the internet. And you don't have any hobbies. And the craziest thing is women's standards are a lot.
You know what's like, Cat, you're making me mad, Cat, you're making me mad, Cat, because Cat, you're not saying nothing about her. Yeah, she never watched slime. She never watched anime, I don't think, because of how she's talking. Because if you watch anime, you don't understand all this stuff is BS. Everything she just said is BS. Second of all, Cat, I mean, there are some people, I'm not going to say everything she said is BS. But Cat, she just said don't make fun of people's appearance. She's doing that, Cat. You're not saying that. Wait, Cat better finish this off by saying something. Once again, like I said, Cat is trying to get all the stragglers. Okay?
All you have to do is maybe go to the gym a little bit, take a shower, and have a nice haircut. And
You know what? You know what right there? You know what right there?
guess what? There are cures to male baldness.
Oh my goodness. You heard what she just said? She said to look good, you just need to go to the gym. And what?
Take a shower and have a
Go to the gym?
than you think. All you have to do is maybe go to the gym a little bit, take a shower, and have a nice haircut. And
Is she fat shaming? Is she hold up, did she just say go to the gym? Hold up. She just said maybe go to the gym a little bit and take a shower. Hold up now. I can guarantee you, I can bet right flipping now. If this girl was about 250, right? And then this video was stitched by another guy and he said maybe you should go to the gym a little bit, Cat is gonna lose it. Cat will be like, well, body shaming it's not gonna be accepted. What the freak you mean? She said go to the gym. She's saying these guys are out of shape. But if I say maybe, put some of those down and go out and run a little bit, I'm phobic. First of all, phobic is like scared, right? I feel like they take words and they make them mean different things. I'm confused. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait.
guess what? There are cures to male baldness. There are so many cures to male baldness. You don't have an excuse. Get some rosemary oil, get a scalp massager, and get on Rogaine. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, they're hating us for things we can't control. Yeah, you can control male baldness. You can control your beer belly, and you can control your off-putting strange...
Beer belly. You see? She's fat phobic, bro. But I bet none of the comments say that. It's only if a guy says it, then it's fat phobic. But if a girl says it, it's just she's just talking.
Personality that you have because you don't have hobbies. So figure it out. And I bet you guys are gonna come in my comments and be like, well, you're chopped too. I'm not. I'm very hot, baby.
She is not ugly. But very is a strong word.
And I bet you guys are gonna come in my comments and be like, well, you're chopped too. I'm not. I'm very hot, baby. And
But who said that? I'm not saying she's ugly. But I'm saying who's saying that she's hot? Because if girls are saying that she's hot, then that doesn't matter, really. Unless she dates women. Right? Because it all matters about the guys. Because if the guys say that you're hot, then, that's how it works, right? Here's the point. She sounds like she has daddy issues.
you don't have to tell me I'm ugly because I know I'm not. Okay? You guys are fucking weird freaks.
There's people on both sides in the comment section as well. I'm curious on your thoughts on this.
Listen, if Kat doesn't give a thing, then listen, she's just trying to catch all the stragglers. She sounds like she knows that girl or something, right? Like she has a passion behind it, but I bet, bro, she don't know her. She just feel like she got to say something.
My thoughts. I personally think women are beautiful. I am very.
You see? I just threw my headphones, but I threw it in a safe place so it didn't break because I can't break these. I gotta get an iPad, bro. I can't be breaking stuff, and then next thing you know, I gotta buy new headphones. I can't get the iPad, bro. I like my iPad is about to like. Listen, guys, it's been a good run. I'm not gonna say that because right now it's still hanging on there. But you can't say that. She said women are beautiful. Women? Are you saying just if you exist as a woman, you're beautiful? How the freak? Hold up. If she doesn't say men are handsome, Cat, you are already in the negative, Cat. I don't know if you can go any further. I'm gonna rewind it because I just wanna let her say her piece, just like Ichigo said. Let her cook. Let's see what happens.
Curious on your thoughts on this. My thoughts, I personally think women are beautiful. I am very straight. I love looking at women personally. I think it's just a societal thing because of the patriarchy. There are some.
Oh my gosh. Cat. No, cat. No, please. Cat. 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 What? Cat. I personally think women are beautiful. What does that mean, Cat? Cat, I don't understand. So don't drop the iPad, man, bro. I dropped it. Listen, bro. No. The reason why it's it's messing up isn't because I dropped it. I mean, it could be, but I dropped it and it was pretty fine. And the thing is, because I took off my case because I use it so much, the case that I had on it made it really hot, and it like started bugging. Guys, but yeah, it was a good run. It's like starting to have like a light going through, and it's kind of like, you know. Oh, okay. I'll let her finish.
Some points that she said that I do agree with. I do think her delivery comes off so off the end that it's hard to hear what she's actually saying because it's making you take it in a specific way.
Okay, what is she
I
saying?
personally think women are very beautiful because of society and the patriarchy.
I don't understand that though. Women are beautiful. What do you mean women are beautiful? Like just just for existing?
Women have most dominantly been viewed for their appearance first, and their skills, personality, and everything else they can present.
Beauty is your appearance. Period. Like, I'm not going to say she's beautiful if I've never seen her before. That doesn't make sense.
And second, it's not fair, and I disagree with this, right? It happens everywhere in society.
Yeah.
You typically, with people, right, when it comes to viewing a woman, no matter how talented she is, no matter how smart she is, no matter how eloquent and well-spoken she is, if she's not viewed as conventionally attractive, she will just get treated like crap. From what I have seen, again, I'm a woman, so I can't live the male experience. I have a brother, I have a partner who's a man. From what I've seen, it feels like this same expectation is not held to men, whereas men are viewed from their abilities, their...
No, she should chop. She should chop. Chop, as Zero says, I don't know if it's fully true, but chop means ugly. So, I don't care how much money you got, you ugly. She said ugly. She said ugly. She didn't say broke. She said chopped. So, ugly. Right? Ugly, she said. Right?
Personality and their finances first. And that brings it...
First. She's not talking. She said she sees. She said she saw an attractive guy in a car and she waved and he smiled and drove off. She saw. She don't know if he rich or broke. She looked at him and thought he was attractive. So she said guys are ugly.
Its own separate issues as well, right? Because when a guy doesn't make enough money, he feels that he's worthless because he doesn't make money.
Yeah, but that's not what. No, we're not talking about that. We're obviously people think that way, Cat. But you know, I'm gonna like Ichigo said, I'm gonna let her cook.
Whereas for a woman, you could be fucking broke, but if you're pretty, then people would excuse you for your brokenness, right? And again, people are broke for many different reasons, and a lot of them is circumstantial and not your fault. But guys experience the same issues on a different end of the spectrum. Pretty privilege exists. I think it was an Australian actor, but he got on Book Talk, right? Like the books at a TikTok made like 2 videos about books or something, and then a couple of
The
videos
car
about
could be a
books
rental,
for
exactly.
like over the course of a month, and got 2 publishing deals because he's a hot male actor. Pretty privilege exists. It helps both men and women.
That's
I
true.
just do feel like as a woman, you do get viewed for your appearance first.
Yes.
And as a result, women have over the course of the years,
Yeah,
decades,
uh-huh.
learned to really game their appearance
Okay.
so that they could benefit from this the
Yes,
best. And
yes.
it's not even like I'm playing the game because I want to benefit,
Can I, like,
but more
fast
so
forward a
I'm
little
playing the game because I have to, right?
Okay.
Like if I feel like if I don't put in my best effort to look attractive, then I just don't get respected as much.
Okay.
I feel like for guys, you get more leeway in this realm that
Okay.
women don't often get as
Okay.
much. And as a result, I do think that because of all this effort that women have been putting into beautifying their appearance over the long period of time,
Yeah.
and it's really unfair pressure, right? There's very unfair pressure that women
Yeah.
feel like they have to look as specifically before they even leave the house
Yeah.
to be treated with dignity and respect.
Yeah.
Men are a little bit behind in this regard, right?
Okay.
Because men didn't have like decades of needing to do makeup.
I'm waiting for her to get to the point because what the freak? Sure, what she's saying, sure, but the girl said guys are ugly from their appearance. She's not talking about their finances or nothing. She don't know how much money they got. She said ugly in their appearance. So can you just get to that, please?
Do their hair, like learn how to do your makeup, learn how to do your skincare, learn how to keep yourself like this is not the ideal word, but looks maxing essentially, right? Men didn't have to do that for a very long time. So I totally get that it probably feels a little bit of a gap where because women have spent so long looks maxing essentially, maximize your appearance as best as
Yeah,
possible,
yeah.
that I do think women are typically very, very beautiful. So that's at least my thoughts on it. People have
Women are. I don't. Okay.
said that if the original video made by Stella were to be made by a man, that it would be received completely differently. If a man were
Exactly.
to then come on the internet and be like, there is a chopped woman epidemic,
Yeah.
and that there's like a shortage of hunks, and all women are chopped, you
Yeah.
know, it would definitely be received a lot differently.
Yeah.
And I think like it is true, and I think it's because we exist in a patriarchy. Men do hold
Let's let her continue.
a lot of power in this society that women have barely started to kind of like even the playing field out for themselves. Women gain the legal right to obtain credit.
First of all, women aren't equaling the. It's not equal. They're not equaling the. It isn't equaling the playing field, because you are allowed to do things that we aren't. It isn't equal. Just like she said, if a guy were to say it, it would go wrong. The girl literally just said, the one in the car, she said, go to the gym. Remove that beer belly. She is fat shaming. If I were to say, listen, go run on the bike a little bit. Or go, I said run on the bike. Go run on the treadmill. Go get on the bike. You're kind of big. If I were to say that, everybody will attack me. Everyone. Why? She just said the same thing, but we just go glaze off of that? Like, Kat didn't even bring it up. Kat didn't even bring it up. That isn't equal.
Cards in their own names in 1974. Wild that this is in my parents' lifetime, a woman couldn't even get her own credit card. Need for
She
legislation.
burned
So
the
this
garlic
is
bread?
on womenshistory.smithsonian.edu. Need for legislation before 1974. In fact, if you're a single woman, you almost always needed your father, brother, or other male relative to co-sign loans for you, even if you made more money than they did. If you're a married woman,
You know what pisses me off about this? Like, to an extent, sure. Sure, the world was like that, okay? Sure. I can say that, right? The world was like that. But what the freak does that have to do with me? Like the 70s have nothing to do with me. Guess what? Guess where I was? I wasn't here. So why am I being affected by, damn. So she's saying, oh, well, in the 70s, the women were allowed to get credit cards. I don't give, listen, since I've been alive, women have been able to get credit cards. So why am I getting like, oh, well, you have to listen to their sides. Why? Like, that makes zero sense. Bro, it's literally like this. If I get to school, right? And I get in the lunch line. And I'm sitting there. I'm waiting for my meal. And there's some random person from X race or whatever, who my people, let's say, I mean, it would be weird to say if I were doing reverse, but let's just keep it that way, cause them problems. Why the freak does this person get to cut in front of me when I don't even know him? I don't know him. I don't know nobody from, I don't know none of his family. Just because if you go back far enough, some like people like in my family, they were in gangs or something, and then they had beef with their gangs and they took over, and then that has nothing to do with me. Which is why when I go outside and I see a Caucasian person, I got no beef. I don't got no 1800s beef. Why? Because you have done nothing to me and or my personal family that I see every day. If your great grandmother did something to my great grandfather, guess what? That has nothing to do with us. This is the world we live in is crazy. It's so wild, and this is how it happens because obviously he's raised and taught. But like for me to walk outside and somebody to come up to me, get mad at me because of something an ancestor that I don't even know did to them or did to their family is the craziest thing that they made us believe. The craziest thing. And this is why the whole reparations things piss me off. Because I'm just like, my cousin, I've mentioned it, I keep saying this. My auntie, she's a white lady. She's one of the nicest people that I know. So you're freaking telling me this lady, my auntie, she has to pay for something that she did not do? Because if you go back far enough, one of her ancestors did something to black people? What the freak? How the heck does that make sense? How the heck does that make sense? That's stupid. That is stupid. So now, Cat is done, bro. I think. Listen, I tried to say Cat. Cat brought up 1970s women with credit cards. That little girl from the first video, I can guarantee you she wasn't alive in the 70s. This little girl, she probably younger than us, bro. You hear those stories about Irish families beefing with? It's just all stupid. It's just all stupid. Like Luffy, you carry the weight of generations of on your back. Yeah. It's inherited problems like being a man. Yep. Exactly. Family beef ruins. Yep, it runs deep. But it's like, the only reason it keeps running is because we keep bringing it up. I'm going to tell you this right now. With my kids, like, in a broad sense of history, because I want to teach them about the things that I know of the world. In a broad sense, I guess I will tell them about, quote, like slavery and everything. But my kids are not going to have a vendetta against white people. Because it literally makes no sense. I'm literally going to tell my kids, son and or daughter, or both, depending on if you who are blessing me with them. They did nothing to you. So there's no reason for you to hate them. I literally watched a video of an interview. This guy walked up to this lady. He said, should people want to be white? And she said, what the heck is, like, why would you want to be white? Or something like that. I forget. I know that's what she said, but I forget what he asked. But she said, why would you want to be white? That's just so stupid and disgusting. And I was like, what? Being white is just stupid and disgusting? How the freak does that make sense? Why do you think so? And it's just all about, well, because what they did to us. I can tell you this right now. The only way they get that is because the media is telling them that. Because I can guarantee you right now, the great grandfather or mother who went through all this stuff, they don't even know their names. They don't even know nothing about them. And they're just sitting there trying to reap all the benefits. This is why the whole thing about just give these women these things because, like, give them the grace because they're women and in the 70s. These women weren't alive in the 70s. If I see a not 70, but like, if I see a woman who was alive in the 70s, like, I mean, like, she was like in her 20s or 30s in the 70s, how old would she be now? Oh, dang, she'd probably be, but if I see that, guess what? Sure, she can have some grace. Sure, I'll let her cut in front of me in line. Sure. Is it because I feel like I have to? No, it's just, I feel like it's a kind thing to do. That's why I get off Like if I'm on like a bus, oh shut up. If I'm on a train or like on a bus or something, and like an elderly lady is there, I'll let her sit. You know, I'm not gonna let her stand. But that's just how I was raised. I'll let her sit, of course. She got like bad knees and stuff. You know, she like 80. I'll let her sit. Right? That's just how I was raised. Do I feel like I have to? Of course not. If this girl is acting crazy, start throwing slurs and stuff, you think I'm gonna let her sit down? Oh no, you could stand on those weak knees, miss. Right? But this girl, why is she reaping benefits from a time and a place she didn't exist? That is the craziest thing. Like cat, I'm cat. I tried to give you. I tried, cat. I tried.
Or they needed a man in order to exist as
79. 79. 79? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, 79, yeah.
a human being in many aspects, which I think is completely unfair. And so as a result, I do think that the looks emphasis on men have not been something that's really been pressed upon until recently, because you had no choice. You needed a man to get a credit card. You couldn't do that by yourself.
What the freak does that have to do with ugly? Cat. Oh, cat. Oh, cat.
So it didn't really matter if the guy was hot or not. You just needed a guy so that you could get that credit card. But now that women have more agency, as a result, they're having more opinions on the people they date, appearance and other factors as well.
So okay, so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Because women in the 70s weren't able to get credit cards, this girl is allowed to say men are ugly, and it doesn't matter. But men can't say she's ugly because what? I'm lost now. Exactly, bro.
Pirate, yes, and also the benefits of looks maxing are less for a guy. For a girl,
Guys don't get much out of looks maxing.
that she'll get lots of compliments on Insta in her daily life, whereas an average guy with looks max might get one compliment from a woman if he gets lucky. Yeah, I do think in general, male culture is very interesting. I love the culture amongst women on how we're very supportive of each other. Women compliment each other. They're always down.
No, women lie to each other. Women lie to each other. Oh crap, Brian. Why did you say this earlier, Brian? You saw me over here just twiddling my thumbs. That's such a weird saying. I have 3 to do, Brian. I have 3 to do because of this new one. I think I'm gonna try to get 2 done, so then I have 2 to do the next time too. Beach theme. What about sand castle or sand? I don't know if we did that one. Sand could be cool.
If you're in the bathroom and you don't have a pad or tampon, like some girls already got her bag open, handing.
Women lie to each other. Women say, "Oh yes, sleep with 1,000 guys. You're still queen. You still deserve this and that and the other." Oh sure, you want to do this? You wanna remove that thing that's growing in your body? Sure, it's nothing anyways. It's not like it's a baby or anything. Sure, get rid of it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, women lie a lot. Oh, you were extremely overweight and your doctor said that you can probably... You know what? Live your truth. Continue eating. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're like your health is declining. Oh, no. Keep eating, girl. You're still a 10. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Women lie a lot to women. Yeah. They lie a lot. They lie a lot. Women hate each other. Yeah, they hate each other. They do, because when a woman is doing well and she's saying anything about a guy, oh, she's enemy number 1, because all women need to be on the same side. Like, why do we have all these, like, things? Like, why do we have all these... Like, we have, like, little mini gangs in the world. Like, women is its own gang. The alphabets is its own gang. But the alphabet and the women, they're kind of like a tag team sometimes. Like, if any straight guy says anything, the alphabets and the women are going to go on a tag team. You know what I mean? And they gotta clap back. Even if the guy just said, I just want my wife to cook sometimes. The alphabets and the women are gonna be swinging. Oh, you want a slave? And I guess that's what I said. I guess that's what I said. I just said I want her to cook sometimes, but I guess that means I want a slave, huh? Really? Is that what you got from that? Sure. Sure.
You won. There's a strong level of camaraderie. I feel like men don't have that, and it sucks. You know, like if you're a guy and you put in a lot of effort in doing your hair, it'd be cool. I feel like to hear a male friend be like, "Hey, bro, like great job on the hair today." Like,
what the freak are you talking about? Great job on the hair today. If I got a clean cut, you'd be like, "Yo, it's looking clean." That's it. We keep it moving. We keep it moving. Oh, you began like when I was to Canada, right? Saw my cousin, he was lifting. I was like, "Oh man, I see you getting big, bro. You lifting?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay, we cool. I don't gotta mention it every second I see him." He'd be like, "Oh man, look at." No, I don't need to do that. But that's what we do, and we keep it pushing, right? But guess what? If I see my cousin getting big, like fat, I'm gonna be like, "Yo, what's going on?" Like I'm telling you this right now. I'm telling you. You think I'm playing? I told you this right now. I told my cousin, a different cousin. He got married and everything. I said, "Yo, you gotta get in shape. You gotta get in shape, bro. Because especially in our family with cholesterol and diabetes and all this, no, get in shape, my boy. Right? I don't want you passing that down to nobody. Get yourself right." And then he sent me a video of him and his wife, like they start running together. They start getting. I'm like, yes, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see right there. You think I'm gonna be like, "Oh no, you're fine the way you are"? No, get in shape, bro. And he keep telling me, he's like, yo, listen, I just got it. I just got it into it. I'm like, yeah, that's what I want them to elevate. I want them to succeed. Why would I lie? And these women just keep lying. They made the word fatphobic just to not lie. Just to keep lying. Because it's literally bad for your health. It's not good for you. It is not good for you to be extremely overweight. Let's all say it together. It is not good for you to be extremely overweight. Okay? It isn't good. No matter what they say, "Oh no, you look good." No. This is not good for you. So we need to be honest. Right? I don't care who you are. You can be my grandmother. Actually, my grandmother, I mean, the one that I have left. She lived enough. She can eat whatever she wants. But like, I mean, I don't want her to go. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna talk bad to her. If she wants to say, no, I want to eat a piece of cake. I'm like, "Hey, all right, grandma, if you want to, take it." But like, I'm telling my aunts and my uncles, get moved. Like my uncle, I saw my uncle like not too long ago. I was like, "Hey, my boy, you getting a little up there, man. You getting a little up there." He's like, "Hey, I see you." I'm like, "Yeah, I want you to get like this too, man. Get up, get right, bro." Why do we have to lie? Huh? Do we not care? And I guarantee you, as soon as all these women start falling off, start getting sick, she's gonna be like, "Oh, it's the patriarchy. It's the men's fault. The men are the reason why these women are overweight." Really? I thought it was empowering, and it's my fault too that she's like, "Oh." So can I is there a way that I'm not the fault?
it looks good. I feel like everybody could use a compliment here or there, and it just is not commonly dished upon.
Listen, compliment. I want you guys to compliment me when it's deserved. Don't just give me compliments just to feel like you have to. That's when it starts being dumb. When you look for a compliment, that's an issue. That is an issue. You don't always have to compliment somebody. What the heck is going on? This is why, you're babying them. Like my little cousin, every time she does something, I'm just like, "Oh, good job. This is exactly what you're doing with these girls." I see my cousin, she does something, she draws a picture, right? And my cousin, she's actually getting better, but I'm gonna say, wait, actually, I have the picture. I'm gonna show you guys the picture, okay? I'm gonna show you guys the picture. I'm gonna show you guys the picture my cousin drew, okay? My little cousin, she drew it. I gave her my iPad, and she drew it. I'm gonna tell you this right now. When she showed me this, I told her this was the greatest thing. I kept it because I'm like, I have to keep it. I want to show you guys what she drew. My little cousin drew this picture, and I lied to her face. She's way better now. She's way better now. But I lied to her face. I was like, oh my goodness! This is the greatest thing ever! I lied to her face. Why? Because I understand, especially at this age, we need to keep pushing her this way, right? And then now, she's looking back at her old stuff, and she's like, oh, I'm so much better than I am now. I'm like, thank you. You see, she's starting to see it. She's starting to see it in herself. She's starting to see it in herself. Tell the truth. I'm not telling you to, like, just tell the truth. This is the drawing that she did. Hold on, let me see. Oh, these are all the pictures she did. Oh my goodness, she drew a lot. Hold up, is it flipped? Oh my goodness, she drew a lot. What the heck did she draw? I didn't know she did all this, to be honest with you. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. Okay. Look at this is what she did. This is what she did. These are the pictures she did. Bro, I told her I'd never seen nothing this good, bro. I told her you ain't, like, I never seen nothing this good. Is that the truth? Of course it isn't. Right? Of course it isn't. But this is what I need to do, especially at these ages, to keep her moving. Right? Because you have to, especially at these ages. You got to encourage these things. Right? But as soon as she gets older, I have to make her realize, listen, you can't keep getting coddled like this because the real world is harsher. Right? You got to know. I got to tell you, listen, as soon as she hit like high school and stuff, and if she starts showing me stuff like this, I'm like, nah, go back to the drawing board. You got this. Go back in there. Go back. I think you need to flip it a little bit. Go check on that. Go over there and check on that. I know. That's why I was like, I know the progression. I was like, because I showed her how the colors, like how she could do the colors, and she actually, I was like, hey, that one kind of spooked me because I was like, it was when I went to, yeah, we're not gonna talk about that, but yeah, she's already, I don't even know how she even, it looked like she drew with crayon on the screen. How the heck she do that? Crayon on the screen. But I'm telling you, we need to treat these girls like the adults that they are by telling them the truth. Stop lying. That's all I'm saying, Kat. Stop lying to these girls. Tell them they gotta eat right. They gotta get in shape. They gotta do these things. They got to. Come on, Kat. Stop lying.
I feel like as a woman, I get that a lot. People will just comment on your appearance if you don't look put together. You could have a video with no makeup and people are commenting on my face. I'm like, dude, have you not seen somebody without makeup? Like, next to somebody who's bi, have the benefits of seeing both sides. And I do see women looking like literal models daily, while men have a lot less to do. You still get
She said ugly. She said ugly. She said ugly. I could see a woman who has nothing on. I mean, with no makeup on. And say, wow, she's beautiful. I can see a woman with a whole bunch of makeup on and say, I mean, she tried. That sounded messed up. Right? And then you can see a guy who was like, out of shape and da, right? Who you can objectively be like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if you go that way. And then a different one and it'd be like, you know what I'm saying? You can tell, you can say these things. Oh, this is the wrong canvas. You can say these things. But she's lying. And listen,
compliments. The standard for women is way too high. Nyx, I personally do agree. I'm not saying that like all men are chopped. Okay, that I don't agree with personally.
But you're not going to You're not going to go against that. You're not gonna push back on that. Oh my
I
goodness.
do think though that in terms of a visual appearance wise, right? I do think women are just more beautiful than men.
There are like rankings of attractiveness for a reason. 1 to 10. People do this. I don't usually just go out and say, that's a 7. I don't do that. But people do this, right? So guess what? A 5 in men and a 5 in women are both completely average. Simple. You're 5, perfect. You guys are the look equivalent. A 10 in a guy and a 10 in a woman, obviously, it will be like a more quote unquote attractive guy to a woman and then a attractive female, right? Once again, the best pinnacle thing of them. Like they like the Chris Hemsworths and the Michael B. Jordans and stuff, right? They like them. Right? And if you see how these girls be acting, that is their equivalent, right? Of what a 9 or a 10 would be. So you understand what that means. So when she said chop epidemic, let me go back because I think y'all forgot. Let me go back. A widely spread occurrence of an infectious disease. She said this was an infectious disease of ugly. That's what she said. She opened the gate. She got what? She got what? Hey, she did what she did.
Now, I love women. I think women are like the most gorgeous beings to walk this earth. So I am.
Yeah, I think you might be. I think you might be a part of the group. I mean, I know she said she isn't, but how much she's saying this? Because I'm like, how could you say just all? I feel like she just loves. It's kind of like a. What is it? Sexist? Is that what it is? Is it sexist? I feel like because racist is by race, sexist, yeah, by sex. So she's sexist. Like she just believes women, the existence of women is beautiful. How the heck does that even make sense? Like a woman just existing is just beautiful. A woman could just instantly just become beautiful.
Definitely biased, but I will say.
Oh wait, what? She just said what?
Women are like the most gorgeous beings to walk this earth. So I am definitely biased, but I.
It's not like she said I'm definitely bi, and then she put the ist at the end just to catch herself. I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm not going to. What is it? Affirm her. Whatever they say.
I will say, because there is such an astronomically high standard for women's beauty, women feel like you're always stuck in this like perpetual rat race that you are guaranteed to lose to try to meet this beauty standard that literally 0.0001% of the population can meet. And I do think with...
I mean, that's literally why there is an average rating, because above average is higher,
the perpetual use of media nowadays in where especially corn culture. Look, I'm very pro SW. Do your work, get your bag.
You see this freaking stupid crap. She's pro SW. She said she's pro SW. Do what you want and get your bag. I'm telling you, these girls, like, girls can do whatever and it is perfectly fine. They can do whatever and it don't matter. They can listen, what's the old girl name that we saw in the last video with 1,000 guys? She can do whatever she wants. And hold up. And hold up. Listen, I know this is going to be something, but I literally am going to go to that video and find that part where that girl said that the most craziest thing. You might be like, come on, Mike, come on, Zo, chill out, bro. No, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to that video because I just remembered just now the craziest thing. that girl said. When was that stream? Friday, right? Excuse me. Um, um, I got to, bro, because she said, and this is why it, this is why we have to like stop lying. This is one of the big reasons why we have to stop lying, bro, because it's a thing she said, but I want to make sure I get it exactly how she said it. If only May was here, because May is the one who sent me that girl's YouTube. What is the girl's name? I never knew what it was. Let me see if I can. Wait. May sent it to me on Discord, so if I go. If I go to general chat and then go all the way up here. Okay, this is the YouTube channel. Yeah, open. Oh wow, wow, there it is. Brutal Honesty is the channel's name. And the video, OF, yep, OF, most disgusting content creator. Yeah. Alright, hold up, bro.
OF creator, that's
hold
so.
up, bro. Where is the part? Right. 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 Right here. Right here. Right here. I'm telling you right now, bro. This is why we gotta stop lying to these women. We gotta tell the truth, bro. You see that? The one in the blue said this, by the way. The one in the blue. I mean, the one with the blue background.
Many of women since the
Said this. All right, this one. This one. She said this. She said, this girl right here, the one who did the 1,000 guys, is ruining OF for everyone. It's no longer about women empowerment. They've lied so much to make women believe by doing this is empowering them. And this is why in turn her believe that being with as many men as she possibly can is empowering. Wow. That sounds pretty insane when I say it out loud, doesn't it? Doesn't it, guys? It sounds pretty insane, doesn't it? Empowering? What do you mean? Do you mean like empowering? Yes, that's what I mean. Empowering. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Your body, your choice. I do think
Your body, your choice. Oh my god.
That with the perpetuation of online easy to access porn, it rots people's brains because
So are you saying it existing is messing up with guys' brains? But do what you want, sis. Huh? It's kind of like saying, bro, drugs are bad for the world, right? But if you want to deal them, get your bag. What the freak? That makes no sense. If I'm against it, I'm against the supplier too, right? It's crazy because it's like the more they start thinking about it, the more they start, when you start breaking down everything that they say, you get to a point where it's like, yo, you're contradicting yourself, and it doesn't really make any sense. Because you say it's bad for the mind, especially of these young kids who are consuming this, but then you also say, hey, girls, go do it. Go get your bag. Go do what you want to do. Yeah, but aren't they, like, supplying these to these kids? Isn't that what they're doing? Because a lot of these kids now, especially if you look at TikTok, like, I was literally watching a video. This little boy, he went on the Omegle thing, right? And then he was how he was talking to the this guy who was dressed up as a female. And I'm saying a guy who was dressed up as a female because I don't know how he identified, but she, the boy, like, how he was talking to him, and I'm just like, and he was like telling him, who's dressed as a female, to do certain things, and I'm just like, he's seeing this stuff from TikTok because a lot of these OF people are promoting their stuff on there, and I'm just like, you're promoting it to a platform that primarily has kids, and then when kids are doing it or consuming it, it's effing up with their brain. But then Kat says, get your bag, your body, your choice. But she can also say it's rotting their brains for consuming it.
You see the 0.0001% beauty of beauty woman, and I think a lot of men specifically, but it happens to everybody, you get this image in your head of what a woman looks like, and it's very, very doctored, very, very filtered, and or if like very, 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 very minor percentage of the population can't ever look like that. And you start thinking that's the normal. You start thinking it's normal for a woman to have absolutely no stretch marks, but a super tiny, super snatched waist and Jessica Rabbit style proportions, and with like an extremely specific look. And that's just not how the average person looks like. There are some people who do look like that naturally. There are.
I like how she said average person. Actually, great logic though. Exactly. But they don't see it that way. And I like how she said average person, because average means middle. Mid has been changed to bad instantly, but mid is middle. Average. And I'm glad that she said that, because how she's saying is how women are beautiful is kind of like all women are 10s. That doesn't make any sense, because that's impossible. There is an average. Average weight for a man is 175, I think, in the US, and average height is 5'9", right? So yeah, that's average. So if you go out, there's a chance that you'll find there's a high likely chance that you'll find somebody who's 5'9" and who weighs around 179 and or 80 or around there somewhere. That's the average. Which means if somebody looks average, there's a high likelihood that I will find somebody who looks average. No matter how much makeup they put on, no matter what they dress like, they still look average. Average. Baseline. Middle of the pack.
Right? It's just statistics. There will be some people that fit that mold. Very few people do. But it makes you think that that is the average when that is the anomaly. It does skew your perception of things.
No,
and I
it
think
doesn't.
Because of that and the perpetuation of like
I don't think it perpetuates anything, because we understand that I'm not going to see, like I said, I'm gonna bring Angelina Jolie again. I'm not going to see Angelina Jolie everywhere. I know that for a fact. Occasionally, I might see a close second, but I'm not going to see her everywhere, and I understand that, and men understand that, right? We understand we're not going to see that every day. But when women start to say, oh no, I am as good looking as Angelina Jolie, and then we're just like, wait a second, I don't think so. And they're like, no, I am. And then now they're trying to make us say that. When we're like, no, you're not. They're like, yes, I am. Say I am. I'm like, no, you're not. And they're like, no, yes, I am. And I'm like, no. And then that's when they start calling us names and stuff. That's when it happens.
It makes women feel like your appearance needs to be pushed even more, and that like you could always be more beautiful because, well, your partner is saying, oh, why don't you look like this corn star, you know? Like I feel like a lot of women probably have that experience where your partner is comparing you to some random girl on the internet that's either a corn star or
Women do that all the time. They compare the guy with some billionaire or something. They do it all the time. They compare the guys with the heights who have yachts and everything, who are really tall. They compare their guy all the time with that. That's why they cheat a lot. That's why they cheat a lot. I'm not saying all women cheat. I'm just saying a lot of these women who talk this way, who believe this way, they tend to do that. So, what are we going to say about that?
an Instagram model or something, but somebody who embodies the like 0.000 something percentage of appearance on the internet. And your partner will be like, why don't you look like that? Because their brain is literally rotted from consuming so much of that content. Again, nothing wrong with some healthy consumption of that.
Have you ever seen those videos where they're like asking women what they want, and they say like they want 6 figures, 6 foot, and 6 something? Oh, how women say that? They're saying that because they're skewed. And when you hear them say, like, what do you think the average salary for a man in the United States is? What kind of boyfriend they got? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I want to see who her boyfriend is, too. I just want to see. I just want to know, like, who's this guy that's letting her spew all this nonsense?
Stuff. But when it starts skewing your actual perception of reality, I do think we're starting to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. There's like recently been a couple creators that I like to watch who do some more like OF type content. Right? Again, I have nothing. I love women, but they've been kind of pushing back on that. And they're like,
see, bro, I love women. I love women. But if a woman is doing OF, I'm not gonna just say sure because I love women. You heard what she just said?
There's like recently been a couple creators that I like to watch who do some more like OF type content. Right? Again, I have nothing. I love women.
I have nothing. She was about to say I have nothing against it. I love women. What the freak? You see, I'm telling you, she's trying to get the girlies, bro. She's losing everything. And she's trying to straggle onto the girlies because the girls, they be fighting on side. Listen, she's gonna say all this, and then for the comments to say that she's chopped, and then all the girls that are rally behind her say, you know what, Kat, we forgive you for the Doki stuff. That's what she's doing, bro. Oh my goodness. That's what she's doing, bro. Kat is just trying to straggle up all the girlies, as she says. Because ain't no way she just said, I don't have nothing against the OF stuff. And then she put her hand up and said, I love women, like she's pledging to womanhood. You see how she put her hand up?
Like to watch who do to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. There's like recently been a couple creators that I like to watch who do some more like OF type content. Right? Again, I have nothing. I love women.
Look it. I pledge to women. That's why. Look it. Why the heck she put her hand up like that? She closed her eyes too. I love women. I'm telling you. What's up with this curly valley girl type? Like, bro. And it's crazy because, you know, when you start talking to like your aunts and your like your mom and like, you know, just older women and older people in your family, and they're like, oh, when are you getting, like, when are we going to see what you know, our, or like, you know, daughter-in-law, or like, you know, and I'm just like, yeah, it's kind of crazy out here. And they're like, no, but there's a lot of, and I'm like, nah. There are pretty women, but they're crazy and insane. Like, honestly, girls that talk like this is completely a red flag for me. Because she literally just said something that she obviously just said is bad because it ruins people's minds and perception of women. She said it's fine because she loves women. So she's literally just saying, if a woman is a drug dealer, it's okay because I like women. So she's literally saying, sure, do this thing that I've already established that is bad. Because I like women, you can do it. I forget she has a tattoo. She has a tattoo right here. Exactly. And it's crazy because like when I talk to like my aunts and like my mom about like how the women are these days, they don't believe it, right? Like me just saying that they can't cook now is like shocking to them because they all were raised to know how to cook, right? But now when I'm like, oh yeah, she doesn't know how to cook. She's like, she doesn't know how to cook. What do you mean she doesn't know how to cook? I'm like, yeah, she doesn't know how to boil an egg. I mean, obviously I'm kidding. But like she actually probably doesn't know how to boil an egg. Like how long do you wait? You know? Like what's the temperature that makes the right boil? She doesn't know. How can you tell when it's done? She doesn't know. She does not know how to boil an egg. She does not know how to fry it. She doesn't know how to she doesn't know how to make rice. Or spaghetti. They'd be shocked. I'm telling you. The world that we live in now. Just wait if I were to tell them, like bro, when I tell you, when I just see how girls be dressing nowadays, and I just be like, like what is like if I go out like with like my aunts or something, or like if I were to go out like with my mom or something, I'll be like, look at these women. I literally point them out. I literally be putting my finger up. Look at her. Look at her. You see how you see her shorts are like literally up inside. You see that? And then she's like, "Oh, the girls be walking out like that." I'm like, "Yes. This is my basket to pick out of." I don't like what's out here. Lies. One negative comment is worth more than 1,000 positive comments. Yeah, Ichigo. I mean, yeah, I understand it to an extent, but Bri, when I tell you it's like it's bad. It was bad. It was bad. Like what I've seen out here, just like backs exposed. Like I mean, exposed. Like let me. I forget I know how to draw. Let me show you a little illustration. Not of the shorts, but of like. All right, look at this, bro. Right, so like no, like hold up. How the heck? Wait, I don't know how to draw anymore. Oh my. Okay, I think this ain't the worst thing. All right, when I tell you, like I mean, like this, right? This her whole back is out, right? And she got like this little thing, and I'm just like, Miss, we're at the supermarket, right? We're at the supermarket, Miss, and she got hold up, let me see if I can draw like from the side too. Back is already out. Like, ain't no way you catching her out here like this. Like what? Like what? Like what? It was not a dress. No, it was like a shirt, and then she had like some pants. Like I think they're like sweats too. It is wild out here, right? It is wild here. But the thing is, like I can't get trapped, especially if I see that she's beautiful, she speaks nice, but she dresses like that. I know I'll have an argument with her in the future. Like I'm like, yeah, Yeah, don't go out like that. Don't go out like this. You saw me this way, remember? I was wearing this when we met. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want you to. No. I'm going to do it because I'm gonna say yeah. I'm not gonna get in arguments like that. She pledged
But
to women.
they've been kind of pushing back on that, and they're like, here's me without any makeup, because yeah, fuck people who say that you must have your makeup done at all times in order to be attractive. Like,
I mean, attractive is subjective, of course. But there is a, how she said earlier, conventional beauty standard, which means we can all objectively say that looks good and that doesn't look conventionally attractive. So, if you wear the makeup and you look conventionally attractive, and then you take the makeup off and you don't, and people say you don't look attractive, then they're not wrong. It might be mean, sure, but it isn't a lie. Because she literally brought it. I don't know how she's talking and not realizing. I feel like she's just saying words, but she's not thinking about what she's saying. Because she literally keeps saying, oh, well, there is an average, but women don't have an average. Women are all beautiful. And there is a beauty standard, but like, who cares about who dictates who's attractive or not? And I'm like, but like, you're, huh? Like, how do you even determine what attractive is? And I'm telling you, everything is fine until an attractive girl decides to marry a man and have kids and just says, women, I think you should kind of try having kids. Everybody go call her ugly and a pick me and a whole bunch of other terrible things. Everybody. Crazy.
With no makeup, and they're still gorgeous. I just thought that
Oh,
video
right. Also,
and the
disrespect. Right. I was at the store, right? I was just walking through, right? I was kind of in a hurry to get to the line because I ran in to grab something and I left, right? I was walking out, right? There's a group of girls. I'd say 7, right? And they're walking my way. I'm going hold up. I'm going this way and they're coming this way. Right? So I'm walking. I don't have a cart. I'm just, walking. Right? With the thing in my hand, whatever it is. I don't remember. I think it was milk or something. All right? Did it glitch out on me? Just let me get this thought out. Don't tell me it glitched out on me. Okay, there you go. The one that's going straight has the right of way. The one that's turning has to wait. Right? So I'm walking and I see them and then I see one of them like, oh, she's kind of cute, right? I smile and everything. First of all, these girls were dressed crazy. All of them had on like the shortest of shorts with like fuzzy slippers on. So I'm like, okay, sure. And one of them had on like a bonnet and I was just, all right, these girls clearly just woke up or they just don't care. Right? So I'm walking and they just walk right into me. Like kind of like stopping me. So I have to stop now with their cart. And I was like, all right. And then one of the girls, right? She was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I was like, oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. It was so, I was like, wow. There's still a good one out there, huh? If only she just, changed everything that she got on and like the friend she got because, hey, But like, oh my goodness. Cause these girls be crazy. Not crazy, but like crazy. But kind of crazy. She just like, oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I was like, ah. It was so shocking. You don't even understand.
Series of videos afterwards about the Chop Man epidemic is just very, very interesting. Would love to hear your thoughts on that though. But I do think in general, making videos on the internet where you're like disparaging people's appearance is just not cool. No matter who's doing it.
Oh, okay, wait, Cat, you can save yourself now. You gotta call out this girl. Hold up, what's her name? I gotta call her out. 14, 17. All right, her name.
Your own sides. Don't send hate to anybody involved. So this is posted by Stella Xiaoshui.
Stella Xiaoshui. That's her name. Kat, you better say she shouldn't have did what she did. Kat, come on. This is your last chance.
I will say though, I often see a lot of men on the internet make disparaging content. Right? Again, I have nothing. Look, video and the subsequent series of videos afterwards about the chop man epidemic is just very, very interesting. Would love to hear your thoughts on that though.
Come on,
but
Kat.
I do think in general, making videos on the internet where you're like disparaging people's appearance
Yeah.
is just not cool, no
Okay.
matter who's doing it.
Yeah.
I will say though, I often see a lot of men on the internet make disparaging comments about women's appearances and stuff like that. Again, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. I can only speak on the female experience as a woman myself, but like previously last week, I was pulling up.
Kat, are you removing accountability? Kat. Bri, every time I give her a chance, she just makes me regret it. Like I don't care. I don't care that guys have done it. It's her because you said it's wrong, right? I don't care that some people rob banks. I know it's wrong. Just because they do it doesn't mean that I guess I can do it now and it'd be fine. Well, they do it, so I guess I can. No, it's wrong. So you just said what happened is wrong on both sides. But, well, I guess I see a lot of guys say it a lot, so what? It's still wrong. That's what you said. Oh my goodness, Kat.
A Twitter account who just posted this like bikini photo of a woman who likely did not know her photo was being shared like this, and it was just making fun of her, like making fun of like apparently her body is a 10 out of 10, but making fun of her face because apparently her face isn't good enough, so that you should put a paper bag over her head. Like it was just so gross, and it's just man or woman, whomever.
What the freak does that have to do with the context, Kat?
Photo you're using for your shitty jokes like this is so icky. It tends to lead to EDs too because girls starting to trying to look like supermodels. Yeah, Heather, and then you find out the supermodels themselves don't even look like that because it's just not feasibly possible. But yeah, like I just hear more and more stories from women where they're like, yeah, my boyfriend asked me why I have arm hair. Everybody has arm hair. You're like an
Oh my god.
anomaly if you don't. You're lucky if you don't. Like I don't have any on my forearm down here, which I'm like.
It's crazy how Kat started this video by saying, don't say hate to nobody. And then she proceeds to start saying, well, everything is guy's fault.
Very grateful for it because it makes my life easier. Body hair on women is completely normal, but too much consuming of that type of content makes you think it's not normal. It's very, very normal. But yeah, would love to hear your thoughts on
Too much consuming of that kind of content that I think girlies should keep doing because get your bag, sis, is wrong. But girlies keep posting them because get your bag. But guys, stop looking at it. But girlies keep going. But guys, stop, no. But girlies start making, But guys, I don't, but they're supplying the drugs to me. I'm a victim, right? No, you're buying it, so you're bad. But what about the drug dealer? Are they bad for doing? Well, just stop going over there. Just stop going over. Then tell them to stop making it. But no, they should keep making the drugs. But don't sell them to you. No, yeah. That's everything I hear. Alright, guys, that's it. That is it for me. Goodbye. Quaid, 7'5". She's from Longhuo. She is, in my world, the Chinese equivalent. China. From China. In my world. Because my world has a country that is inspired by ancient China. So yeah. Straight nonsense. Because it doesn't even make any sense when you start breaking it down. Like, so the person who makes the thing that is bad for people to consume is good? How the freak does that make sense? That literally makes zero sense. If I tell you drinking this is bad, but the people who make it are good. Like, no, she literally said it messes with their mind, so it's like poison. So drinking this is poison, but the people who make the poison, it's fine. It's okay. Get your bag. Get your bag from who? Get your bag from who? The people you don't want to take it? Oh my. Oh my. It's like, yo, hey, make your money how you gonna make it. Make your money how you gonna make it. Hey, but you guys over there who's consuming that, don't do it. But you told her to make it, so who's gonna be her audience? Crazy. Alright guys. Peace. Oyasumi. Have a good night. Have a blessed one. Guys, be careful out there. Alright? There are crazy people out there. It's a crazy world. And don't let people do these Jedi mind trick stuff to you. Because once you start breaking it down, you start realizing it's a whole bunch of nonsense, honestly. None of it makes sense at all. It's a whole bunch of craziness. Peace, love, and hair grease. Peace, love, and hair grease. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. Truly. Truly a waste. But I know you guys aren't like that. You won't fall into the traps. But yeah, guys, have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow if you're willing. Of course. Peace. Oyashimi. 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 Oyashimi.